behind schedule, so we'll just kickstart. As you already know, the NIP Summit is a summit that looks at the business of film, where we'll talk about challenges, we'll talk about opportunities, and generally look at ways of making our market more appealing for international distribution and partnerships. That's what all this talk today is going to be about, and more. And don't forget the networking. Networking is also very important, which I think after this presentation, the next is networking. I'd say it's a good time to meet people. Personally, I can tell you that businesses have developed beyond NIPS, and the question of talking to people. You never know who you need or who would need you. We'll jump to the first presentation for today, and it will be on the new world of media, and it will be looking at academia meeting reality. To talk about that will be by Dr. Mrs. Ngozi Okpara. She's the head of department, mass communication, from the Pan Atlantic University. Can we please have you, Ma? Thank you. Can we please just give her a kind of applause? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My presentation. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here today, this morning, to discuss things we all know, things we are all aware of, just to discuss and then refresh our memories on the trends in media and communication in the world today, and Nigeria in particular. So I'm going to be talking about how academia will meet reality. So what is media presentation? When we look at that word, media presentation, what does it mean? Okay, when we talk of media presentation, we are talking of nothing else than how the media has been moving on from what it was before to what it is now. And we can see that the rate of movement in the media world has been unprecedented. There's been paradigm shifts in the way the media industry is moving, and media in particular, even in the academic world. So media presentation is nothing else than factors such as proliferation of digital platforms, which we are all aware of, which have influenced media narratives because of so many platforms. Anybody can say anything at any time. Media narratives, reports, journalism reports, the way people are framing conversations, and how individuals who are not even from the media are taking part in media presentations. And of course, images and discourses. Now, we are aware that the transition from traditional to digital media has impact on other things that are media related, such as marketing, advertising, and the way innovation is going on in the media industry, not just in the academia, but also in the society. We look at the academic aspect of media production and consumption. We look at the social activities, especially what is going on in the entertainment media today. It's an all-comers affair. Everybody is welcomed. And this has impact in the kind of activities we require from the ivory towers. Now, in many cases, it's not easy for us to even be aware or to track these changes in the media. And the inability to do so is also a problem we're going to be discussing, how the academia should be able to look at it and then try to bring up the attention of stakeholders on how these issues should be done. Okay, so now before I go on to how academia should meet reality, it's important to explain or to draw your attention to contemporary issues in the media landscape in Nigeria and the world today. We talk of digitization. Two concepts that work together always. We talk of enhanced knowledge of ethics and human rights. not just from the media producers, but also from the consumers and other stakeholders. We talk of cultural integration. Because media is now global, local, and of course global, you find out that what is happening in different parts of the world makes it possible for people to have a kind of cultural integration, because what is happening anywhere in the world is also at the forefront of individuals in Nigeria and other countries. We talk of emotional intelligence. We talk of information. Access to information has drastically improved because of the media platforms we are all aware of. Everybody can know anything at any point in time. That's a trend in what we are going to do. So because of it, the industry and Ivory Towers has to have a meeting point of how to deal with these issues. We talk of the industrial revolution, fourth industrial revolution. Of course, we know that there's a blurring line between the physical world, the virtual world, and the biological world. So this is a very important aspect. So occupations can now, particularly occupations in the media industry, has to key into this industrial revolution, because these virtual realities, artificial intelligence and robotics, and of course issues like Internet of Things, these are the in things now that to usher in the fourth industrial revolution. So literacy is no longer about degrees and whatever. If you can't make use of what is happening today, the person, I'm sorry, will be lagging behind. Of course, I emphasize artificial intelligence, robotics, and the future of the media industry. What has artificial intelligence and robotics and Internet of Things? What are they there for? How would they help the students or the practitioners to be able to key into what is happening in the world today? Of course, social interactions. We all know, we are all aware that it's easier now to interact more than before. We have so many groups from different platforms, from different areas, people are interacting, and so on and so forth. So now, if you ask me, one other factor that changed what is happening in the media industry was COVID-19, not just media industry, but in the world today. The COVID-19 lockdown and all those things associated with it also tried to affected ad spend, sponsorship, increase in OTT and platforms, and then consumption and production and other things. So you can see that COVID-19 kind of accelerated what was gradually happening before. Now it is still happening, it is affecting every aspect of our life, and while we make every effort to find a strategy back to normality in quotes, we are still uncertain of what will happen in the world today. Okay, now let's talk a bit about the future of the media, which is technology. I mentioned earlier the role of innovation in all these things. So innovation is using what is there before to be able to bring up new learnings, new applications, and so on and so forth. So what is artificial intelligence all about, and how is this related to the future of the media, which is technology? I digress a bit. In the 60s, a Canadian scholar, Marshall McLuhan by name, tried to bring up a theory or an explanation of how the world of media will impact on our lives. So he was just emphasizing the fact that the message is no longer the issue, but the medium of the message will be the issue. And that is what is happening today. The medium is the message. So artificial intelligence is there. It has a link to immediacy and personalization of contents and how people consume media. There is also, some people also look at it as a threat to human jobs. And if you connect it to the fourth industrial revolution, it's easy for us to understand what is going on and how academia and the industry should work against the possible implications. Okay, now, of course, I cannot say too much. I cannot discuss virtual reality too much, because it is what is happening now. If you see what is happening now, some people are not here physically, but they are also following us. So virtual reality is the way to go now. People are now keying into it to be able to try to experience certain aspects of the world that we were not really into before. So it is part of the future of media, how virtual reality should play into what people do in the ivory towers and what the industry can use these virtual realities, artificial intelligence, innovations, creativity, and so on and so forth, to be able to make it possible for virtual reality to be able to help in increasing the demands we are all experiencing in the media industry. Okay, live streaming, the challenge of cybersecurity, and so on and so forth. So all these are things that will help the ivory tower. The knowledge of these things will help the ivory tower to be able to align what they do there with what industry demands and how industry can also contribute to what is going on in the universities. Gone are the days when people think theories are the end things. Now, for every university what is taught, it is important to incorporate the ideas of the industry to be able to know how flexible the curriculum should be and how real the curriculum should be in trying to affect what goes on in the society. Now, what should producers do? In all this, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics, and so on and so forth, what should producers aim at? How will they help to improve what is going on in the media industry? I think that they should pay attention, focus more on the demand for authenticity. Because of what is going on here, all of us, we are aware of some softwares that people can use to replicate things that may not be right. Deep fake technologies, like anything can be done with that. So because of all these things, this background provides the industry and the academia a greater focus on the demand for authenticity. How do we authenticate things that are flying around everywhere? Then what is the purpose of what we do in the industry? And of course, how do we produce things that will establish these purposes? And of course, we have to be accountable and responsible to issues around the trends I've just mentioned before. And of course, we have to be concerned about social issues, not just in Nigeria, all over the world. There should be concern for social issues. And people who know values or people who know what is happening should take a stand and walk through it when they are doing their productions. And of course, the consumers will follow suit. Now, there is cultural relevance in our productions. And this, I think, for time being, these are the issues we have to focus on. There are so many others which I cannot discuss now. Now, from what is happening and from the trends in the industry and the society, there's this need to improve creative skill sets. So people are not just there to get knowledge or to get things from the broader perspective. There are little skills from the interpersonal communication, from the abilities which the ivory towers may not be able to bring out, and which we try to explain to students to be open to learning at each point in time. To be open to learning, because learning is just not to be just focused on the four walls of the university, but on the way we interact with the environments and the experiences we have in the environment. All these things tell us or show us so many things. So there's need, because there are more demand for improved content creation, there should be need to improve creative skill sets. And of course, we know that there's the rising nature of video communications, especially from amateurs and people who are not even in the industry, also should help us to improve our own content, so that people will not compare what we produce with what all this, every Tom, Dick, and Harry produce in the society. Of course, improve storytelling to enhance the values I had earlier mentioned before. Then micro-targeting and conversion. Now, it's not really the intent anymore for people to just produce stories or produce narratives that are for everybody. No. There should be micro-targeting and conversion. What do I mean by micro-targeting? People use the footprints of individuals in the internet or wherever to be able to carve a niche for themselves and okay, these are the people I'm targeting at. These are the people I want to to talk to. These are the people I want to market. These people I want to really improve their values and their outlook in life. So this micro-targeting and conversion will help us to have a dedicated group of customers or consumers or a niche audience who will key into our productions. Now, there is also a greater need to stand out through the ability to create human connections. But now, I go back to the issue for artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and robotics. Now, I also pose the question, should this affect the human job or whatever? It should enhance what we do as humans. It should help us to be able to live a good life, to improve the dignity of human person, of the human connections. Artificial intelligence was created by man to be able to use it to help him to live a good life in the society. However, it should not help us, it should not disrupt human connections. So we should work towards improving human connections in our productions. Now, there are other points I thought of mentioning. For instance, the globalization of local content. That because of the blurring lines of the physical and the digital and, of course, the biological world, it's very important that what is happening anywhere in the world can also be something broad that people can also, as long as the story behind it, the reason behind it, everything about it, it's just okay, then people everywhere in the world may be interested. And therefore, that's why we should increase values. We should increase the content, improve narratives, and improve all things that make our productions work. So these are the trends I want to point out. Then there is this something we should not forget, the dominance of social media, which provide platforms for individuals in the society and groups to showcase their skills. Yes, they may not have gone to school, but they have the platforms to do whatever they want to do. So I like to say, quote, what I got from Social Media Trends Report of 2021, that people are becoming increasingly reliant on social media for everything they do. Everything they do. From seeking information to entertainment, to communication, to services, and now to commerce. Very soon, people have different economic activities they do without having a single physical space where they showcase their talents. And this is because social media is providing providing many outlets, many platforms for people to do this and then get what they want. So this is improving. I also want to also establish, even if this is not, the study was not done in Nigeria, but I know that what is happening everywhere, particularly in America and some developed world, has trickling effects on what is happening in the third world countries. Now, I got this from this website there, that the employment in media and communication occupations is projected to grow 14% from 2020 to 2030. It's already happening, from what I told you about people who are not professionals, but they do a lot and they make names for themselves, and they're also making money from that. Faster than the average for all occupations, and will result in about 500,000 new jobs. And this may not be just what we have in America or the developed world. It's happening here. A lot of people are keying into this fact because of the different platforms, because of the blurring lines between the physical world, the digital world, and the biological world. A lot of things are happening, and people have to key into it. So the knowledge of these trends by ivory towers and the industry will go a long way to redefine what we do in the ivory towers. Now, there's the demand for media and communication occupations. The demand for media and communication occupations is expected to arise from the need to create innovation. You're talking of creativity and innovation. You're talking of editing. People can have it as their profession. You're talking of translating and how to disseminate information through a variety of different platforms provided by the social media. Okay, I got it from this. Now, in all these things, how should the academia look at the courses that are part of the media and communication in the industries, particularly the media? Now, I know we are all aware that from literature that there is a big gap between industry needs and research output of academics. Why is this so? Now we are talking about the blurring lines between the physical world, among the physical world, the digital world, and the biological world. Now, this is a very interesting aspect. I'd like to draw your attention to what happened in 1969 in Nigeria, in Lagos State, when we had the 1969 Curriculum Conference. Now, before 1969, Nigeria had been operating with a curriculum given to us by our colonial masters. And most of the things they were teaching in schools were basically reading, writing, and arithmetic, nothing more to look at experiences from nature, to look at the need we have in education. So that particular 1969 Curriculum Conference had a lot of input in the way we developed our own very philosophy of education, national objectives of education, and then the national policy on education. Why did we achieve such things? Because the planners or the organizers of the curriculum invited every stakeholder in the society, the market women, teachers, scholars, what have you. Everybody was represented. So they were able to bring up different books, things about the need for a functional education, the need for a philosophy of education. What do we want from education? The need for the national policy on education, all these things. Now, because of what is happening, the trends I have mentioned before, there is need for us to have another national conference to determine whether the curriculum we have is answering the questions posed by digital technologies and digitalization. Okay, now, apart from that, we also know that practitioners most often do not have access to academic literature because of the way they are packaged, and they do not even see any direct benefits from what the academia, what people do in the academic industry. It's not just in Nigeria, but in some countries. But our own issue in Nigeria is much more different because there is no platform to showcase what is happening in the industry, in the universities. For instance, I may do a very good research that may solve social problems and lead to promulgation of policies, but if it is not directed to the right source, the effort will be a waste. So practitioners should have access to literature in such a way that it will help them to benefit and then improve their content, as I earlier said before. Now, the manner in which academic literature is also structured makes it burdensome for practitioners to read. It's very obvious. People write so many academic words and they use the languages and the packagings, and again they communicate in such a way that if you're not in the academia, you may not be able to understand what they're saying. And this is a big stumbling block to the way people in the industry use research outputs. Now, let me digress a bit because this is very important. The way academic professionals are promoted, the way they get to next levels is different from the way any other industry does that. Academic reward and career progression is a serious barrier because I can't be looking at articles or research outputs that will solve problems in the society, how the society will benefit from the policies that will be brought up from, that will be something that is near to what I am trying to bring up in my research. If that is the case, I can do any research as long as I get the points. I may not be able to do the research that will solve common problems. So academics do not often publish in the industry practitioners because if you do, the points you get will be different. So they will be telling you to publish in high-quality journals in the US. Some even don't allow Nigerian publications. Some don't even use it to do anything. If you must publish in Q1, Q2, or Q3 journals. And when you publish in all these Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 journals, what happens to the immediate problems? What happens to the problem we have? The Internet of Things, the way the artificial intelligence is now encroaching into so many things we are doing in Nigeria. So all these things are things that we have to look at and then see how it will impact what we do in the industry and in the society by industry experts. Now, I also want to start to bring up how academia will meet reality, what is happening, the trends I have just mentioned earlier. From what we have been saying so far, you must have known that the unbundling of mass communication is a right step in the right direction. Not quite long ago, the unbundled, it's not just you go to the university to read mass communication. You go to the university you can even read advertising as a course. And then as things go on, people can go into the university to read fashion designing, they can go there to read photography and so on and so forth, according to the needs we have in the society. So these realities, the strengths I have mentioned earlier, is compelling us to work together for the common good, to work together with the industry for the common good of everybody, because there's a link between what we do there should be a link rather between what we do in the industry and what the academia do. Because if you look at it, when the media industry and the academia work together, they are working for a common good. And when they work for a common good, there is security in the country, there is a good living, a good life, everything is moving on, the society environment is neat, and so on and so forth. Everybody will benefit. There's no different or separate world for the academics and a separate society for the industry experts. Now, I have mentioned this when I was trying to explain what happened in 1969 Curriculum Conference. There should be an alignment of curriculum with media industry requirements. That means it is something that will not be, everybody will not, we should not work in silo. We should work together to find out how to align the needs of the industry with what is actually obtainable in the universities. And again, whether you are doing mass communication or not, because there should be emphasis not on theory, but on skill-based education. So people cannot look at education as where people get certificates. Unfortunately, that's what we see. You go to school, you give assignments, practical assignments, people come and score, they want to score A's, and then they cannot practice anything they have been taught. So everything is on how to pass, how to acquire certificates. It shouldn't be so. There should be emphasis on the skills we get from some of these ivory towers. Now, in addition to that, we should have a kind of workplace exposure through internships. We do it a lot in my school. You can start internship from second year, third year, and fourth year, so as to have industry experience. Another way we also try to have industry experience at the Pan Atlantic University is to see that we employ a lot of people from the industry to do adjunct faculty in the school. Because when they come, when I'm teaching, if I have to teach photography or filmmaking, so to say, because I'm not just mass communication as a major, if I want to teach that, I will not teach it the way a practitioner should teach it. So there's this policy that a certain percentage of faculty in the school must be from the industry to be able to bridge this gap. So apart from that, we have internships, real life projects, corporate relations, and all those things that will help people to do things very well. Okay, thank you. Okay, so another thing is the unskilling of faculty. We have to really see the kind of education faculty we get and how they manage some of these things so that they will be able to face the world, face the trends in the media and communication industry. The last one. Okay, so now, we also have issues or needs for funding for research, putting together business proposals for people who come to the university, not just to get theories, to know how to fund and how to pitch projects to the right financer and how to make available, to get the available sources of media production. And then putting a good business proposal. People know a lot of things, but they can't, the scale is not there. Then also legal issues. What do you do on issues such as patents? People don't know their rights. That's why a lot of people are feeding on the sweat of others. Copyright, intellectual property, issues of plagiarism, and so on and so forth. What it is and how to solve the issues of plagiarism. The final one. Excuse me. Please change the slide. Okay, so now there are so many daily online business opportunities. Once you have creative mind and we can innovate, you can key into it and make a lot of improvements, make a lot of changes in the society. There are simple techniques for accounting, for non-accounting professionals. So you are in business, You don't allow anybody to rip you off. You have to understand basic things. These are the kind of things people should get when they look at the curriculum from different perspectives. Then the customer care, service scales, creative distribution channels, and cost structures, and all these things. Finally, we have to really think of how to make all these things happen so that the media, the academia can meet the realities in the world, the trends, and offer solutions that will help us to have a good world. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we take any questions? If you have any. Exactly. Anyone? All right, sorry, someone has? 1 minute. Sorry, can you talk from there? Because I don't know. Yeah, can you talk from there?
There's need for value promotion. Value promotion in the sense that, I mean, we all make movies, and if you watch movies globally, movies are not just made for the sake of entertainment and leisure alone. Movies make statements. If you watch a lot of American movies, seem to predict what will happen in the next 10 or next generation. So I agree with her totally. There's need for us to start making movies that make statements. That's what seemed to me to be absent most of the time in Nollywood movie industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We didn't get your name. And
FF Young Akpan.
all right, thank you. Do you have anything?
Just
a statement. Okay, can we have another one, please?
Thank you for that. You were saying that the academia need to change the focus from getting just the degrees and the certificates. They want to get the best grades. And so sometimes, but your emphasis in awarding marks and reward also focuses on that. If you also can change a little bit, I think it starts from there. That when people come out, I've seen times that a student deviates from the course book and brings a new idea and he fails. And he's not given the right scores. They're telling you, why didn't you stay according to what we taught you? Most innovators have left the school system because the school did not satisfy them. And they created what the school now set up curriculums after. For example, I believe banking, the first banker did not go to a school. So I think it's about the school being flexible and knowing now that there is what you call a burning creativity and innovation in the hearts of men. And among your students, you have some of them there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think he said it all. What he said is also what is happening. That's why I said the faculty should be upscaled to be able to have this flexibility. And again, if you look at what I said earlier, there's a gap between the industry and the academia. And this is part of it because at times we produce students that cannot fit into the industry because of the value system. And that's why I call for another curriculum conference that would specify our needs so that people who are being prepared for the teaching job will also know that there are experiences and learnings outside the classrooms, and they encourage students to key into those things and learn. Because education actually starts when you leave school, not while you're in school. So thank you for bringing that up. I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we please give Dr. Akpara a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Okay, that was power-packed. For me, what stood out is the authenticity she mentioned. I think that is everything. Nollywood, it's Nollywood. We create different dimensions of a content. But I think if you're able to just carve your niche and just stick to it, that I think would also stand out. That takes us to our next meeting for today. It's a speed meeting and networking, so time to meet everybody and everybody. It's going to be a short one because we'll be coming back here for the industry presentation at 10 o'clock to be handled by Moses Babatakwe. So right now it's time to connect and connect and connect. Thank you so much again.
Subscription packages on Super TV. Download now to start your tryout version of Available on Google Play Store and App Store. Super TV. Watch TV, not your data.
Yes.
So you watch movies?
Yeah, I do watch movies.
What genre do you watch?
Genre. Oh, Jen. Okay. I watch comedy, horror, sometimes romantic, with zero data. Zero data.
So where do you watch your movies then?
I watch it on Super TV. It's an online TV application that you can stream with your airtime without data. You're not using data.
Don't worry, I'm going to download Super TV because of you, baby.
So you download it because of me?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my goodness, thanks so much.
Anything for my baby.
Have you eaten?
Why would I eat when my damn self hasn't eaten?
Oh my god. So you don't eat until I eat?
Definitely not going to eat until you eat.
You said Chidima was saying something yesterday. What did you say? Good afternoon. Well done. And I said I would come and greet you that you just came in our company. I just wanted to invite you for my introduction mini wedding. Yeah. Your introduction?
Yes.
I will come. Tao, you know what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. I'll see you later.
Ma, my friend go and wash the plate in the kitchen. Leave me. Somebody, you don't even know what somebody is going through. You said somebody is going through. If you don't want me to ask what's wrong with you right now, you enter that place and go and wash plate for me. Stream pass it.
Enjoy flexible and affordable subscription packages on Super TV. Download now to start your tryout version. Available on Google Play Store and App Store. Super TV. Watch TV, not your data.
Yes.
So you watch movies?
Yeah, I do watch movies.
What genre do you watch?
Genre. Oh, Jen. Okay. I watch comedy, horror, sometimes romantic, with zero data. Zero data.
So where do you watch your movies then?
I watch it on Super TV. It's an online TV application that you can stream with your airtime without data. You're not using data.
Don't worry, I'm going to download Super TV because of you, baby.
So you download it because of me?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my goodness, thanks so much.
Anything for my baby.
Have you eaten?
Why would I eat when my damn self hasn't eaten?
Oh my god. So you don't eat until I eat?
Definitely not going to eat until you eat.
You said Chidima was saying something yesterday. What did you say? Good afternoon. Well done. And I said I would come and greet you that you just came in our company. I just wanted to invite you for my introduction mini wedding. Yeah. Your introduction?
Yes.
I will come. Tao, you know what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. I'll see you later.
Ma, my friend go and wash the plate in the kitchen. Leave me. Somebody, you don't even know what somebody is going through. You said somebody is going through with you. If you don't want me to ask what's wrong with you right now, you enter that place and go and wash plate for me. Stream pass it.
Enjoy flexible and affordable subscription packages on Super TV. Download now to start your tryout version. Available on Google Play Store and App Store. Super TV. Watch TV, not your data.
Yes.
So you watch movies?
Yeah, I do watch movies.
What genre do you watch?
Genre. Oh, Jen. Okay. I watch comedy, horror, sometimes romantic, with zero data. Zero data.
So where do you watch your movies then?
I watch it on Super TV. It's an online TV application that you can stream with your airtime without data. You're not using data.
Don't worry, I'm going to download Super TV because of you, baby.
So you download it because of me?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my goodness, thanks so much.
Anything for my baby.
Have you eaten?
Why would I eat when my damn self hasn't eaten?
Oh my god. So you don't eat until I eat?
Definitely not going to eat until you eat.
You said Chidima was saying something yesterday. What did you say? Good afternoon. Well done. And I said I would come and greet you that you just came in our company. I just wanted to invite you for my introduction mini wedding. Yeah. Your introduction?
Yes.
I will come. Tao, you know what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. I'll see you later.
Ma, my friend go and wash the plate in the kitchen. Leave me. Somebody, you don't even know what somebody is going through. You said somebody is going through with you. If you don't want me to ask what's wrong with you right now, you enter that place and go and wash plate for me. Stream pass it.
Enjoy flexible and affordable subscription packages on Super TV. Download now to start your tryout version. Available on Google Play Store and App Store. Super TV.
My guy. Why you they shift, they near me, they approach me.
I beg you fit borrow me small sports where they take watch all these movies, make
I no get a spot. I no dey stress myself for that side again. Now Super TV I dey use. I dey stream film for there. Any kind series dey for there. And now even with zero data I dey use take watch am.
Wait, guy, hold on. I beg, Shina app ni abina.
No, na supermarket. Na app na. Download them.
Enjoy flexible and affordable subscription packages on Super TV. Download now to start your tryout version. Available on Google Play Store and App Store. Super TV.
My guy.
Why you dey shift? They near me, they approach me.
I beg you fit borrow me small sports where they take watch all these movies, make
I no get hotspot. I no get. I no dey stress myself for that side again. Na Super TV I dey use. I dey stream film for there. Any kind series dey for there. And na even with zero data I dey use take watch am.
Wait, guy, hold on. I beg. Shina app ni abina.
No, na supermarket. Na app na. Download them.
Enjoy flexible and affordable subscription packages on Super TV. Download now to start your tryout version. Available on Google Play Store and App Store. Super TV. Watch TV, not your.
My guy.
Why you dey shift? They near me, they approach me.
I beg you fit borrow me small sports where they take watch all these movies, make
I no get hotspot. I no get. I no dey stress myself for that side again. Na Super TV I dey use. I dey stream film for there. Any kind series dey for there. And na even with zero data I dey use take watch am.
Wait, guy, hold on. I beg. Shina app ni abina.
No, na supermarket. Na app na. Download them.
Enjoy flexible and affordable subscription packages on Super TV. Download now to start your tryout version. Available on Google Play.
I'm giving you this money because I was your first. Do what you have to do.
I will give birth. I will not face the consequences. I have visited almost all the hospitals here in Lagos State.
Whether you expel Stella or not, I got her home for good. I mean, you just have to accept the fact that your school is incapable of guarding a student morally.
22.
See what you tell my husband to? Huh? He go where small pikin, the set. He wear mommy struggle.
You don't know what they call this. This is agreement.
I need to buy out there now you combine. You know, try to challenge me somehow that who am I?
That must be Mike. I don't know what's up to. Don't mind him. You're too big for him. Leave him. Let him just be.
You know, get CD. CD. In one video rental for there, they sell up.
Hey! The new Super TV app is here with super entertainment and fun time for everyone. Now you can watch whatever you want anytime, anywhere with zero data. Let's show you how. First, download the Super TV application from Google Play Store or Apple Store. Open the Super TV app and you will be automatically logged in without any registration process. On the home page, click on the subscribe button to view the subscription packages. Then select your desired bouquet option to view. Select a plan and click on subscribe at the bottom of the screen to continue. A flash message is displayed for you to select one-off or auto renewal. Select your preferred option and click send. You would get an SMS informing you of your active subscription. Once you receive this message, your subscription is active. Now, log out of the app. To log out, click on the menu on the top left, then click on the logout button at the bottom of the list. Then reopen the Super TV app and enjoy the world of super entertainment. Super TV. Watch TV, not your data. Available on Play Store and App Store. Super TV.
welcome to Ebony Life Place. Thank you for choosing us today. Let me show you around. Welcome to Taraka. This is our rooftop bar and restaurant. We're open in the evenings from 5 p.m. till 11. We do all sorts here. We have birthdays, we have wedding reception, we have product launches, anything that, you're feeling, you're into, whatever you fancy, we can make it work for you at Taraka. At Taraka, you can experience all the views in Lagos. We have views stretching all the way to Landmark. You can see the whole of Victoria Island and beyond. Come here and be mesmerized. So this is the 3rd floor. This is where we have our cinemas. It's a very popular spot for a family. Kids come here as well. Let me just show you around. This is our Coca-Cola VIP lounge. Welcome. It's a popular spot for, private parties, people who just want to come in. It's intimate. Say you have a group of 10 to 20 people and you just want to come in, chill, hang around, watch a good movie, get good vibes. So you can chill in here first. It's also open for food services, so sometimes we do serve guests in here. And this is the screening room. So this is Kubo Lounge. It's also a VIP lounge. Welcome. So this is also a very popular spot for most especially corporate events. Companies come in here, they want to do, private discussions, boardroom meetings, luncheons, press releases, anything of that nature. This is our Access Bank Lounge. People come in here oftentimes to do boardroom meetings, retreats, seminars, conferences, and meetings. So this is our cinema floor, the 2nd floor of the building. This is where we feature upcoming blockbusters, everything people want to see right now. What's trending, what's current, what's poppin'. We're also known to feature Nollywood movies, so this is a place that you can come to and you can get the best of both worlds, from international movies to what we do here in Nigeria. Welcome. This is our confectionery. Here you can get the drinks of your choice, you can get popcorn, we sell chocolates as well. Basically a sweet delight. Something a little special for me. Thank you. So now we are going to see a movie. Get seriously comfortable.
As we resume to the session, are we ready? Okay, so we're about to start. We should have done this earlier on, but it was arranged this way by calling on the founder and organizer of the Nigerian International Film Summit. I can remember how Ijoma started this. We're just talking about, I can't remember what it was. And she goes, look, Chinua, this is what I want to do. And she went on and on about opportunities were being missed, relationships and partnerships that could actually happen if things were done better. And before you said Jack Robinson, Ijoma did a proposal and told me, look, Chinua, this is happening. And this is the 4th edition, am I right? Yeah, about the 4th one. And if you don't know, it happens every year in Lagos. I think there's another one in LA. One happens in France, and there's a TV session of this where we'll talk about film here. The other one is also about TV. So it's just a potpourri of so many things. And Ijoma, I'll say congratulations and well done for this platform, for what you're doing, what you've done. And then I'll say the sky is just the beginning. There's so many things I think we can still do with this whole platform. When Madam Opara was talking, I was thinking, okay, apart from all this talking, can we have kind of, have students that work with them, understudy them, and just educate them generally. So I would say, well done, Ijoma, and we're calling you to come and welcome us officially, and of course, pray. I know she's going to put that bit. Can we please all clap for Ijoma? Welcome her. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for finding time, all our supporters, partners, colleagues in the industry. It's such a pleasure to have every one of you seated here this morning. I thank all our international guests. Some have flown from Europe and other African countries to be here this morning, or rather to be here for this program. Excuse me. So I want to say thank you to every one of you. It's been a journey, and I believe that everything you want to do, you need to be very deliberate about it, right? So, and I've seen things happening outside of Nigeria, and it's important for us to be very deliberate in creating platforms for networking, for connecting businesses, and making sure, that people have opportunity to meet, to connect, and to do the things that, will move the industry forward purely from a business perspective. I've always believed that there's so much attention on the creative side of things. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But we need to also create a balance, okay? We need to have this balance to ensure that both the creative meets the business, okay? Because that is how you can be able to establish businesses that are sustainable, create employment, empower people. And this industry is very critical into the economy of Nigeria. And that is why we need to take these conversations very, very seriously. So before we start, unofficially we've started because during breakfast, we listened to that fantastic presentation from Dr. Mrs. Opara from the School of Media and Communications. She's the head of department, and she has been part of this journey right from the beginning. I want to say a very big thank you again. So please, can we put our hands together for her? So I actually feel like transcribing that, that's her session, because there's a lot that, we can actually get out of there, advise the government. These are the things that she said, some very, very helpful and useful things that can help academia and the business or the industry to connect better. So without taking much of our time, I want to say thank you to all of you. And if you don't mind, please, I just want to start with an opening prayer. We commit everything to God's hand and trust that these 3 days is going to be very, very fruitful for every one of us. Father, we thank you for this privilege to come here again. Every year we have gathered by your mercy and your grace, and we've come again this year. We are asking that through this platform, that new opportunities will be opened, new doors will be opened, and new businesses will be bettered. That our time here will not be in vain, but everything, O God of heaven, will bring transformation for us. It will bring change that we desire for our industry, for our business, for our lives. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Amen. Thank you so much, everyone. So please sit back and relax and enjoy the conversations. As much as possible, we are looking at the current, our theme for this year's summit is the digital consumption, distribution, and disruption. All of us here who are part of this business, you will totally agree with me, that there's a lot happening. There's disruption. So we need to have the conversations. Businesses are going to be impacted. So we need to have the conversations, right? So for some businesses at this time, we need to look at how you can reposition yourself. There are adjustments that must be done at this time. Because a lot of businesses have been built over the years, some on advertising, very successful, very successful. But now, with what is happening, with the digital disruption that is happening, we need to pay attention. There is need to rethink business strategies. There's need to rethink your business model. There's need to also look at distribution all over. What is happening to traditional distribution is no joke. Okay? We have people, we have cinema owners here, and what streaming business is doing to their business, we need to have those conversations because it's having a huge, a lot of impact, and it's not something that we need to overlook as an industry, right? So the summit's theme and agenda, we've carefully curated the conversations that's supposed to happen here to see how we can, be deliberate in profiling solutions for highlighting new opportunities, new models, new possibilities within the ecosystem in order to ensure that, existing and even new businesses that are to be birthed, they are able to navigate these disruptive times. We will all agree that we are in a very, very, disruptive era of this business. So I just want to encourage all of us, please, let's participate as much as we can. Let's connect, let's network. That is why we are here. We are all about business. And finally, I just want to thank all our partners for believing in this vision and showing immense support, ensuring that the local but very global Nigerian film industry converges annually to have this in-depth and very enriching business-driven conversations. So I thank our gold partner, Super TV, the newest, partner that we have that's launching this week commercially on the 1st of October. Please make sure you download the Super TV app. Also, our silver partners, Hiventi Africa, the French Embassy in Nigeria, Film House Cinemas, Film One Distribution and Production. We thank all our industry partners for your support. Genesis Cinemas, Genesis Deluxe Cinemas, Blue Pictures Cinemas, Blue Pictures Distribution, the National Film and Video Censors Board, LAFAC, all the way from France, Wazobia Academy. We also thank Secularity. Yes, he had to fly all the way from Vienna to be here. Yeah, thank you so much for finding time. Thank you, M. Coan. Thank you, Silverbird Distribution, Akomat. We thank you, Cinema Exhibition Association of Nigeria. Thank you also for your support. And our event partners, American Film Market. We also want to thank AFM. It's happening this year online. We want to also thank Ebony Life Place. They have been so supportive. And then Toronto International Nollywood Film Festival, also our partner. And then Canex, that is happening next in November in Durban, also our event partner. So I want to say thank you to you all. Thank you for your support. We appreciate everything you are doing to enable this platform. And we are looking forward to a more stronger relationship and partnerships that would take the industry forward. So on this note, I say thank you once again, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Jama, for the platform and for your speech. So we'll jump to the next session, which will be an industry overview presentation by Moses Babatakwe. Can we please give him a round of hands of applause? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm hoping that my presentation is available. First of all, I want to commend Ijoma and the NIFS team for a job well done to put this together. Putting in-person meetings and conferences during this time is particularly challenging. Getting people to attend and subscribe to them is really commendable. So really want to appreciate you for what you're doing in the industry. I know I've not told you this before. We're in the 4th edition of this. And, you know, from LA to Lagos to Cannes, I believe you've done it there, or Paris, is it? You know, it's gotten better and better and better. And this has been very instrumental to, this has been very, very instrumental to some of the key international business relationships that we've had. 1 or 2 have gotten out of there. In fact, you can clap if you want. Thank you. In fact, what agencies in the world, talent agencies in the world, were inspired to create an Africa department from the inaugural 2017 edition. So this seemingly local, seemingly Nigerian event has had global impact. And I believe that this would continue to inspire and it will continue to encourage the next generation of, you know, film business people, creatives, and continue to show what's possible within our sector. So I'm told to give it a few minutes so that we can have the presentation on board. I don't mean to, I know it's early in the morning. It's important to make sure people are not bored by what we want to present. The idea of this presentation is to shed more light on some well-known misconceptions in the film business industry, particularly in the theatrical industry. And over the next 20, 25 minutes, that's what I'll be attempting to do with the presentation. So what I'm doing now is whiling away time and to keep you all engaged as they try to get the presentation on screen. I apologize to the organizers for also leaving it late to get the presentation. That's a trick question. There are a number of films that are very interesting. I think right now we have one that is contending to be, will not break box office records, but will be the biggest film of the year so far. And that's Go Stand It Out 2 by Tony Abraham. Very, very soon it will hit 100 million. And there are some records there because she becomes the first producer to hit 100 million naira mark in consecutive years with 2 different franchises. So that is not a lot of people have done it in consecutive years to do that. And again, for the female gender, I think that's a great thing as well. So we're really pleased about that. And it's also speaks to the power of cinema. I know a lot of the conversations we'll have will speak about the disruption going on, but there are also some insights about still the power of cinema and the audience bases that are being built, you know, around. So for the last quarter of the year, we're excited about films in December, films in November. I think there are a good number of films that are looking to do well. I'll put it that way. Can I suggest that we use the PDF one, and I'll just maybe ask you, are we good? Do we have the PowerPoint? Okay. It's on my phone. Maybe I'll just start, and we'll catch up so that we don't have too much gaps. So the theme of the presentation is demystifying Nigeria's film business misconceptions. And the way we were going to go about it, because a lot of the interactions that we have from a film business perspective, we keep hearing so many things that are said, so many impressions that are formed, so many things that are, how would I call it, recycled and are not necessarily the truth, or not necessarily fact. And the idea of this presentation is to try and address some of them and hopefully convince you, or if not convince you, I'll get you to rethink some of the positions that that you think of film business across the value chain, particularly the theatrical sector. That's the idea of going through this presentation. And in the first slide, I'm sure they'll catch up with me, the idea was to just quickly go through the phases or the stages of film business in general. And we broke that down into development, finance, production, distribution, and exploitation. I was not going to take too much time in going through those, but those are the facets of film business. If you want to talk about it from a life cycle perspective, development, of course, where the creativity starts in terms of writing, in terms of planning, to an extent in terms of casting, to an extent in terms of identifying what the genre is, log line, tagline, synopsis, short and long, that kind of stuff. In fact, I think that it's becoming more and more important, the development at the stage, as the streamers come in. One of the things that, if there was any shortcoming of our creative process in the content creation industry, I don't want to just limit it to film, is that development phase. And it's so important to the film business life cycle, because if you don't get the development phase right, tendencies or chances are that other parts will be affected. All right, so the development phase is so important to highlight. The finance phase, not the easiest in climes like ours, where for long periods it's been difficult to justify investing in the creative sector, whether for a lack of integrity or for a lack of data or for a lack of transparency. It's just been very, very difficult. But that phase is getting more and more important, and as we get more and more successes, I believe access to finance will be better. People will tell you, based on their track record, they're able to get more finance going forward. The production, it speaks for itself. I think that's the area where we're very prolific as an industry. I think we're getting better. The output is getting better. The pool of talent is getting better, even though I don't think we're doing enough in terms of training and capacity building, thanks to places like NIFS where we can have conversations and seminars and panel discussions. I think that's a place for us to work on. Capacity building, apprenticeships, training. Distribution, we're going to talk a lot about that here. And exploitation. Exploitation is essentially the platforms. So just good to kind of refresh ourselves on what that is. Have we made any progress? Are we able to put the slide on? Okay, so let's move to the core of the presentation, which is, for us, we've teamed it as the 10 common misconceptions on film distribution or film business. So that should be the third slide. My village people this morning. Good to see you, Joy. Okay, why the struggle? So that we keep at it. So some of the 10 misconceptions that we kind of have come accustomed to. Okay, thank you. Let's go back to where. Okay, we're jumping now. Let's go back. it's just. Let's keep going back. Keep one more step back. Thank you. All right, so these are the 10 misconceptions on film distribution that we put together. I mean, I'm sure there are some more, and in the course of interactions, I'm going to try and go through that. I've been told I have about 20 minutes, so I'll go through this as fast as possible. We have this presentation to share with everyone, so forgive me if I cannot expatiate on some of them as you would like. So some of the questions are, what do distributors do? The question, some of the misconceptions or some of the points people have is, there is a film cabal. You know, that has always been there, that there's a film cabal, there's a circle of people that, you know, are given more preferential treatment or seem to have, you know, coerced and taken hostage the film business sector. Then there is a monetary charge for film reviews or even for film distribution. That's also a misconception that we would like to treat. Number 4, only big producers, juggernauts we've put there, receive any kind of support, very similar to the film cabal misconception. Why mislead people with the top line number, the gross box office number? Number 6, the producers, distributors, and exhibitors are one and the same, right? That's something that is always been shared. Number 7, distributors shortchange the industry to international streamers. Now that streamers have come, there's a lot of talk about, oh, you're selling us short, you know, they're paying us less than we're being our counterparts in South Africa, all that kind of stuff. You know, only one party seems to be representing the whole industry. You know, only a few people are given opportunities. We'll try our best to, you know, tackle that. Cinemas cut away with majority of the box office. We'll try to demystify that that's actually not true. In fact, the cinema business is so challenged this year. As much as it's making the comeback, it's been quite tough because it's been, you know, it was locked down for about 8 months last year and just making its way back. 9, cinemas only support films distributed by their partner companies. Again, we would find ways to touch on those things without getting political. And number 10, only Hollywood titles get the full backing of the distributors. So we'll go very, very quickly on them. Thank you very much. What do distributors do? Please move on. So from a theatrical perspective, and by theatrical I mean cinema release perspective, it's broken down into these 3 things. Film distribution is simply the process of making a movie available for viewing by an audience. And we've broken it down to these 3 things: the marketing strategy, the release date of the film, and any other matters that would directly affect the bottom line of the release. I don't want to spend too much time on this because there's a subset to this. If we go to the next slide, it now breaks it down as to what film distributors do. So if you look at this very well, we have the dating, booking, and scheduling from a theatrical point of view. People tend to underestimate what goes into that. Dating is different from booking. Booking is different from scheduling, right? I don't want it, this is a whole like session on its own, like almost film distribution 101. So I don't want to take too much time on it. But the dates that you put a film, if you look at what has been going on in the trades and international publications about film releases, a film like James Bond has been moved 3 or 4 times. That's the importance of dates, you know, to find. And James Bond now sits, you know, pretty, you know, in October, you know, released and could become one of the biggest films of the year just because of how important the date is. What is booking? Booking essentially is the commitment to play a film on a certain release date. What is scheduling? Scheduling are the film times or the film slots that the film is given. All of those things have processes. All of those things have agreements. All of those things are a level of a skill set that distributors have. And so sometimes when people just say, what do these distributors even do? You know, that's a core part of what they do from a theatrical perspective. How do you find the right date for your film? What is the competitive landscape? What other films are released, what other factors, economic, social, factors that could affect. Like, for example, you could plan all you want for September, and then it rains all through for the 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And moving around Lagos, which is 40% of, West Africa's box office, is hit. All your estimates and all your projections become affected. How do you work against that? Or you release your film on a weekend where Champions League or Nigeria is playing. A national sport. Those are the kind of things that distributors think about. All the other things are pretty straightforward, but require a level of expertise. One of the biggest things that distributors bring to the table is relationships, experience of doing it, understanding the landscape. Getting your films to 60-odd cinemas across Nigeria and West Africa is no mean feat. It's not for the faint-hearted. Ensuring that those 60 cinemas put out all your materials as you would like them to be, and that's not even perfect, is no mean feat as well. So these are some of the things that the distributors do. Marketing strategy, working with the producer to harmonize your plans. The producer would essentially get you the assets and the key things that they want to depict their films, but they work with the distributor who knows what the audience wants to bring those things to life. Things like the campaign and the implementation. So the strategy is just a plan. How do you implement? How do you execute? That's very important. How do you implement and execute in a local environment like Nigeria where advertising costs are soaring? Very, very important. So these are the things and sales and licensing is, how do I pitch? So my film is coming out. How do I ensure that I'm getting the maximum cinema tickets? How do I ensure, and if we take it out of, even theatrical, how do I ensure I'm getting the best licensing fees, the best licensing terms? That's what distributors do. This is probably the one point of the misconceptions I will take time on for people to just try and understand. Like I said, we'll share the presentations with you after this after this session, so that you can look at it yourself. From a Film One perspective, this is how we've kind of divided what we look at when we're selecting a film. So the censorship risk is very, very important, because you can do all the best work in the world, but if our censorship authorities deem it, as Joy would know, deem it fit not to release, then all your hard work goes into the drain. So we think that that's a 10% at least of everything you're doing. The stars in the film, very important. If it's a sequel, it's a new known franchise, that's very important. 40%, the genre is really, really important. Like I said, I don't want to delve into distribution 101, but doing the right type of film that people respond to in Nigeria, following the data points, studying that, watching films with Nigerian audiences, those things are very, very important. The release period is also important. Very, very, very key. Can make or mar your plans. And then advertising and publicity, as you can see, is a fifth of the plan. So that's essentially a summary of our perspective, also put into practice. Next slide. So there's a film cabal. Is there one? Let's see. The definition of cabal, a secret political clique of faction. I don't think that there is. And if you just look at this table that you see here are the top 25 Nollywood films of all time. A cross-section of the top 25 Nollywood titles shows some very popular production companies. One thing often overlooked is that majority of the chart toppers are most times collaborations, especially from the first feature projects. Of the top 25, 13 of the titles, so over 50% of the titles, featured more than one production company in the mix. Ultimately, the risk and associated profit and losses are shared. So this is, we just like to put the facts there. I don't believe there's a cabal. I believe that everybody gets the same opportunity of starting off first. Kudos to the forerunners in the cinema game. If you go back as far as maybe Figurine, and then come to EJ, The Journey, and come to Tango with Me, and then come into the 2010s, 2012s, and maybe come to 30 Days in Atlanta. Everybody had a first film. And it's how you built on from your first film, right? That's how you build, your way up and you build the credibility with the audience, build the credibility with the cinemas, build the credibility with the advertising practitioners, even the corporate world. There was a time, 5-6 years ago, people were not believing in product placements. Right now, you have corporates, looking for the right kind of, content to integrate their products into. And is there a cabal about this? I think it's fair game. You do a great product that is well planned, that is well structured, and the audience wants to see, there is a very good chance that it will be successful. So that's our answer to the cabal question. Yes, there are, and if you see also in established markets in the US, for example, there's a reason why the studios thrive with the resources that they have. There's a reason why IP is everything, and they keep stretching it. Why you have Fast and Furious in its 9th installment, you have Mission Impossible continues to get done, and you have the original, films getting done as well. So I don't think we are dissimilar in our market here in Nigeria. So that's our answer to that. Next slide. We also did to say that's top 25 of all time, but to also say, let's look at the top 10 this year. As far as the industry is concerned. Let's go back, please. Just top 10. I just wanted to highlight 2 points on top 10. Big shout out to Biodun Steven and David Wave production. I see Biodun Steven in the house with Breaded Life. You see Breaded Life there. Big shout out to Ayinla. Ayinla is a biopic of a well-known musician in the south, in the southwest of Nigeria, and that has taken almost 100 million. And you can see there are new players coming also into the space, showing that it's very possible that with the right kind of work, with the right kind of release, with the right kind of planning, right, there is an audience to be found, and it's not Kabbalistic in nature. Let's go to the next one. If there's any word like that. There is a monetary charge for film reviews. So we'll break it down. The film distribution model globally is commission-based. It's literally, I earn based on what I'm able to make for you. That's how it is generally. In fact, now more than ever before, it's becoming that. Sometimes is that I invest in the content or give you a minimum guarantee, give you some kind of advance because I believe in your film. That's changing. Very hard to do in this market because of all the risk involved. So typically, you're on commission basis. And then film reviews for potential distribution is not considered an extraordinary service and thus shouldn't attract a fee because it's the process by which you sift or know what kind of products you are going to represent. So film reviews, for us, let me also make you very specific to Film One, we think that that's part of the process of, acquiring clients. So film reviews for us, we review without taking a charge. Script reviews, on the other hand, is not essentially the distributor's work. They can guide you, they can, take a professional view of what it should be, maybe assess the commercial viability, but it's not part of their core work as distributors. Therefore, if they provide that service, it's extraordinary, and if they charge for it, we don't see anything wrong with that. It requires a level of skill, to be able to break it down into relatability, pacing, characterization, all the things that you look for that we see that the audiences respond to when we do exit polling. What did it for you? That's what we think should be charged for, the script reviews. A decent film review document must include the following information, and that's what we've listed there. Let's move. I have 10 minutes. Only big producers receive any kind of support. So let's see what that is. And we've done case studies to show that without, and no disrespect to big or small, in fact, we don't see that. We just see quality, professional organizations. And even if you're not even professional, if you're talented, I think our job, is to help you hopefully have a structure and put a structure together. And I think why we've done this case studies is to show that, like I said, there's always a first time. There's always a beginning. And if you have the right kind of product, you've done your homework to bring the right kind of product to the market. Our job as distributors, even as exhibitors, is to help, create a path to ensure that you can make return on investment. And we've just done, on the theatrical side, 3, case studies with The Vendor, released in 2018 by Odunlade Adekola, and did very, very well, particularly in the southwest of Nigeria. Alakada Reloaded did 2017. That was the film that really built out Toyin. Even before then, she had done a film, Alakada, that had shown promise, and this was the follow-up. And literally, it's part of the trajectory. Since that film, it's only gotten better and better and better. And was given, equal opportunity and equal chance by all the cinemas. And then films like Elevator Baby and Day of Destiny as well are examples of films, smaller budgets, well-made, well-marketed, released very well, cultivated a following, and have done well. And that's on the theatrical side. On the streaming side, because we have to, accept that streaming is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. So in terms of case studies, in terms of successes, we have to mention it as well. We see One Lagos Night, which it had no cinema release, had its debut on Netflix, and performed very, 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 very creditably. And so this lady called Life, which was released in cinemas, didn't generate as much box office as was hoped for, because we were just coming out of the pandemic, but did very well, hitting the charts in multiple territories around the world. All right? These films are given, equal opportunities based on their quality. And again, hoping to, demystify those misconceptions. And I think for the 4 things that we've gone through so far, at the heart of it is the quality of the content. Yes, it might be subjective, but there are some standard things that you look out for, and the audiences respond to. And I think it's the job of the distributor to be able to assess that those things exist and then give you expert opinion on their commercial, potential. So that's our answer to that. Why mislead people with the big GBO numbers? So everybody says, oh, you said Omogeto made 640 million, but that's not what went to her. Oh, you said Wedding Party made 452 million. That's not what went to the that's not what went to the production company. Well, that is true, but what is also true is that the film generated a top-line revenue of 640 million for Omogeto and 452 million for Wedding Party, respectively. Tickets sold, number of admissions equated that. In any parlance, any business parlance, the top-line revenues are always recognized. We're not the first industry in the world to do it. All the revenues you hear made in Hollywood or generated in Europe, all of those things, nobody talks to you about the net box office. Everybody talks to you about the top-line number. Why the top-line number or the gross box office number is important nowadays is it also unlocks non-cinema deals, whether it's TV, whether it's streaming deals. It also shows that you already demonstrated that there's local demand for your product. And for a country like Nigeria, where our content travels, we have a huge diaspora audience, it helps to amplify that fact. And that's why the GBO number is very, very important. 2 or 3 key points to make about the GBO number is, once we started, if you look at that, it's not a coincidence that a lot of the streamers and a lot of the international conversations have started happening. The fact that those numbers could be corroborated by an international platform like Comscore is one of the reasons you are seeing the streamers here. The streamers work on data every time, analytics. Why do you have top 10 also? They're seeing the back end. You're able to show that Omogeto in Nigeria with less than 60 cinemas sold 500,000 tickets. People decided to leave their homes to pay a premium for one film in your local market. Extrapolate that if you double the number of cinema locations. So it's a negotiation tool. If I can tell you that 500,000 people did this locally and you want my film to be available globally, then you must give me either an equivalent or a multiplier of my box office number if you want my film. And we often underestimate the power and the impact of transparency and, the publicity of our numbers and our performance. It's one of the biggest reasons why we've become, the very enviable location in the world, or the enviable film markets in the world, destination in the world. Apart, of course, from our creativity, because our creativity is what lends credence to the demand for it locally, and then the streamers are able to amplify it internationally. Of course, we were able to raise a film fund out of the success and exploits of a lot of the films that were made. And so, this is such a big thing to just educate people on, that those gross box office numbers are very, very important. Next one. I'm going to breeze very quickly so that I know that time is going. Producers, distributors, and exhibitors are one and the same. It is very true that in Nigeria and other markets in the world, like South Korea, like Turkey, like Poland, like India to an extent, have what we call related companies, related parties. And how I like to look at it, and people might disagree or not, is a lot of this is as a result of those that are willing to take the risks, and those that see opportunity and willing to do everything possible to grab the opportunity. I think that the opportunity exists phenomenally in Nigeria. We're still scratching the surface. It's still 70 cinemas or less for 200 million people. There are still at least 13 or 14 states that don't have a cinema, right? There are places, and essentially, the brave have gone in to get loans, at double-digit numbers to establish cinema businesses. They need those cinema businesses to survive, therefore set up distribution companies, very separate, and they need to be sure of a constant supply of quality product, therefore learned a lot of lessons from the distribution company and the exhibition company, which tells you what the consumer wants to watch, why they are watching, where they get information from, and so partner with the best that do it to make, production companies. That's essentially what has birthed this. And like I said, if you go to, I think the CGV in South Korea, and various other markets around the world. In the US, it was banned for a while. The US is a mature market, but now the paramount degree has been uplifted. And this is not defending, because I'm also a businessman. It's just trying to explain that where opportunity exists and there are people that are willing to take it up, that's what has birthed the producers, distributors, and exhibitors that are related. It does exist. I think it has helped than leave the sector where it was 15 or 20 years ago. I think, and I must pay homage to our colleagues at Silverbird for braving it when no one saw the opportunity in 2004, right, to come into cinemas, use their radio and TV stations to promote it and become the biggest cinema in Africa at the time, right, and then told people what was possible, and people like Blue Pictures that have also released films, pioneering, right, and got more and more people involved in a period where people didn't give money. People just didn't believe it was possible. So the message to everyone is, it's a level playing field. There's so much opportunity out there. In fact, more than ever before, we need more cinemas. So, I speak passionately about this because I feel it's often misinterpreted from a point of not understanding and from a point of recycled and, conspiracy theories. Right? So we don't have enough cinemas, we don't have enough distribution companies. Why we sometimes talk about streamlining distribution companies is we also want to ensure that we protect the product that comes to cinemas, right? And we need to continue to do better content. 2-3 years ago, only few quality content was coming through. So that's that point for us. Let's move on. This slide just talks about the opportunity that exists. Right now, we're less than 70 cinemas. We think Nigeria, at an optimum, can take 900 cinemas, right? But we think that of those 900, for us to really become an India, we need the 776 local governments to have at least one cinema in their local governments. That's still going to be a while out. And you can see, in terms of the middle class, or what you call middle to upper class type, affluent mass, no, not affluent mass, markets, is still just under 200 cinemas that we need. The bulk of it, in terms of making cinema inclusive, right, would still reside at the community cinema model. Next slide. 7, distributors should change the industry to international streamers. I'm going to talk very briefly on this. It's very unfortunate that, again, that's the perception. I think there's a misunderstanding that with the streamers coming in and with the way they attend to certain markets, and a lot of talk about my time, right? Okay, I know. A lot of time about a lot of talk about doling out a lot of money without understanding the fundamentals. I think that's what has caused the disconnect. And that's why I'm grateful to Ijoma for this kind of session, where we cannot necessarily go through and explain the way the streamers operate on this. But they are businesses. Nobody is going to just come and dole out cash because we are a prolific content creation hub. Nobody is going to do that. You have to continue to prove that the demand exists. You have to continue to prove that you have subscribers in your local territory. You have to continue to prove that even if you don't have those local subscribers, around the world, that there are people willing to subscribe to the platform because of our content. Those are the kind of indicators that often, generate more license fees in the market. And I think for long, there's just a sense of entitlement. And it cannot be that way. We really need to dig deep and work hard. The places like, again, South Korea, we've seen on the Netflix top 10 charts how many Korean films we are watching. Do you understand? We are watching Korean films. They are a very advanced nation. Why are we surprised they're giving them $500 million to make Korean originals? It's traveled. Our content is traveling. But at what commercial rate? In terms of subscriptions locally, in terms of subscriptions internationally. So there is watching. There is global watching for sure. Nigerian content travels probably the best out of any African content. But how many people are saying, I am going to subscribe because of this Nigerian content that is being made? That's where we need to take our content level 2, where something is made and people are so looking forward to it. And almost like what is happening in cinemas, that they're willing to go out and pay their buck for it. There's a lot of challenges with that space, with data cost, with piracy, with a number of things. But until those things are corrected, it will be a staggered, staged increase in terms of license fees that are paid. That's why it's also important to ensure that as stakeholders, as business people, our local market thrives. The cinemas have got to be successful. We need to ensure the cinemas grow so that gives us bargaining power. That's so important. I couldn't emphasize it more. I know it's not easy to invest in a 4 or 5 screen cinema right now with everything going on with the economy, but it's important for us. Our cinemas thrive, our pay TV platforms thrive. Hopefully the DSO thing comes together, because we have to look at content and the film market holistically. Imagine where you had 20, 30 channels. After you've done your cinema run, you've done your exclusive streaming run, and there are 20, 30 channels that are willing to pay $10,000, or maybe because it's locally, willing to pay you as much as $1 million when your film is in year 4 or year 5. That's the real structure we should be pursuing. And it's very, very possible. In a way, I'm even grateful that the streamers have come, because maybe it's going to force us to think on how to really structure out our windows and really, really monetize, our sector. So to disabuse this point of shortchanging, 1 or 2 points to be made is that it's not in the aggregator's interest to sell you short because they don't earn enough. We are Nigerians. We like more. Yes, there's dollar revenue, but we like more if more is on the table. 2, nobody wants to abuse the privilege or the trust they've built with the streamer. If they give you and shortchange your money and they go to the streamers would, of course, out of confidentiality, not say anything back, but would have registered it that it looks like this, agent or aggregator of ours is not doing right. And they lose that deal. Nobody is that short-sighted. So it's important for us to be aware that this is not the case. That we are building, we're in the phase of building, and the time, and I assure you, the way we are going, like I said, 6-7 years ago, we're all thinking optimistically. We're all hoping. Now, there's more than 2 or 3 that are coming to set up shop. And that's why it's important, like I said, our local industry, our local market, we must protect. Next one, I'm going to finish very soon, guys. Cinemas cut away with majority of the box office proceeds. This one, I'll let the slide do the talking. It's so untrue, it's unbelievable. So from a 10 million naira gross, you can see there how much tax, 12.5% tax goes away from your gross. We've seen this so many times, if you can look at it. But what I want to concentrate on is the cinema. You just look at the cinema overheads from a film that grosses 10 million. And I mean, we're not exaggerating that it's 13 million that it costs per film. But look at the right-hand side and see what we've put together. I don't know whether Ope Ajayi or Patrick Lee will agree with me, but we're saying almost 5 million per quarter in rent for the cinemas, 2.5 million service charge per quarter, 3 million in salaries, technical maintenance, about 13 million on a quarterly basis. Right? These are the real costs that cinemas go through. So when every time it's talked about, it's always talked about from a very one-sided perspective, without looking at, if you just look at it again, the capex of a 4-screen cinema is between 250 million to 400 million. So a lot of times the creatives, the content people do not, appreciate the amount of risk and resources that goes into creating the infrastructure to show your films. One of our biggest issues, and we're hoping that, I've seen the AMP president around, and other stakeholders, is how can we work on the taxes? If we can streamline the number of taxes, again, like I said, when you get the presentation, because I don't want to go too much into it, you will see that there's too much taxation for a virgin industry like ours. And it's hitting a lot of the businesses. So it's very unfair to think that the cinemas are taking advantage. Actually, the cinema split in Nigeria for local content is as favorable as anywhere in the world. Please, you can check it, do your research anywhere. It's as generous, it's as very, very fair. But these are the realities of the cinemas. So the cinemas don't cut away with that many. A number of them, unfortunately, have not been able to open up again because of the impact of 7-8 months of lockdown. And a lot of them are just getting back on their feet and still have expansion plans. Number 9. Cinemas only support films distributed by their partner companies. I don't think any cinema will be able to, succeed on that, so I won't waste too much time. But these are examples of how cinemas realize that it's about value. It's about what people want to see. They have staff that, tell them they have expert knowledge, and in assessing the amount of activity that's been done, on the films. And then, as you can see, that's Ozone showing Aquaman, a film distributed by Film One. That's G. Mike's film, Bad Comments. That's Ghost and the Tout showing Genesis. Bad Boys by Silverbird showing in Film House. So everybody, it's really about really value. And, survival and profitability. So I won't take too much time on that. The last slide. Only Hollywood titles get the full backing of the distributors. I think we're far away from where that used to be. And the numbers show it. If you just look at the slide, just on the left there, this year alone, released 65 Nollywood titles versus 42 Hollywood titles. And you can see that, 3 years ago, it was Hollywood 75, Nollywood 25. Nollywood has made so much gain, it's almost close to 50-50. 47 versus 53. It's going to be a record year, by the way, for Nollywood films. So the chances and the opportunities are there. And on my final slide, just wanted to just show one or two things from the company I represent and co-founded, what we are doing and continue to do to support the industry. We were able to raise a film fund in 2019 that has generated 442 million in the box office, and with a few more films planned. One of the key points I wanted to raise in the second point is, the visibility on the international platforms, and trying to push Nigerian content, on the global stage. Since the pandemic, we've calculated the amount of deals generated to, for producers, which is in excess of 1.5 billion and counting. And our agnostic approach to finding new filmmakers and finding, new people to partner with the successes of Ponzi, Bedded Life, and very soon Hide and Seek coming up. Thank you for giving me 45 minutes of your time this morning. I hope that it's been useful. I hope that some misconceptions have been better explained, even if it's not changed your mind. I hope that we can all work together to going to build a great industry together. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Moses. It's a Q&A, so yeah. That was fully packed. So someone has asked from the other hall if this will be available. The answer is yes. The question you asked, the document to be available. So we'll start with the questions. There's a lot, I want to believe. So how many questions before our next session? So we'll try and take maybe 5 or more. So we'll take a bit and then the next one here. So we'll take some questions and then. Okay, so we'll start with you.
Hello and good morning. Thank you so much. I've learned so much already. My name is Søren Bauer. I'm a German living in Austria. I've just one question for you because I learned so much and I can't go into detail. But the question is, how do you make South Koreans watch Nigerian films? Because you gave the examples that Nigerians watch South Korean films. So how do you switch that around?
Yes? I think we're on the way there. I think that's where one has to appreciate the interest of the streamers, being able to come with their know-how, being able to come with their dollars, being able to come with their analytics and their case studies on how, things like Money Heist became a phenomenon, or Miracle in Cell Number 7 from Turkey became a phenomenon, and seeing the potential our content already has. Because we've seen a number of our content may not chart the top 10, but trend across a lot of these countries. I think a quick win, for example, is to look at some kind of collaboration. A quick win is to just some kind of collaboration where a Nigerian star features for very, very, short a time. That gets curiosity going. Another win is we continue to up the quality of our storytelling. I think we're doing a good job, but like I mentioned, in terms of the development of that process, the writing. If you speak to a lot of the studio executives, it's that area that there is an opportunity. And I think that if we get that right, there's so many, Nigerian-centric stories that have global appeal. So many that's untapped. So many, and it's the way we put them together, that I think would be the next level. So I think casting, collaboration of sorts, even maybe attracting some of their shows to be shot here, some of their scenes to be shot here that were available for that, kind of production collaboration to happen. I think that, and then working on our own skill base.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I think it's doable because I watch Korean series as well, and the Turkish ones, they're very interesting. But I think for the Turkish ones, actually also home stories, like Nollywood. So I think, I'll say very doable, but question is when. So we'll get there. So we'll take another question. Cassandra?
So I think just to buttress what Mr. Moses said, I think it's also demystifying Nollywood content. So everyone likes Nigeria, everyone likes Africa, but we're still an exotic order. Like, you're not thinking, oh, I'm going to Netflix to go and watch a Nigerian film. However, you would think, oh, I'm going to Netflix to watch a Hollywood film. I'm going to Netflix to watch a Bollywood film. I'm going to watch a Korean film, right? My sister is a K-drama fanatic. My mom is Z-World, you know. So it's, I think, demystifying that. And one of the ways is also, and I think this is probably where our government, our cultural department would also come into play, is funding attendance at film festivals, conferences, international film festivals, and conferences. People will not watch, if they don't know you're normal like them. If you're just the other, oh, that's interesting. Maybe they might watch you one-off. You might trend one-off. But for it to become a tradition, as it were, the way we would go and watch, you know, even French films. I mean, look at Netflix. I have a lot of French series that are really topping the charts and all. So it's also attending some of this international worldwide events, whether it's, you know, film markets, film conferences like this one, but also, and again, it takes money, right? The dollar Naira rate is not very friendly right now. So I think this is where, you know, funding bodies, both private and government, can come into play to fund these things. Because other countries, I mean, you have Bollywood, they'll go as a delegation to Cannes Film Festival. Korea did it at some point, leading to the Oscar win. So there needs to be a concerted, intentional effort to demystify our content, you know, even with increasing the production value too. So.
Thank you, Cassandra. So next question, behind you. Thank you. Behind you, thank you.
Mr. Baba Tokbe, my name is Evefion Hakman. I keep asking myself, how do you, the distributor, value the Nollywood storyteller and screenwriter? What are you paying him? What time frame are you giving him to lay that architecture for the content you're looking for that will go globally to take form? So please, what value as a distributor do you place on the storyteller and screenwriter? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a loaded question. I think we're learning to be more patient. We're learning to also accept that the writer is critical, you know, to the output, as well as all the other, you know, creatives in that place. Like I mentioned, I stressed on development. But if I answer your question directly, we're beginning to place a lot of premium on the writing talent and on the writing process. I think it would be foolhardy of me to speak about, you know, what monetary value we're putting in it. But we're seeing them as very, very important. But I think it's a two-way streak as well. I think the writers also have to accept that they might have shortcomings and therefore would need guidance, you know, by the right people. I think the writers also have accept that there's a lot of retraining, retooling that is required and need to be looking out for that. I think for the top end of some of our writers, there's a little bit of an arrogance that you see here and there. You know, there needs to be focus on getting better and better with the craft. I think there needs to be a level of professionalism as well. On both sides, you know, in terms of realistically, can I get, you know, a feature script, you know, in 2 weeks? 2-3 weeks. Look, like, really, like, do you understand? Like, the person that is requesting it and the person that is saying that they can do it. You know, I think that we need to look at those things very well. And I think we also have to be very careful because there's this premium content space, you know, that everybody's going for, and the global space. And there is the really hyper-local content that works for the audience that, you know, are receptive to it. You know, I think just finding the balance in those. I want to believe that our ambition, as we've just spoken and the gentleman has asked, is, you know, to have content that is global. For that, and there's a reason why people talk about best practice, things that are transferable and work across multiple territories. We've got to factor in that. I know it sounds all generic and vague, but you asked in terms of, as a company, we are valuing that space and that segment of the process a lot more, and willing to take the time and effort to be patient, and willing to also extend our resources, whether it's networking or the relationships we have abroad, to help our writers to be better. But just asking in return for the writers to work with us, that we're in a building process, we're in a transition, and that takes time.
Thank you. One more question, because the next session also talks a bit about everything. So, yeah, so we'll just take one more question. Yes.
All right. Good day. My name is Bright. Okay. Mr. Moses, I want to find out, just as a follow-up to what the last speaker asked, talking about the writers. I know this thing still boils down to finance. Because a writer who wants to write for 2 weeks, a lot of them are motivated. Let me write, sharp. It's a sharp thing. We make this money and move. There are people who, I'm not going to justify the fact that as a writer, everything should be based on money. But the truth is, writing is all about creativity. Someone who has bills to pay and has got to write a screenplay for, say, 2 weeks, and maybe you're paid 100,000, 150. You want to do it sharp and go. It's not helping you. So this whole thing requires finance for across the crew, both cast and crew. Now, it still brings us back to the fact that making very good film is going to cost money. There used to be a time, maybe years back, I think one of the major problems is raising finance. It's still a challenge now, but I don't think it is like it used to be. There's a gateway question everybody who gives you money wants to know. How am I going to make back this money? So if I don't know, I know not less than 25 of my friends who really want to make a film for cinema, but they are scared. So the real thing is not raising the finance, because they've got people who would give them that money. The real thing is, if I put 20 million, 30, 50 million into making a film, how do I make back my money? I know cinema cannot just guarantee you, they can't just give you 100% guarantee. But what can we be looking at? Because for me, I think it's a major question. If answered, we're going to get more money, we're going to make more films. We may not necessarily need to wait for government. So how can we go about this here?
Thank you, Bright.
Thank you, Bright. So it's a difficult one right now, because we like I said, we're prolific at content generation. We're great. I still think that in terms of the quality content being made, it's still few and far. And I want to counsel a lot more collaborations to make big spectacle stuff. That tends to limit your risk and tends to perform well, because people will be bringing their expertise and you'll be working to your strengths. I think another area we need to think about, like just as people have taken, the risk, we need to be thinking about the platforms, the cinemas, thinking about the infrastructure as well. Like, what are we looking to do to ensure that there are a lot more? Because what we're seeing now is that there will be a squeezing out. There will be time where we have more content than enough platforms to show them, as far as cinemas is concerned. Or, for example, we don't develop enough local platforms and we become very subject to the dictates of the streamers, the international streamers. It's the real conversations that we have to have. And I hope, like in the panel that we discuss about, is how, and I think it's a little unfair to also expect creatives to be thinking about that. I've got to raise my hands up. But where we're all accessing, or finance is maybe a bit more accessible than before, we need, and that's why I'm calling on stakeholders and other people to, let's talk about the holistic strategy of getting the content to be better. But how can we get more platforms out? How can we ensure that distribution network and framework is very robust? Because that's, honestly, that's where we begin to solve a lot of these issues. Yes, right now, a distributor can reasonably give you comfort based on what they've seen of your work, that you will make your money back in so channel. A lot of it is still down to how good your film is. But a lot of it also might also be affected by crowding out. Not having, enough space to make an impression at the box office. So I feel like we need to still deal with those fundamental issues. But at the same time, takes risks that, it's still all about risk at the moment until we get to such a point. I wish I had a better direct answer for you. But like I said, we're not where we were 3-4 years ago. You can almost reasonably say A film that is decently done with a marketing budget that is well executed, and gets the excitement of cinemas and everyone looking out for it, tends to, do reasonably well at the box office, and from there do well, across the value chain. Also to say, the optionality is now available, that not everything has to go to cinema. That you can do films at a very, very decent cost, and the streamers appreciate it, the other people, the other platforms across the value chain appreciate it, and as you are done, a margin is already built in for you there. In fact, in foreign exchange as well. So it's important to also think, flexibly on your in terms of your investment planning for your content.
Yeah, thank you so much, Moses, for that last one. Because I was thinking, must every movie go to the cinema? And then I think there's also something that should be called a nurturing period. So this person is good, or this producer is good to do a movie, but not for the cinema yet. So at that point in time, how does the person now do a movie or a work that would also get some sort of ROI on it? So it's not just a cinema. Is there anything like that? Like, I'm not ready for a movie. This isn't for cinema. This content is good. This producer has potentials. Maybe in the next 2-3 years, it's not about money. Remember, he actually has money to do production, but mentally or creative-wise, the person is not ready. So can there be like a nurturing period for that person?
There can be. It's, again, like I said, it's the willingness to see it as, it's also, how would I call it? Like I said, gift and a curse, where things have happened very fast in the industry. People have had great success. And as human beings, we're all ambitious and we want to be like that next person. Yeah. But we all have a role to play in, like I said, putting a structure together. Okay. Showing that, training works, capacity building works, nurturing period works. And being, like I said, true to that process. That's what we all need to do. There needs to be a collective responsibility. I'm happy with what I'm seeing with the guilds and associations. I think for the first time in a while, the leadership all seem to be future-oriented, all seem to be having the kind of mindset of working with the business world. I think that collaboration is very important to then put the structures in place. Okay. Yeah, I think it's really down to structure. Because once that structure is there, it now becomes less of a subjective thing. Yeah. Because the nurturing, there can be a new person now that has great quality work, and you give them a chance, and their film does well, and another person, film doesn't. You understand?
I totally agree. Thank you so much, Moses. It hasn't stopped. I think the conversation continues in the next session, and that will be the NIFS distribution theatrical and exhibition panel session. It's also going to be a question and answer. For that panel, we have Joy Odiete of CEO Blue Pictures. She's the CEO of Blue Pictures. Can we please start coming forward? There's Patrick Lee, the CEO and Chairman and CEO of Viva Cinemas. Are you here? Can you please come forward as well? Thank you. We have Okpeyemi Ajayi, who is also the ED and Cinemas of Entertainment in Genesis Group. Thank you, Okpeyemi. And there's Peace Anya Musigwe, the President Association of Movie Producers. Can we please come forward? Thank you. And finally, there's Moses Iwang, the CEO of SNEES Films. All the panel, are you the one moderating? Okay, so this will be moderated by Moses as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your rapt attention and your engagement with the session we just had. This promises to be very interesting discourse. I'm going to try my best to limit my own questions to the panel and leave it, to the audience. I'm sure there are some burning issues to talk about. Really, really pleased. I think we have a very, very high-level, distinguished panel in front of us. And I think to start off the discussion, I would leave it to them to introduce themselves, what they do, and what their businesses stand for. So please, starting from Amir Bujoy.
Thank you, Moses. My name is Joy Odiete. I'm the MD CEO of Blue Pictures Distribution and Cinema. I'm also the president of Film Distributors Association. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patrick Lee. I'm the chairman of the Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria and the head of operations for Viva Cinemas and Viva Cinemas Distribution. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Okwai Ajayi, Executive Director, Genesis Cinemas and Genesis Pictures.
Hello, my name is Peace Anyamosigwe. I'm the founder of the African Movie Academy Awards, but I am the president of the Association of Movie Producers of Nigeria.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moses Iwang, and I'm a filmmaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our panelists again. Thank you. So I'm going to start with Mr. Patrick Lee, the chairman of the Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria. There has been a lot of talk. There's been a lot of talk about streaming, disruptions, pandemic hitting, proliferation of content, type of content that comes to cinema. In your opinion, how has these affected cinema in Nigeria and West Africa particularly?
Thank you, Moses. As we're all aware, since the pandemic hit about just over a year ago now, there's been quite a few challenges for the cinemas in Nigeria especially. Prior to the pandemic, we were on an upward trend. We had a situation where a lot of cinemas were opening, content was coming through, customers were coming through the turnstiles, and we were doing quite well. Then, of course, the pandemic hit. And during the pandemic, we're all aware that at that time, the streaming platforms in particular took advantage of the fact that a lot of people were asked to stay at home and started creating, to some level, cinema-type content, increased the number of publicity they put out there to try and get customers who, in some cases, were traditional cinema customers, to now switch over to the streaming content. And they were fairly successful. And so when we reopened, there were a number of challenges that we immediately had to face. One was to do with the amount of people who had now switched over to streaming. Two was the approach being taken by the producers of the various movies that we were used to receiving exclusively within the cinema area itself. And so these challenges have continued even to today, 1 year after we've actually reopened. And what has now happened is that we have a lot of movies that are releasing, especially the foreign Hollywood movies, that are releasing simultaneously on streaming platforms and in the cinema space. We also have reductions in the exclusivity windows. We no longer have the old 90-day windows, 120-day windows, which have now been collapsed in some cases to 45 days. And in terms of movies that have come out in cinemas and gone to streaming at the same time, there's piracy. And that's a major issue where Nigeria is concerned, primarily because we're still developing the cinema-going customer base. To now have to have the challenge of piracy, which is very big in Nigeria, added to that as a problem for us to try and solve, has made it very difficult for cinemas, especially when we reopened. So in terms of Nigeria itself, when we look at the whole space, for us as cinemas, it's been a very challenging time. However, what we've found also is that there has been development from within Nollywood. Nollywood provided for the cinemas an immediate and, to some extent, at that time, we looked at it as short-term, but it's now proved to be even more than that, a savior for Nigerian cinemas. Nollywood content, which had already been on the increase prior to the pandemic, actually took off a lot more and actually helped the cinemas through this developmental period. And that's primarily because, one, the content is getting better, and two, you can't easily find those content on streaming platforms. They are not simultaneously released, and they're not easy. And cinemas have always been known for being a place where we keep content from going into piracy platforms. Very few cinemas, I don't think there's, in my 10 years, 12 years, I don't think there's been more than maybe one case where there's been an issue of a movie that has come to cinema has gone on to being pirated on the streets. So we have a very safe and secure environment. Now for us as cinemas, that has helped. And what we're now finding out is that the customers are coming back. And we as cinemas have now taken up the challenge, because what we're doing now is ensuring that when customers come through our doors, we provide them not just with good content, but we provide them with an atmosphere that they actually enjoy and look forward to. A lot of our customers during the pandemic wanted to come back to cinemas. And we have now found that most of those customers have started coming back. And for us as cinemas, that challenge during those difficult times now shows to us that in future, there's a future for us in the cinema business. Yes, streaming has come to stay, but Nigerians love going out. And as long as we're able to continue to provide them with the kind of atmosphere that will give them value for money when they come to the cinemas, then we will be able to ensure that going forward, we can generate the type of revenue required to put more investment into cinemas, build more cinemas, and at the same time, go ahead and develop more Nollywood movies that will be more successful and help cinemas to continue to grow. As Moses rightly pointed out, we're barely still scratching the surface. We can still do with at least another 500 cinemas around the country. So the future looks good. And yes, the challenge is there, and we as cinemas are ready to take it up, and we are confident that we will succeed and make this a very good and successful future for the cinema business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick. Thank you. Let me come to Madam Peace, the president of Association of Movie Producers. Congrats again on your role in that organization. Mr. Patrick Lee spoke about the windows, about the importance, of the windows and how the windows have also affected, cinema attendance, cinema business. Does the AMP and its colleagues across other guilds and associations, do they have a stand or a position or, an opinion on the windows and how, to help the cinema industry?
Well, at the moment, we're trying to educate our members about the need to keep the local cinemas thriving. But like you mentioned earlier on in your presentation, there is a big issue of mistrust between producers and the distributors. And there's a lot of work that needs to go on between the distributors and the producers in terms of understanding what the processes are. And there's an assumption by distributors as well that the producers understand the business from their angle. They don't. There's a lot of issues that we have had to explain to members, especially like on taxation, because when you hear the figure 600 million, you're expecting that, okay, she's going home with XYZ. So when somebody comes to you and says, I gave the cinema people my film, because that's what they normally come, and they said we made only 10 million. Why did my film make 10 million? And they're only giving me 3 million. And you now start to explain the breakdown. So I feel that, one, the last year I've spent a lot of time on the road building capacity in terms of explaining what the production and distribution relationship is. explaining about the taxation issues, but also explaining why it's very important for us not to lose the cinema windows that we have at the moment. One, it's a culture that we're just building in Nigeria. Again, we're rebuilding, let me put it that way. We need it for the numbers that it brings and the transparency that it helps. Also, it helps us to engage the young people and people to have somewhere to go to in a country that there isn't really that much to do. So the cinema experience is very important. We're even doing something with Viva to try and push the cinema-going culture in the Southeast, because their numbers are down, but they actually make a lot of films out there. So we're wondering why there's so many productions going on in the Southeast, but that are not going to cinema. So what is the disconnect? And I think that for us, we find that a lot of the distributors and the big filmmakers do not actually understand that there's a huge market out there, and so they concentrate a lot here in Lagos and the Southwest. And it would actually shock people to know that there are more registered producers in the Southeast than there is even here in Lagos. I mean, let me give you an example. We have over 500 registered producers. And when I say registered, I mean active producers in Asaba, Delta State. We have 250 in Enugu. And these are people that are paying their dues. They're not just members that are just members. You know, you have those members, but in the Southeast, they're actually working. So what this says to me is, for my distributors and the distribution association, enter those spaces, talk to them, tell them what the value can be if they make just a slight adjustment. Because it'll shock you that they're working with huge budgets as well. I mean, I know like 4 or 5 productions every week that are being done between 5 and 10 million naira, 20 million, 30 million. Even in Asaba, there was a film that went straight to YouTube that was done for 35 million naira. And I'm like, okay, so how are you going to get this money back? Do you understand? So I think we still need to talk to producers and there should be more of a relationship between the producers and the distributors, and constant, well, I say, in England, you normally have like coffee or events that bring both producers and distributors together and still have conversations. And I think that that's something that we need to continue to do. We need to continue to engage each other. And also for the exhibition people, yes, you said it earlier, I hear it all the time, the cabal. Now, it's very difficult for other producers, even some of our top producers, to believe that there's no cabal in the film industry. But being in the position I've been for the past 1 year, and having spoken to some of the distributors, stroke exhibitions, and understanding a little bit of the intricacies of why cinemas are actually going into making their own films as well, is in order to keep their cinema chains active. But I also feel that there is a way you can tell producers what works for your cinema, and that they will now try to develop that. I think there's too much of a distance, a them and us, that is the typical thing that goes on. I think there should be more communication. And for the producers, I keep telling them that as much as I love the fact there's a lot of interest from streamers, we need to keep it local, and we need to keep the Nigerian and the African agenda very real and very on our tables. We must build our own platforms. We must encourage the distribution companies and the exhibition companies more, because those are the ones that will respect us and help to grow some of our own content the way we want it to be grown, and not to be pushed to do content that is for a particular market in a particular way. So I would want to say to Kane and the exhibitors, sit down, to engage a little bit more so that we can work together and build our local platforms. I want to see more cinemas, but I also want to look at pricing of cinemas in different areas. And so community cinemas are very, very important. And how do we work together to make sure that those are established?
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Great points you've made there. The CAN chairman, FDAN chairman, and I've listened, and I'm sure they'll be engaging. Just let's take this up a notch, talking to the filmmaker in our midst, Moses Iwang, who is responsible for 400 million box office worth of films in the last 2 years with Merriment 2 and Merriment 2, we're the one that keep the stats. Merriment 2, Lockdown, and now Bad Comments at the box office, as well as films like On Royal and Cold Feet. It's all in our head, don't worry. Just wanted to get your thoughts on what goes through the mind of a filmmaker, in this age, in terms of preference of exhibition platforms. Cinema, not versus streaming, but cinema in terms of the presentation of your work, but also in terms of return on investment, then streaming, and then other platforms. Or is it streaming first? Just to get a general, view. Please, I want to also appeal to our panelists so that we're able to ask some great questions. If we can keep our answers to about 2 minutes, so that we can go around and then we can get the audience to also engage us. But as a filmmaker, an accomplished one at that, and with a great future ahead, how do you see, these platforms now emerging, and how do you see your work, getting on them and return for your work in terms of return on investment?
Thank you, Moses. As a filmmaker, it's the first place you want to see your film go to right after production and post-production is the cinemas. And you need for there to be more cinemas. You need for the cinemas to be exactly what you want them to be, for your film to be properly screened, for all of some of these other technical things that I would have loved to touch on, the dimensions, the outlook of the film itself. Yeah, because it's, for me, I'm very particular about how my film is being presented to the world on the big screen. So it sucks for me to see exactly how the look and feel of my film is in the studios, and then by the time it gets on the big screen, it's something a lot less or quality than how it was in the studio. So that's more on the technical side. I said I was going to touch on it today because I knew I was going to have some of the big people in the cinema business here. Yeah, so I think we should look into the technicalities of exhibitions of our films, the look and the sound and all the. To take your time, spend a lot of time and money doing the 5.1, and then you put it on in a cinema. You walk into any cinema with your friends, and one side of their speakers is off, and you only hear. You know this because it's your film, and you know how the film's supposed to be projected to people, and you walk into a cinema randomly, and that's not what you get. Yeah. So that's that. So I'll keep talking from the POV of a filmmaker, as you've asked. Yeah, so first thing, you want to see your film go to the big screens. You want to enjoy that, and most importantly, you want that ROI. And one way you can achieve that is if the film is properly marketed, and you talked about dating. That's very important. That's very key. Dating is, I feel like it's everything. If it's dropped in between a bunch of top Hollywood films and a period where there's just a lot going on, you are sure to fail. If your film is released alongside films like Avengers and the likes of them, you know that you really don't stand a chance of. I'm not saying, but there's a slimmer chance of success. If your film is dropped during a football match period or World Cup period, then you know it's going to be tough. Yeah, so that's very key. So every filmmaker wants to have their film out at the best time possible, where we can't overstress that, where they will at least have 2 weeks of exclusive screening to there, and then we'll move on to the streaming services. The platforms are here. We are very happy to have them here, but we must continue to look at things from our POV. From your speech, what I got from the way you want us to look at the streaming figures, I know you want us to be as realistic as possible with our expectations. We also have to put a premium on ourselves, on our content. We shouldn't just base our expectations off of what we feel the streamers want us, how they want us to be, or where they want us to be at. So if I feel like my content should get me $500,000, I think that I should work towards it. And when I eventually have an opportunity to sit in front of my streamer and quote a figure, I'll definitely be saying I want 500K for this. And I should be saying it with all of the support possible from all of my colleagues and all the aggregators and all the distributors. I think they should convey, it might look like an ice cream dream to a lot of us, a lot of the people that know the technicalities and the nitty-gritty of what is obtainable from the streamers. But it's also okay to put a premium and pursue it, especially when you have put in so much on the content, because it's easy to talk about what the streamers, how the figures, how the figures don't add up, how we need a lot of subscribers from this region and all that. But from the POV of a filmmaker, you're also looking at how much you've put into your film, how much you've spent paying all the actors, paying for the studio, paying for locations. So if you look at it from your own point of view, then it's easy to go out there and say in front of whoever you're negotiating with and say, hey, I want 100K. I want a 500K. I shouldn't always be at the bottom of the food chain where I have to take whatever is presented to me or whatever the situation allows for me to take from the ecosystem. And that's what comes to the producer. What I want to see in coming years is how we can take the filmmaker, the producer, the content owners from where they are now at the bottom of the food chain to somewhere in the middle or at the top, where we can negotiate, where we can, have a say. Right now, producers really don't have a say. You guys determine everything that happens. Everything. The exhibitors, the distributors. You just say, and the government, of course, with the taxes. Okay, government has come to take 20% tax, entertainment tax. The cinemas, they took some loans, they need to pay back, so they're going to take 40%. And the distributor is saying, I did my best to make sure the film went around to all the cinemas, so I'm going to take 20% or 10% or 15%. And here's what is left of that. I think we must also have a say. I'm not saying that I'm not against all of this, the share ratio and what have you. I'm just saying we need to do better with negotiations, especially with the streaming companies. The way our film is presented to the world. Thank you.
Mozilla, we hear you loud and clear. If you want to clap, that's great. I know there are filmmakers in the room. We hear you very loud and clear, and I'm sure the room for dialogue, and it has to happen, is open and will continue to do so. Let me come to Joy, my colleague and president of the Film Distributor Association of Nigeria, and Motion Picture, right? I keep forgetting, sorry. You've launched a very innovative program now on short films. Nigeria is a very innovation, yearning country, because we have to think differently every time, to survive and hopefully to thrive. Do you want to just share a few thoughts on that, in terms of innovation and in terms of I imagine, just encouraging the next generation, and giving access?
Okay, thank you, Moses. The short film initiative by Blue Pictures was birthed out of a need for inclusion. Because if you take a look at what is happening in the industry, and I got first-hand shock when I was about producing my own film. And, we wanted to cast a particular character. And then when we looked through the ecosystem, it was very difficult for us to really place that person that could really bring out what we needed. And I've seen a lot of short films because I'm an aggregator, and by virtue of that, I see a lot of film shorts, feature length, all manner of genre. So, and then I've seen very talented young Nigerians that have produced short films, but, as you would have it, short films, they really don't have a place in the industry if you were to put it right. So I decided to create that opportunity for them to do some sort of submission. So to give them like that first-hand integration into the system, and then we can see, get like producers and directors to come in to screen this film first, and if we are going to do like some sort of censorship for them, and then do a bundle of that, and then, that should give you essentially maybe close to about 80 to maybe 50 to 80 minutes of the shots if you put them together. And then people can screen them, and then you see new talents, you see vibrant genres. And in the submission, we made it very clear that, we are not limited to a particular genre. So you are free to be expressive. So we are trying to push away the stereotype that we see in the industry. Because if you aggregate, you see constantly the same kind of films. And then you are wondering, we are better than this. We can actually do sci-fi. We can do horror. We can do, there's a room for faith-based. So all these varieties is what I think we should see in the coming year. And then if you look at the Nigerian population of over 200 million now, as at 2020, 62% of Nigerians are below the age of 25. And that shows you a vibrant industry that we are sitting on. We have not scratched the surface. We've not even gotten to a quarter of where we should be as an industry. And I believe strongly in getting this Gen Z included. I don't want to be a gatekeeper all my life. I want to give people opportunity to continue to push forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joy. Thank you so much. I'll come to Okpe before I open it up to the audience. Okpe is the Executive Director of Genesis Pictures and Cinemas of Genesis Group. I wanted to just ask you, just wrapping up my own session of asking questions, on two things in a way, in one question. The expansion of cinemas, vis-a-vis the economic, challenges in the country, having a very strong, investment finance background, as well as also how we can integrate technology, into the cinema experience. What are your perspectives on these two side of things?
Okay, thanks, Moses, and it's good to be here. And I think, and I mean this in very positive terms, I think that for the first time in a long time, I think we're actually really having a discussion. And I think that we're beginning to, hear people's, sides. And I think that's very positive. I'm very happy to hear Madam Peace and her views, and even listening to Moses as well. I think I've always thought that collaboration is important, and I've always felt that when we both understand our various challenges, both as exhibitors, as distributors, and as producers, and then we're able to forge ahead together. So it's good to hear the concerns and the issues. On the issue of investment and all of that, Moses talked about the importance of showing the film properly. So I laughed in my mind. I said, because as every day the dollar continues to every day the dollar continues to, the naira continues to depreciate, there's a direct impact on our business and direct impact on investment in cinemas. Projectors cost anywhere from $35,000 to $50,000, depending on what sort of projector you're buying. That's if you're buying the top grade projectors that will show the quality of what you have shot. This is minus speakers, minus the fit outs, minus everything else. So to put together a cinema hall like this with this expensive seat, you're probably going to spend anywhere $250,000 to $300,000. That's the reality of the business. So sometimes, from an investor perspective, you wonder if you shouldn't use that money to do something else. For us, as Genesis Group, that we have restaurants and cinemas and hotels, we'll roll out 3 restaurants with the same amount of rolling out 1 cinema. So from a return perspective, sometimes these are the challenges that we face. We're, however, still very positive about cinema. I think that cinema business is, and the film industry generally, is one, like Joy has said, that has massive potential. Okay, I think that, like you've raised, technology also plays an important role. And one of the things about the cinema business is technology is always changing things to improve the experience. There's constant improvement in projection, in sound, and all of that, but all of that also costs money. So really, I think it's about finding that, that balance. How do we ensure that it makes sense for the person who is investing in cinemas? How do we make sure the people who are borrowing from the banks are able to pay back? And how do we make sure the person who has also invested in producing a film is able to make enough money to at least make another film? Otherwise, then you don't have any content. So generally, I think we're very positive about the future of the cinema and the future of the industry. I think we share the same optimism. I think we're very excited to also continue to work with the industry as a whole. Incidentally, we're also going into some co-productions that will come out in cinemas next year. And we're happy to work with people. We're happy to work with, major players in the industry, both the known names and those that are just coming into the industry. So I think this sort of collaboration will continue to push the notch. I like the analysis where you showed that a lot of the successes have been collaborations. I think that really is the future of our industry, collaboration across, the value chain and with different players in the industry.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for our panelists, please. And this is where we open up questions to our audiences to please ask your questions. We're very conscious of time and also your attention span, so we want to manage that very well. So please, if you have questions, can we just keep them to questions if possible, so that the expert knowledge can be leveraged on as opposed to comments, if you don't mind. Thank you. Your name and perhaps your company or organization, or what you do.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Steve Gukas, and I'd have 2 questions I think more for the distributors and the exhibitors on the panel. First, I must commend the work that you guys have done in terms of how far you've, pushed the envelope in terms of how growth in the industry has been. It can be tied directly to the work that you've done, and you do need to be commended for that. However, the degree of bickering that we get between producers, because in the same way that you guys have had to become exhibitors, distributors, and production companies, most filmmakers have had to become filmmakers and producers and whatever else they can be to also survive. But I imagine that the degree of bickering that we get is also because the what comes in is small in terms of current realities. But if we were able to aggregate more what we make, then maybe that degree of bickering will be less, and maybe we'll be appreciative of each other's positions more. So I say this because we talk about we need more cinemas, and that's a fact, we do. But the question is, what have we really done with the cinemas that we have at the moment? If you remove the pandemic and look at just the cinemas in terms of the numbers that they make, between Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, and Kano, in terms of population, we have a population that in those places put together is almost about 100 million people. But I do not think that we have a Nigerian film that has been seen by 750,000 people yet. So the question is, what are we doing as exhibitors and distributors in terms of audience development? Because it then means that it's actually not the cinemas that are the problem. We're not pulling people into the cinemas. That's more of the issue. So what are we doing about that? The other question is about recoupables, but I think that I would stir too much trouble with that. I'll talk about that later. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steve Gukas. Thank you very much. So I would ask that Chairman CAN have a perspective, and also Chairman, President, Film and Motion Pictures Distributors Association of Nigeria. So please,
Okay.
go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Steve, for that question. One of the things we like to look at from our perspective here is the data. What have we done, and how much of that data translates to the public? What we've been trying to do in the past 3 or 4 years is to put out more data. So now what we do, we tell the producers what new cinemas are being developed. We set a standard for the type of development in the cinemas. We now publish figures, gross box office, we publish attendance figures. And so producers are able to see, one, where new cinemas are being built. And to the credit of the cinemas, when about 5 years ago, there were very few cinemas outside Lagos. But in the last 5 to 7 years, there's been a development of cinemas around the country. We've had quite a number of cinemas in the southeast that have developed, in Owerri, in Aba, in Oka, in Enugu. These have developed. In the southwest, there's also been a number of developments, in Oshogbo, in Akure. These are new cinemas that we have built over the past 5 years. Now, what we're trying to do is take the cinemas to where the population centers are. And it's not easy, especially when you have to invest quite a lot of money in an area that does not have a cinema, and you have two problems there. One, the fact that you're not sure how long it'll take you to develop the culture of going to cinema. And two, when you're going into an area that has never had that cinema experience, it's always a risk. But we have taken those risks, and we're now publishing those figures for the producers to be able to see. And in terms of developing cinema-going culture, one of the challenges of the pandemic itself is how the cinemas can redefine ourselves to ensure that now that we are reopened, despite the fact that we have the challenges of streaming, we can ensure that cinemas are go-to places for anyone who wants to enjoy an entertainment experience. And this is working for quite a lot of us. So in terms of trying to develop the cinema culture, we're working on that. We're producing data as well that ensures that whenever producers start looking at making a film, they now have some data that they can use to determine what type of film, where it will sell, and how they can get the customers to come out. There's more and more being done by distributors in terms of publicizing movies, different genres. Like Moses pointed out, we know which genres sell. And we know that there are certain films that we can now produce that customers have come out for. Like Ainla, for example, that's a biopic. But it sold extremely well in the Southwest. So going forward, we are positive that when we look at the industry, we can continue to develop that cinema-going culture and expand it. Yes, I agree. We don't have up to 750,000 people that have watched a movie. Yes, there's 100 million people in the Southwest. Those are the figures. But a year ago, we were not able to say 500,000 people had gone to the cinema to watch Omogeto or any other Nigerian movie. But we can say that now. And we're working on the fact that maybe in a year's time, we might also say we've hit the first $1 billion or billion naira Nigerian movie. Amen. That will happen. It's a matter of time. So we're working hard to ensure that the Nigerian public gets what it wants, what they're ready to pay for, and the producers begin to get their returns on their investment. More and more data will help them plan properly. More and more cinemas will help them exhibit to the people and the genre that they want, the amount of people they want to see those movies. And we're confident that we can continue to expand the cinema-going business in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it might be... Joe, do you want to add or... You've covered it. Okay. I think we might be able to just take one more question. Mr. Francis, please go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Francis Onwache. I'm an actor and a producer. So, very direct questions. Now, this is for both the exhibitors and the aggregators. For distribution, I am excited where we are now because I know that at some point I go to the cinemas and you'll find no Nigerian films. So now, it's exciting for me because I love to go to the cinemas that I can see Nigerian films almost as well as I can see foreign films. So, but in deepening distribution, the established exhibitors, is it in your plan at all, knowing that because it's expensive to set up cinemas, top-class cinemas like here and what you all have, do you make in your plans that over time you could set up community-based cinemas where, still in your block of chains, where people in Ekpe, Ikorodu, Badagry, and where you have large concentration of people, so that more people at all times are able to, see these films that are coming out? That's on the one part for distribution. And then for the aggregators, this is just a concern that I want you to address if you can. I know that the streamers who are coming into Nigeria now, it's in any way you look at it, it's a plus for the environment. But I'm just curious that I hear every now and then that commissionings are going on, perhaps for one company, maybe about 3-4 commissionings. And so I'm wondering, so how come? Is it that the aggregators do not know that there are other producers, especially people who have had successful outings, like you have mentioned, that so many directors have had a lot of exhibitions in your cinema, and the cinemas the products are doing well. So how come aggregators are not able to also, let these commissioning spread to some other producers and directors? I'd just like you to pay attention to that, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, Ma, before you speak on that, can Ope just speak on the community cinema initiative or plan to as a way of expanding cinemas and your perspective?
Okay, so thanks for two very, very strong questions. I'll speak on the community cinemas. It's something that we've talked about for years and years and years. And I'll be very honest with you. Even I, as an exhibitor, I can't tell you what a community cinema is, and I'll tell you why. Will the cinemas only show Nollywood, or are they going to show Hollywood and Nollywood? If they show only Nollywood, the truth is that it might be sustainable, but it will not be profitable. If you're going to show Hollywood, then you have to invest in the more expensive projectors. If you're investing in the more expensive projectors, you might as well go all the way, because the major cost is the projectors and the equipment. That's where the challenge is. What I think may happen over time is that we may get to a point where they got to in India, where you have cinemas that can show primarily Nigerian content. It will be a sort of a low-cost model, and you can sell tickets at maybe 500 naira, as the case may be, and then that may then be a business model that works. But where things are now, it's a bit difficult. This year, I like the numbers Moses showed, how Nollywood has done very well. But let's also be honest, it's also because of the pandemic. In a year where Hollywood is releasing good films, it's probably still four times the number of Nollywood. That's the reality. if it was a year where there was exclusive 4 or 5 blockbusters from Hollywood. So it's great that we're making progress from the Nollywood side of things. I think that that is actually the future. You know, I think that that is when the industry will really even benefit, you know, all players across the value chain. But I don't know that we're there yet where we can have cinemas that will show only Nollywood. And from an investment perspective, if you're going to start showing Hollywood, you might as well just go the full length. So that's where the challenge really is.
So let me add maybe one or two, and that links also to Mr. Steve Gukas' point about what we're doing around conversion of, you know, the base of people we have, addressable market that we have, you know. I just think that we underestimate the amount of marketing naira or dollars that is required to build cinema-going culture. It requires patient capital. It requires a level of cultural policy development, you know, where it's there and you're giving citizens, you know, an incentive to go out. If you look at all the markets where, you know, there's cinema going on, whether it's India, whether it's the US, whether it's the UK, it's in them. It's a lifestyle. It's in them. It's affordable. The government does a great work in subsidizing. You know, over time, the cost of just advertising, you know, just a film, you know, it's so much. And I don't know, we've had test cases where people have started off as a community cinema just showing only Nollywood films. The audiences immediately pick up that, you know what, the experience you're giving me is inferior to what I will get in the urban, you know, in the urban places. You know, so it's something, I think we've worked, I'm not talking about ourselves or, you know, giving a false sense of grandeur, but the industry as a whole has worked miracles to be here. You know, miracles without any kind of institutional support, you know, to be here. And I think, as we've said, the key is collaboration. And that's why I want to hand over the mic. I think you're going to have the last point, Madam Peace, in terms of the question on commissioning or also on this cinema point, because that's a point that was made. And perhaps Joy can also have one point on this commissioning point, because it's a thing.
I was just going to say that on this commissioning point, I think perception is what's been going on with it, around it a lot of the time. And I'll also say to producers and filmmakers in Nigeria, sell yourself. I think a lot of us underestimate the power of actually doing the necessary in terms of engaging and talking about the works that you do. And as much as even as we as the Producers Association have engaged even with the Netflix people, we just find that they don't know who you people are. So it's about you also doing that necessary work, about talking about yourself, putting out what films that you've done. I had a conversation with Mr. Patrick last week when I went to his office, and it's like showcasing some of your old portfolio of films, basically. So I'm going to take it from that distributor side to say, you know, we also as producers need to sell ourselves. But I will also say to the distributors and the aggregators, please tell them about my producers as well. And it's, you know, I sit here today and I'm actually happy because most of the distributors and the distribution companies are also producers, and they also belong to the guild. So it's a conversation that we keep going. It's not as antagonistic as it used to be. I am talking to Moses. I can sit in the same room with Moses these days. Hallelujah. You know, local areas. But when you're sitting on the seat and you're having the conversations, especially with some of the big players coming in from abroad, I realized that I keep saying to my producers, even to people like Moses, please don't underestimate the social media space that a lot of these people coming into Nigeria, that is their first hookup, really. They study it and they think that's what's happening. So some of the older producers are not known, and we just have to work harder to get them back to where they are. And that's one of the conversations I had just last week.
Okay. Joy, do you want to add to that?
Just to also re-echo what my president, you know, she's my president as well. So I discovered during my work as an aggregator that a lot of the big producers we have here are those ones that take out time to really put themselves forward. Example, I'll give example. Kunle. Kunle is very aggressive. He knows how to market himself and put himself in front of all these streaming platforms. And correct me if I'm wrong, Moses. I think this is his first commissioned project, which is Swallow. I think Swallow, is this second? I think the other one was branded.
Oh, this is the first one.
This is the first one. You know, so that to tell you that some of the echoes we hear in the industry are not quite what they are. So we really need to work on ourselves, use our social platform to put forth some of those contents that you were known for. Remember, these people don't know you, you know yourself. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I should just, please, round of applause, please, yeah. I should just add that, okay, you want to say something? Please go ahead. Sorry, please, we're running out of time, but please allow this powered panel, please.
Yeah, I want to quickly talk about what, shed more light on the point that you have made. There's one thing about creatives, and it's that a lot of us just want to be creatives. Not all creatives want to be on social media making all the noise. We just want to go about doing our creative work and leave it to people like you, who are the exhibitors, to put it out. Now, the streamers, when they come to our region, it's easier to meet with the exhibitors because they're the ones they have been interfacing with, over time. And the distributors, sorry. Yeah. So it is. I think it now behoves on the distributors to properly introduce these people to the creatives that they feel should be, that should interface with these streamers that will give them the best films as they want, because not a lot of the creatives are active on social media, and it's okay not to be active on social media. Not a lot of the creatives want to come out and start putting out, I made this film and I made that film. I don't think if you go to Steven Spielberg's page, if he has more than 50,000 followers, or if he puts out all his films, he leaves that to the Universal and the DreamWorks and all the likes of them to handle. Some people just want to be creatives. But I feel like if there's a conversation about who is going to give the streamers the best content that they require, and the question is put before whoever the first person they approach as they come to our region, I think that person should have the responsibility of properly introducing them to the people, the right people, the people who have been working with their sweat and their blood to create these films and make this film over the years. It shouldn't be one or two people. I'm sure it's not one or two people's films we've been watching over the years. It's been, a handful of people. So I think proper introductions should be done. So both the ones who have been in their house and not publicizing themselves. It's easy to say, oh, you need to put yourself out, you need to advertise yourself. That's good. But what if you can make good films? Yeah. And you're really not interested? I know a lot of good filmmakers that just make films. Yeah. Does this mean that they don't deserve to be given a chance to make originals for this big streamer? So I think we should put that in perspective as well.
Thank you very much, Moses. I'm going to end this now. I think you've mentioned a good point, and we need to respect, people's preferences. And you're right about, the fact that the streamers cannot also interface with every producer. That's the truth. That's the reality. And that's why they have aggregators in markets or representatives in markets. I want to assure you, playing a role in that space of aggregating, that is being done. It's being done with facts. And I want to say to people in the room and those watching that your content is the calling card. Your content, the quality of your work is the calling card. What you've done before, the successes you've achieved in that is the calling card. Another key calling card is your professionalism. You can be as creative as possible. If there's no integrity, if there's a lot of chatter about you, in the marketplace that doesn't give them confidence, they won't come to you, no matter how much I package you. So it's important for us to, and that's why I'm saying that the role of the Guilds and Association cannot be underestimated in this phase that we're going through. It is so important. Professionalism, the setup that we have, the fact that production companies sometimes don't even have
don't let me go back accounts, maybe don't have tax identification numbers, don't have audited statements. All these things are very, very important. The perception, hype sells in Nigeria, let me just put that, that's also there. It's there. Wow. But also from the guys looking from outside, merit is also there. You know, and so it's important for us to just have an understanding of it. I think NIFS is a great platform for us to continue to have those conversations. But please and please and please, let's also take away the mindset of entitlement. You have to do the work. You have to ensure you have the product that sells. And it doesn't have to be also a thing of ego. It needs to be, I have a competitive product. How do you find out or measure a competitive product? Do focus screenings. Speak to experts. You know, constructive feedback. All these things are the things that creatives need to pay attention to. Ladies and gentlemen, without speaking too much, I hope that this has been very useful to you. I hope it's been fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm handing over.
Thank you very much to the fantastic panel. I think all the questions are done. Okay, so no questions. Do you have any question, comments? Oh, okay. Why you? Yeah, okay, so that's done then. Thank you so much. I think I just wanted to add something. Yeah, there was something, Moses. In terms of visibility, I don't know, I think it was Madam Peace that said that, being visible. At some point, I had two international distribution send us an email. They were looking for two producers, and they couldn't find information about them. So they had to start looking for platforms that were international, like they came to. They sent us an email. So they were looking for this producer. They had nothing. So, and they were like, okay, look. So I work with her forever, by the way. So they sent this email. I'm sure they felt, okay, fine, forever, you would definitely know them. And I mean, random, there was nothing. We didn't have any business with them. They were just looking for just two producers. It happened 2 different times, 2 different companies. And it got me thinking. And I tried to find them. It wasn't easy. So they were on Instagram, yes. But there was no details on how to reach them. I sent a DM, and I like to reply my emails as they come. So a day, nobody got back to me, and I started calling producers. So I called like 3 producers before I now finally got this person's details. Because they wanted to use his work. They wanted to get a consent for something from him. So I think visibility is also very important. You can't underestimate that. Because I was just saying, imagine this was like maybe they wanted to do something serious with it, maybe work or partnership, and it's something that was really, really urgent. So for us, I know Moses Aim because it's my job to know. So, but beyond Africa, it's good you're seen. That's the long and short. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
You can actually come to us at the association now because we do have
A portal.
And we have a database of all registered filmmakers and producers that belong to the association, phone numbers, emails, and everything. Yeah.
Again, madam.
I said, the Association of Movie Producers, we have established a full database of all registered producers, names, addresses, emails. So if anybody needs information, please just log on to our website or send us a mail and we'll provide you with the details. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. So we're really, really behind schedule, so we'll quickly jump to a next session. So the next session is towards secularity, funding the next Waste to Wealth blockbuster, how the Nollywood comedy and drama genre will entertain and educate millions about the secular economy. On this panel, we have the CEO, Verdant Seal, and moderator for the session, Dipo Adeshida. Can we please come forward? Oh, sorry, once the pictures are done, please. So I'll just keep calling. If you hear your name, just get ready for your panel, please. We also have the president of Revolve Secular and executive producer, Soren Bauer. The associate producer, Underdog Productions, Olusokomi Adebayo. And then we'll have the head of media, entertainment, and IP law, Punika Attorneys and Solicitors, Isioma Idigbe. Can the guys please come forward once the pictures are done with the panel? Thank you so much, Mrs. and his crew. Thank you very much. Can the new panel session guys just come forward? Thank you. So you're the moderator, yeah? Oops, sorry. Anywhere, really. Hi, Isioma. Yeah, take his head. Thank you. Soren Bauer. Thank you. And are we missing anybody? Olasukomi Adedayo, are you here? Olasukomi Adedayo. He's not here? Oh, okay. So only the three of you then? Just the three of you. All right. Thank you.
Hello? All right, are we good to go? Looks like. Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for your time. We've had a very interesting stretch of conversations regarding the film industry in Nigeria, and it's just interesting to see how many perspectives there are and in this space. So kudos to the last panel and all of the speakers who have come before us. This afternoon, we're going to be taking things to what we can call a higher realm. You know, while the last couple of hours have been spent focused almost entirely on the Nigerian industry, we're going to be talking about something that is of global concern, which is specifically the circular economy. But before we go so deep into that, I'd just like to quickly introduce the panelists today, or the discussants today. We're meant to be three. One of us has a medical emergency and will not be able to make it, Sukomi Adebayo. So today I have the pleasure of hosting Isioma Idigbe and Soren Bauer. My name is Dikbo Adeshida. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Verdant Zil. So Isioma, can we just meet you very quickly?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Isioma Idibe, and I head the Media, Entertainment, and Intellectual Property Law practice at Punuka Attorneys and Solicitors, which is a leading full business law firm in Nigeria. Yeah, so that's what I do.
Okay, so welcome, Isioma. And to you, Soren, could you please introduce yourself in your words?
Hello. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Soren Bauer. I'm a senior advisor at a media communication agency called Revolve, with offices in Brussels, Barcelona, and Vienna. But I'm also the president of what we call Revolve Circular, which is a non-profit working on what's called the circular economy. And if you wonder what that is, I believe in half an hour or 15 minutes from now, you will know better.
So thank you very much, Soren. Today we're going to be talking about something called the circular economy. So over to you, Soren. You've flown how many miles to be in Nigeria and to talk about this thing called the circular economy. So what is the circular economy?
Okay, so if I may, I will move over there because I have a presentation. Maybe in the meantime, someone can pull up that in presentation, and I will explain very briefly to you. And I brought you some stuff to illustrate what I'm talking about. So as we wait for the presentation, I hope it will be coming up. I'll pull out my things, okay? Can I have the presentation? Oh yeah, wonderful. Here we go. Okay. Next slide, please. You have already seen this. This is our ambitious objective. I am passionate about what's called a circular economy, and we want to produce the first ever dramatic comedy, which we believe is the right genre to produce a film about what we're trying to do. You have seen Depot already. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide, and then you will stop, please. Okay, just hold it. Okay, so I did that on purpose. This is obviously quite complicated, and I'm not asking anyone to even try to understand it. I don't think I can explain it very well, and I think it's far too complicated to understand within a few minutes. This is why I have to explain what I'm talking about. If I could have the next slide, please. So I'm going to introduce to you 3.5 or 4 brief stories to illustrate what people who talk about circular economy or circular society are all about, as we have actually launched the website of this whole initiative under circularity.ng. The first one I'm going to talk about is a pineapple and pineapple leather. Second one is going to be about mobile phones. Here they are. Third one is about timber. I was going to have a stick of timber with me, but I think we have a nice wooden table there. I don't know if it's timber, but anyway, it's about wood. And last but not least, there's something called industrial symbiosis. So yes, industries can be symbiotic, and I will explain what that is. Can we have the next slide? So here's a young man, not so far away from here. He's in the south of Ivory Coast. His name is Kofi Ngesan. At the age of 19, I think by now he's 25, 26, he founded a company which is called Chiegro CE, and he's turning what we don't eat, namely the skin of the pineapple, into leather. So he created a business based on pineapple leather. You see some of the beautiful things he's doing there. That's part of what we call circularity. I can give you another example from the same area. When you use the shelves of a coconut, you can actually turn it into charcoal, and there's someone in Ghana and also Cameroon who are turning this into big business. So people are basically making money and creating businesses of what we still consider to be waste, because who would have thought about turning the skin of a pineapple into leather? Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so here is a brief slide. All of this is from the African Circular Economy Alliance, which is an interesting organization, which is actually run by 5 governments, including Nigeria. They have a secretariat hosted at the African Development Bank, and they commissioned some very interesting market research from Albac consultants. Here's what they came up with. They came up with 5 industries where this kind of circular economy thinking can make a difference, and you will see later how we actually will try to turn this into a dramatic comedy. I just want to use 2 more of those 5 which you see there. The slides will be available on the nifsummit.com website. I will talk about e-waste, and I will talk about, what do we have down there? Mass timber industry. Okay, next slide, please. Here we are. By the show of your hands, can I have anyone who does not have a cell phone in this room show up? All right, I expected that. No single hand is rising up because we all have some cell phones. Some of us have 2 or 3. Am I okay? Yeah. Good. I have 2 as well, and I have an old one. I used to have this one for 8 years. I'm very proud of it. I wanted to push it to 10 years, but it fell and it broke. So I haven't managed to do it for 10 years. Anyway, these things create a lot of waste, as we all know. And unfortunately, consumption of cell phones within Africa, including Nigeria, obviously, and globally increases. What makes the situation even worse is that countries such as Nigeria, but also many others, don't have a regulation in place for what are you doing with all this, what's called e-waste, electronic waste. It's not regulated. So everything that is in those cell phones, including precious materials, goes into the landfill. We are losing the value of all these things. Now, people like me who are passionate about what's called circular economy think about, wait a minute, this can't be true. How can we use a similar approach to the pineapple for a cell phone, and how can you, what's called retain value? Circular economy is very much about value retention, because we know there's still a lot of value in these things, even though they're old or broken or anything alike. So here just a few figures for you. The one under the 100,000 might be interesting. The data says that in Nigeria there's around about 100,000 people working in this industry. So this is also very much related to labor creation. How do you create more labor with such more jobs which are thinking? Can I have the next slide, please? Here's something interesting, very related, just to give you an idea of what's happening in other places of the world. The French government came up with something called a repairability index, because many of these machines, many of these cell phones are made not to be repaired. And circular economy people basically say, this can't be true. Come on, how do you design a cell phone so that it cannot be repaired? Can you not produce them or design them in a way that they can actually be repaired? So they came up with an index for the level of repairability of cell phones and other electronic equipment. And one of the companies, which you all know, which is related to this, but it doesn't have the pine in front of the last word, is very low in terms of repairability index. So just what this means for brands is French consumers are now looking at their purchase decision, whether or not the equipment they're buying can easily be repaired or not. And they make it part of their purchase decision. And it might have an impact on how product designers of cell phones or other electronic equipment actually design those things. Okay, next slide, please. Here's something very different. This is about timber and wood and how the world, including Africa, including Nigeria, is urbanizing and how we build buildings. One more minute? Okay, I'll be done soon. Can I have the next slide, please, to illustrate what I'm talking about? This is a school built out of straw bales in Malawi. That's the opposite of high-tech. It's low-tech. There's no AC in it. The architect who designed this has done a lot of thinking, how to use wind, how to use the sun, where to place the buildings, and what kind of material to use to build this school. So it's very cheap, made out of straw bales. I think it's beautiful. Apparently the kids in there are happy. It looks very modern, but it's very much about the material they have been using to build this school. So the point here is to say, and this is again coming from this organization called African Circular Economy Alliance, saying that you can build buildings also by using mass timber, because it's a product which, or it's a resource which Africa already has, and you can use it for other purposes than burning it or just producing tables. You can actually build buildings with it. I don't want to go too much over time. I think I have one more slide and I will be done. Just to make the point that this can also be much bigger. If you look at how countries are industrializing, there's something called industrial symbiosis, which basically says you can build an industrial park in a way that the waste of one company becomes a resource for the other company. And you do that by taking the very conscious decision that you place those companies which basically feed each other with their waste, which is called a waste hierarchy. You place them actually in the same place, obviously. So you're creating what's called industrial symbiosis. So I hope I made the point. All of these things are related to circular economy. And we are going to turn this into a dramatic comedy. and we have only just started our journey. And yeah, we welcome everyone. I just want to say thank you to the partners who already trust us, which is Verdant Seal and Underdog Productions. Thank you, Zioma, also for joining our panel. And a big thank you for Ijeoma, who believed in the project from the beginning, and without who I would not be here. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Søren. If there's something in Nigeria we call key points, which is you take a big textbook and then you summarize it into a few pages, just so that we understand. So what you're saying is that this whole economy of turning waste into wealth is what you want to dramatize in a movie format, right? Right?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, great. So we'll just put that in the parking lot for a few minutes and come to you, Isioma. Søren has come all the way from Vienna to Nollywood, and he's interested in making not an Austrian movie, but a Nollywood movie about the circular economy. Why do you think this industry has so much promise?
Well, I think it's actually quite good that we're segueing into our panel, following from the previous panel that had all the distributors and, producers and guild members talking about, where Nollywood is headed in terms of positioning in the international market and content and professionalism and all of that. I say this to say that Nollywood is ready in a way to experiment with concepts like these, despite certain things that may dissuade one otherwise, such as, if you look at generally the numbers are not doing well because of COVID, especially with cinema, but then you have Netflix and, Amazon is also coming into markets, which then opens up more international distribution. We have incredible talent, both, local talent and, talent of Nigerian origin internationally who are seeking to engage. So we have people who can actually take this idea of a circular economy and actually make a comedy out of it. That is not even really a problem. In fact, it's funny, when I was growing up and I was thinking about this panel, I was thinking about when I was growing up, and I don't know how many people had this experience. There always used to be these women that would come to the doors to pick up your used bottles and newspapers and things like that. And when you go and buy bole, or corn on the street, you understand what I mean? They are using the end result of those things. So in a sense, this is being done on a very micro level. And what we're trying to say is, hey, there's actually real money in this, and use, a film to illustrate that. So I was thinking about, what kind of film, this is basically a social impact film. And I was thinking, have we done social impact films in Nollywood before? They have been done, very few. I think of Ishaya's The Republic, which was a film. It was sponsored by a number of NGOs and I think private persons who believed in the concept, and it was a commentary on the political system in Nigeria. Ishaya has also done several other documentaries. I know he did one that was very popular about the assault on women in Abuja by the police, where women were being perceived as prostitutes if they just happened to be found on the road at certain unholy hours of the day. So, but what I found was predominantly a lot of this type of audiovisual work was either in a documentary format or some kind of short format. The only film I could come across was Ishaya's The Republic. 93 Days came to mind, but I didn't necessarily feel it was a social impact film because it was a commentary on what had happened during the Ebola crisis. So it was really more of a biography of sort, or you know what I mean. But I'll just lump it in there, just because it's close enough in terms of theme, right? And those films didn't necessarily do very well in Nollywood. I think 93 Days is about 17 million at the box office. I've not been able to get the numbers on The Republic, but I know that they didn't do very well at the box office. One could argue that it wasn't necessarily the substance of the film, but more so, did the film have enough of a budget to do the necessary marketing to turn out the numbers at the cinema, or several other, issues that could have affected those numbers. I think that in saying all of this and analyzing everything, the key takeaway point is that, yes, Nollywood can make this film, but it has to really be a film, fundamentally. And it has to think about the commercial issues. not because the intention behind the film is profit, but because the intention behind the film is to reach as wide an audience as possible. So you would have to then approach it like a regular film. You would monetize your film if it's going to reach as many people as possible. If 100,000 people buy a $2, ticket, you're doing well, and then you do your numbers with the budget. So because you're trying to spread this message as wide as possible, then you should treat it like every other commercial venture. It should have all the components of a good film, the right talent. Discussions were here about how do we even identify who the people in Nollywood are. Thank God, the representatives of the guilds and all of that were here. And I know that with this project, Sukomi is on this project to make sure that the project has all those components of a good film. But we have to make sure that you have enough funding, to put behind. Having a good distributor is critical. And speaking, which is a critical point, then you start to have to make this like, do we want to go to cinema? Or do we want to go to Netflix or Amazon? Or do we want to be on TV? And my answer will be all of the above, because there are different people who access content through all the mediums, right? The cinema run is good because it's wide. I mean, we don't really have that many cinemas, but at least you reach a decent chunk of people. The online, platforms gives you infinite numbers of people, but the question will be, those numbers to Nigeria, right? What are those numbers saying for Nigeria? And it's not that great, but growing. Again, the concept of a secular localize it for Nigeria is really still a global concept. So there's still value in having it online and having a lot of people see it. Who knows? It might be some Nigerian in America that's like, oh, my mom has a pineapple farm in Osun State. Okay, mommy, I'll take the back of the pineapple and make leather. I mean, it really can have that impact. And this one be employing like all the people in his village. I mean, so you never know where who the message will get to that would have that effect that you're seeking with the circular economy. Now say TV, and I specifically will speak to terrestrial TV, which is something that we always ignore. The last numbers I know, about 80 million households in Nigeria are tuned onto terrestrial TV in Nigeria. People don't know. So terrestrial TV will be your boring NTAs and STV, LITV, and all those channels that us Lagos watch. So, and those reach 80 million households, and the chunk of those households are, low-income families who you're actually really trying to get this message to the masses, who make up the majority of the population in Nigeria. So there is looking at a terrestrial TV exhibition, but like you already know, sorry, when we had discussions, unlike in other countries where TV stations like Sean, these guys are not commissioning. So you have to get into interesting deals like maybe you would do a deal where they would give you airtime and you do rev share on ad revenue or things like that. You have to get very creative. Can work, and a lot of people have done those things. So for me, I think that this is a good project. I think that Nollywood is ready for that project. I've pointed out some of the challenges, but there are also solutions to those challenges. So let's go out and make like.
Fantastic, Isioma. Isioma, thank you very much. So it looks like the ball is back in your court, Soren. For you to have come all the way to, again, engineer the process of making a Nollywood or an Africa-based, film or content on circularity or the circular economy. Can you tell us in just a few minutes what you think the story would be like? How you think this can appeal to a Nigerian or an African or a global audience using the Nigerian flavor?
Yeah, thank you. So, first point is we're obviously not going to make a film about the circular economy, like right in your face, the way I presented it there. That would be far too boring. And this for people. Basically, we're trying to build a brand, and we have taken the conscious decision also not to use a .com or .org or .info. We have the domain name circularity.ng, which is already online. So this is supposed to be a film coming out of Nigeria for the world, and we're looking at other markets, including French-speaking and Portuguese-speaking Africa, but also the US, the Caribbean, and Europe, where I come from. That's number one. The story is about circularity. And circularity is a young woman who succeeds due to her different mindset. She has this mindset, such as the young man I showed you, the guy who had the idea to use the skins of a pineapple to turn it into a business. And she has a lot of drama in her life, because when she's starting to realize around the age of 12, 13, 14 how different she is, how differently she thinks long-term, she doesn't think profit, she thinks about partnerships and how to associate others. So she's this young woman, which I think many might want to be. We want to, present her story. But she has a lot of challenges, but she's growing those businesses, and she's growing them into success stories with her partners, so that when you leave the movie, you feel like, okay, you have gone through a story, or we have told you a story of a young woman who created a range of successful businesses based on smart ideas with her partners. While, as I said, and a little bit of romance in that film as well. So this is where we currently stand. We're having a 2-day story conference next week. Next week, yes. Brainstorm about all those ideas, what kinds of fights she will have, including legislation, for example. As I said, there are many countries' legislation for many of these things in place. The good news about the circular economy is that there's one long. There's something very interesting in this circular economy, which is called, if you keep it simple, the R strategies, or the circular economy action imperatives. Now, I keep it simple. All kinds of English words which start with an R or a re. Recycle, remanufacture, repurpose, refuse, rethink, redesign, reimagine. And the film, to a certain extent, be based on those, because circularity, our main protagonist, has this kind of mindset, and she's just building one success story after another based on that thinking, while she has her struggles, and while she obviously is confronted with a lot of challenges, just because of that different mindset, and because she wants to be innovative, or she just has this passion and feels like she can do these things.
In 8 minutes to wrap the session, and would assume there'll be a few questions. But before I open it up to the House, Isioma, this project is looking to raise about 100 million for, to fund the movie. Based on everything we've heard today and based on your experience, do you consider that to be viable enough to, adequately market this to a global audience?
Well, I would have said, can you ask the distributors who have the unfortunate job of always trying to get movies to sell? Well, but in my experience, that sounds like a good budget to get things done. Distributors in the house, yay or nay, but I do work with some of them, so I would say that sounds about like a good budget. And it comes down to the fundamentals. It has to be a good film. And from what you're saying, it seems to have all those necessary elements of drama, romance, comedy. Nigerians like to go to the cinema and escape from their problems. It's one of the big topics, and I think it came up at the last panel where, it got to a point the only thing we saw in cinema was comedy. Because we need to find a way to tell the story in a way that they can understand. And I think it's great that you're doing a story conference. 100 million sounds like a good budget. It should cost you, COVID has jumped up the cost of production right now, but it should cost you between 20 to, let me even be on the higher side, 50 million just to do the actual shooting. Post-production might be a whole other cost. And you can get into interesting deals to manage that actual cash. So you can actually bring in, for instance, post-production companies. I think Hiventi or something are represented here. They are the official partners for Netflix on post-production. So you could get into interesting co-productions with them that would allow you to conserve your actual liquid cash and still have access to services, maybe enter into some sort of profit sharing. I mean, there are a lot of, I think 100 million is a good number, but COVID sometimes makes things kind of more expensive. So also being open to interesting relationships with different partners that can add value would also be a good strategy to add, plus the budget that you guys are thinking about.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Selma. Do we have any questions from... Yes, please.
Hello. Cinema Exhibitors Association. I know that the underlying basis of your project is primarily, to some extent, educational, commercial, but it also tells me about the fact that within the exhibition business, there are two areas in the Nigerian exhibition business that we have problems with. One is movies that are educational in nature, and two, movies that are animation. We do not have any of those. I know this project is primarily for a global audience, but it does also remind me that, look, there is also a Nigerian audience. We are an economy that is growing, but issues such as waste are becoming very important in this economy. And it's important that we understand that if we're able to begin to think about solutions to waste that we're going to produce in future and put in place education to a lot of people who go to the cinemas, a lot of young people, because our audience primarily is between the ages of 18 and 35. They are the ones who produce quite a lot of the waste. So movies that already tell them that this is how you can handle waste in a commercially viable way, funny way, comedic way, that would help. Now, the question is, for a global audience, yes. But in terms of the lawyer on the, what can we do to ensure that there's access to money to allow us to produce this type of content for our local audience, because it is sorely needed. A lot of schools come to the cinema and ask for content that will help educate them in terms of commercial history, whatever it is. We don't have that content. How can we use whatever means might be available, whether legal or thereabouts, to encourage governments or institutions or individuals to invest in this type of content to help bridge that gap and to ensure that we have a much more balanced content whenever we're exhibiting in the cinemas? How can we do that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick. And first of all, I'm very happy that a distributor asked this question, because I think it speaks to the changing mood, which I think is a way forward. I would list out certain things I think can be done. The first one is I always like people to function based on what is in my best commercial interest. I find that when you act in your best commercial interest, you actually tend to get to an outcome that is likely to be beneficial to everyone around you. And when I speak to that, I'm talking about taxes. I actually think that cinemas should push, I mean, FIRS, LIRS, they're all going aggressively on taxation, and all of that. And I think that there's room for some negotiations on potential tax breaks for productions, around educational subject matters. In fact, I believe the tax laws actually make some allowances for things like this. So for instance, you look at Dangote has been building a lot of roads, and people think he's just, doing Nigeria a favor. No. For all those roads, he has tax benefits for building those roads, and he's building cement roads, a product which he produces. So in fact, you think about what is the real cost to him, And then second, he's also marketing the product, because now the conversation about maybe we should build our roads with cement is now becoming a real conversation. So you can see how acting in your best commercial interest sometimes can be beneficial. So, and I'm open to have deeper conversations with the distributors and exhibitors about this, but there are tax benefits for these types of things. Another way to look at it, I know right now the Nigerian Film Corporation bill to convert it to a commission is on the table. There's also this weird conversation about privatizing it, which I find rather confusing, but I digress. And I think that is a very key point in dealing with things like this. I've been pushing, those who have known me in the industry, a lot of people here have known me for several years. I'm less aggressive. Now I have a baby, so I'm being locked down a little bit more. But back in the day when I was, single and unbabied, a lot of my conversations were always very aggressively about, listen, we need a film commission. Because a film commission, one of the jobs that they do, apart from being a central coordinating body kind of for the film industry, one of the things that they do is to have access to funding. And these types of projects are those types of projects that should be funded by organizations like that, because these are not profit projects, right? I'm not going to talk about Bank of Industry, because Bank of Industry is purely commercial. I'm giving you a loan. I expect you to return with that loan with interest. I'm talking about grants. And so we need to have this conversation of we need our film commission up and running and have grants inbuilt there that producers can access to make films like this, because clearly there's a market for these films, but the exhibitors have to make certain decisions. Do I put Avengers 3, 5, or, or secularity? And I mean, to be very fair, the answer is clear. But if they had all these incentives, then they would, because, I mean, they're not really losing, quote and unquote, anything. So we really need to pay attention to this film corporation privatization, because I don't really understand. It's a very strange concept. The concept of a film corporation was strange from the first beginning, because your government should not be competing against you, but should be complementing you and creating an enabling environment. This is wild. So now they want to privatize it. I just don't understand. So to me, those are two ways that these things can be dealt with. Even going back to Bank of Industry, there could be an argument for, hey, say, let there be some grants, not loan, some grants granted to certified producers or whatever, maybe through the guild system, who knows, where they can access certain grants for productions like this. So I think it's all about grants, and tax incentives,
Thank you very much, Isioma. As the lawyer says, in your best commercial interest. Our time is really up. Soren, I'll give you 1 minute to make closing remarks.
Okay, very quickly. Thank you, Deepo. Very quickly, the gentleman sitting right next to me, thank you, sir. Sorry, I forgot your name. You said the right thing, I don't know, half an hour ago when we were sitting together. How do we make a film which is at the same time Nigerian, but also speaks to an audience, an African audience, who is outside of Nigeria, i.e. Kenya, SA, Gambia, wherever, plus the French-speaking ones, plus Angola, plus Mozambique. That's where synchronization comes in, and we're thinking about these things. And when you talk about Portuguese, I'm thinking Brazil, obviously. That's number one. So we're thinking big, we're thinking global. How do we finance the whole things? I like to give people challenges. I used to work for the African Development Bank, so I know people who, I don't know, they run multi-million, multi-billion infrastructure projects, and they always think about how do we explain to these politicians and the other corporate decision makers. Circular economy is about changing mindsets, make people understand, number one, all kinds of waste is a resource. Number two, you can create, as a government, you can create a lot of jobs with the circular economy thinking. So we will do exactly what Isioma said. We go for loans, we go for grants, first of all, because we give all these people the challenge of, we are up to producing that kind of movie which is at least 75% entertaining and maybe 25% educating. So obviously we're using this whole edutainment thinking for the movie. but it's not about the education. First comes entertainment, second comes education, and we're giving various organizations, including Nigerians, but also others, the challenge of financing what I think is, peanuts somehow, 100 million naira, looking at what they usually do and the kind of amounts of money which they use for doing other things.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great pleasure having this opportunity to pitch this movie. Next Waste to Wealth blockbuster. Isioma Idigbe and Soren Bauer. Dikbo Adeshida, thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Bao, Sioma, and Dikbo. That was, so we should be getting ready for some movies. When? Do you have an idea, Mr. Bao? Do you have an idea?
Fundraising in 2022, production in dry season 2023. That's January, February. Okay. Yeah.
All right, then. Thank you so much. So the next session, I'm sure is such you'd like. It's time for lunch, like when you eat. So it's happening upstairs. If you want to walk, it's just next there on the next floor up. If you want to use the elevator, it's the M floor. So when you get upstairs, someone will direct you to where to get food and more. Once that is done, we're coming back for the next session. So we'll see you in the next 1 hour. Thank you very much.
Why they shift, they near me, they approach me.
I beg you, if you borrow me small sports where they take watch all these movies, make
I no get a sport. I no dey stress myself for that side again. Now Super TV I dey use. I dey stream film for there. Any kind series dey for there. And now even with zero data, I dey use take watch am.
Wait, guy, hold on. I beg. She na app ni abina.
No, na supermarket. Na app na, download them.
Enjoy flexible and affordable subscription packages on Super TV. Download now to start your tryout version Available on Google Play Store and App Store. Super TV. Watch TV, not your...
My guy.
So you watch movies?
Yeah, I do watch movies.
What genre do you watch?
Genre. Horror, sometimes romantic, with zero data. Zero data.
So where do you watch your movies then?
I watch it on Super TV. It's an online TV application that you can stream with your airtime without data. You're not using data.
Don't worry, I'm going to download Super TV because of you, baby.
So you download it because of me?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my goodness, I'm so emotional.
Anything for my baby.
Have you eaten?
Why would I eat when my damn self hasn't eaten?
Oh my God. So you don't eat until I eat?
Definitely not going to eat until you eat.
You said Chidima was saying something yesterday. What did you say? Good afternoon. Well done. And I said I will come and greet you, that you just came in our company. I just wanted to invite you for my introduction mini wedding. Yeah. Your introduction?
Yes.
I will come. Tao, you know what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. I will see you later.
Eh? Tao? Ma? My friend, go and wash the plate in the kitchen. Leave me. Somebody, you don't even know what somebody is going through. You said somebody is going through. If you don't want me to ask what's wrong with you right now, you enter that place and go and wash plate for me. Stream Pazzi.
Enjoy flexible and affordable subscription packages on Super TV. Download now to start your tryout version. Available on Google Play Store and App Store. Super TV. Watch TV, not your data.
Yes.
22. See what you tell my husband to? He go where small pikin, the set, he wear mommy struggle.
You don't know what they call this. This is agreement.
I met a guy out there now in your company. Try to challenge me somehow that, oh my.
That must be Mike. I don't know what's up to. Don't mind him. You're too big for him. Leave him. Let him just be.
You know, get CD. CD. In one video rental for there, they sell up. Video rental. CD, where they look. Condom. People know they call them condom again and CD. You say you won't do shuku shuku.
You know, Toke's sister, he don't win jackpot to enter university. We no get money. Admission. You go tell me, say you don't win admission to enter university.
I know we all love money, but let us talk one by one.
Hope no be say the poverty wey dey your body, na they make you dey rap like Pasuma so.
Pasuma no dey rap now.
If na this one, I no get am. The milk wey dey inside this one, you fit drink am finish before you die.
They spray Mama Shogo say we escort am.
E good make person dey do party o. Which time somebody go die for my husband family now?
All of you should listen to me. You've gotten to the point of no return.
Ọ̀fẹ́ gbé mi pa, àwo lọ.
Ohun èrè mi kò gẹ̀rí ọ̀nà rẹ̀ ló pọ̀. Ó wù mí kí n débìlà wáyé àyìn wá lóògùn wálé ni.
Ìgbọ́ yẹ kọ́kú ìṣẹ́nu ilé lálẹ́ tí wọ́n ṣe ìyàwó wọn wọ́n jí tààràtà. Èwo ló ń ṣe ń bẹ̀?
Ọlá ti tó. Fóònù gbogbo ìdílé mi fà kalẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́yìn náà ti ní.
Ó di dandan kọ́ ọgbà torí wípé ìwọ náà àgbà oyè ni ọ́.
Wọ́n sì lójú alákòóso àná le.
Ó le nígbà tí a ti gbọ́n jù.
Welcome to Ebony Life Place. Thank you for choosing us today. Let me show you around. Welcome to Taraka. This is our rooftop bar and restaurant. We're open in the evenings from 5 p.m. till 11. We do all sorts here. We have birthdays, we have wedding receptions, we have product launches, anything that, you're feeling, you're into, whatever you fancy, we can make it work for you at Taraka. At Taraka, you can experience all the views in Lagos. We have views stretching all the way to landmark. You can see the whole of Victoria Island and beyond. Come here and be mesmerized. So this is the third floor. This is where we have our cinemas. It's a very popular spot for family. Kids come here as well. Let me just show you around. This is our Coca-Cola VIP lounge. Welcome. It's a popular spot for, private parties, people who just want to come in. It's intimate. Say you have a group of 10 to 20 people and you just want to come in, chill, hang around, watch a good movie, get good vibes. So you can chill in here first. It's also open for food services, so sometimes we do serve guests in here. And this is the screening room. So this is Kubo Lounge. It's also a VIP lounge. Welcome. So this is also a very popular spot for most, especially corporate events. Companies come in here, they want to do, private discussions, boardroom meetings, luncheons, press releases, anything of that nature. This is our Access Bank Lounge. People come in here oftentimes to do boardroom meetings, retreats, seminars, conferences, and meetings. The second floor of the building. This is where we feature upcoming blockbusters, everything people want to see right now. What's trending, what's current, what's poppin'. We're also known to feature Nollywood movies, so this is a place that you can come to and you can get the best of both worlds, from international movies to what we do here in Nigeria. Welcome. This is our confectionery. Here you can get the drinks of your choice. You can get popcorn. We sell chocolates as well. Basically a sweet delight. Something a little special for me. Thank you. So now we are going to see a movie. Now it's time to get seriously comfortable. Here you can sit back, relax, pick your legs up, and we're ready for you. You're all set to see the movie. Welcome to The Wrap, an outdoor experience like no other. This is where we have our pool and our pool deck, a popular spot for young people, millennials especially. People come here to have parties, birthday parties. People come here to have bridal showers, wedding receptions, and just to chill and have a good time in general. Welcome to Popina, a luxury restaurant where we pride ourselves on giving you quality, decadence, and class. Here we have our executive chef, Chef Gavin, giving us 3-course to 4-course meals. It's quite popular for birthday dinners. It's popular for people bringing in family, friends, couples. This is Victoria Hall, a popular destination for weddings, receptions, product launches, conferences, press releases, and much more. This space can hold up to 100 people seated and 150 standing. Make it your next choice for your next big event in Lagos. This is the reception at Ebony Life Place. This is where we can help you in terms of any questions you may have, thoughts or concerns. Feel free to pop in anytime to talk to one of our receptionists. And this is probably the most popular lobby in Lagos. Everyone from famous actresses, bloggers, YouTubers, they have come in here to take a picture in this very lobby under these very golden lights. So, hi.
guys will hook them up. While Christopher would also be introducing all of the guests on this panel. So our next session is an industry conversation with France and the France-Nigeria business focus. The speakers will be Francis Nebo, Benjamin from Bot Business Development Manager, Vivendi Africa. He'll be joining us online. Olivier Pascal will be joining us also from online. Dennis Paknek would also be joining us online, while Gillette Vivier and Tatiana Mosello will be here. But before then, we'll be calling on to Christopher to give us a little speech from the French embassy. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Before telling anything, I would like to tell you that it's good to be here with you, to have some one-to-one meeting, to meet physically. It has been a long time since we have not met like this, so thank you, Ijeoma, for organizing this event physically. Thank you very much. So, dear partner and dear friends, I'm delighted that the French Embassy is associated to this new edition of the Nigerian International Film and TV Summit. The summit has always been an occasion for Nigerian companies to develop business opportunities with French organizations. It's also an opportunity for the French industry to have a better understanding of the Nigerian TV sector and its specificities. The Nigerian TV industry is indeed a vibrant and dynamic market. French companies are already investing in Nigeria, but there are still plenty of opportunities. So I'm definitely sure that those exchanges will be the opportunity to strengthen the economic and artistic relationship between France and Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. That was precise, straight to the point. The moderator for this panel is Ijeoma Ona, and can the guides present please join? And the other partners will be joining us online. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
So can Juliet and Tatiana please come forward? Ijeoma will be the moderator for this. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Please don't fall asleep. I know you just ate lunch. We still need you to be very much attentive and alert. This session is the France-Nigerian business focus. A lot has been happening between French and Nigerian companies, starting from 2018 when we launched out the Nigerian International TV Summit that takes place every year in the city of Paris. So we have seen a lot of collaborations, partnerships, happening between French and Nigerian companies. That is what this session is all about. We want to continue to, shape the narrative that language is no longer a barrier, right? So language is no longer a barrier as far as this business is concerned, either in film or in television. And we have a couple of success stories that we want to share. And so before we go into the discussions proper, we're going to start with a presentation from a French company that has also worked extensively with Nigeria. I want to invite the gentleman on the screen with us, Mr. Denis Pagnac, to please, yes, he has a brief presentation about his company and what they've been doing in Nigeria. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Denis Pagnac for his presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be brief, then we will take more time for conversation, question and answer. So definitely I switch to the presentation rapidly. Okay. So SumView is a French company and also a Nigerian company. We are based in Paris and in Lagos. So we have developed an infrastructure allowing us to offer various services to our customers, which are this multi-service platform allowing to distribute content. We are developing application and we are also hosting infrastructure in Paris and in Lagos. We are very pleased to work in Nigeria. We have started to work in Nigeria since 2013, and since that day we have going through different projects, and we are on the way to launch a new project with Super TV early October, on the 1st October on Friday. So this is very hot topic for today. So we are essentially positioned onto Europe and Africa, and we work with content owners, TV channels, anyone having content. So our mission is to deliver services to different kind of actors, telecom operators, all the media industry, monetizing the content, and also the advertising industry, as we are able to present and to send all the content to company analyzing the content in order to identify the TV spots. So we are exactly right at the crossroad of media and telecom, and we used to deal with different problems and I would say opportunities for this market. So of course new entrants, but also how to monetize the audience. We have innovative services, so it is exactly a burning topic at the moment. So our platform allows to deliver different kind of services. So to serve OTT platform, online platform, we have this streaming platform allowing to carry on the content from one country, from Nigeria typically, to the rest of the world and vice versa, in order to create a nice and interesting bouquet of content. We are also in charge of integrating and interacting with the payment solution of the different operators and also local payment. In Nigeria, we have used to work with Paystack. We are using also the mobile operator payments. So we are interested in dealing with all these kind of payments, which are very specific to the African continent and specific of Nigeria. 2 hubs, one in Paris, one in Lagos. The 2 hubs allows us to receive different satellite dishes, satellite services. So we have the capability of receiving services and satellite content from in France and also in Nigeria. And we are interconnected, allowing us to bring with us and to work with the content owners in Nigeria to go abroad, to develop their business, and also vice versa. So we have this triple experience, telecom experience, media experience, and African experience hopefully now. So this is it. So
Thank you for that very brief, apt, and concise presentation about the business of SumView in Nigeria and also in Paris. Thank you so much, Mr. Denis Pagnac. We're going to go to the next presentation by Mr. Olivier Pascal, also a French company that has been doing so well in Nigeria. He's the founder of LAFAC. Olivier, are you there? Can you say hello to us?
I'm here.
Okay.
Hi, everyone.
So I'm going to invite you right now to please do an introduction about LAFAC, and then we take it from there. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Gemma. Before I do my presentation, I would like to thank you for inviting me to attend this session. And also, I would like to apologize to everyone for not being with you, because I would be delighted to be in Lagos with you today. But I had to prepare my next trip next month. I will be in Lagos, so I hope I will be able to see you all during that trip. That needs a lot of preparation, and I will explain a bit why. So let me share my screen. Hopefully. I hope you see it. So what is LAFAC? LAFAC is a digital platform that trains people in the creative industry in Africa as a whole, and the Sub-Saharan Africa in particular. As you all know, African culture is very abundant and diverse, but as you all know as well, sometimes people struggle to explore that culture to benefit from all the creative talent and to basically sell their talent and make money out of it. One of the reasons why it is the case is that the creative industry in Africa lacks sometimes some structuring and some trainings. And these I've been able to testify and testimoniate during 15 years when I've been advising governments, development banks, and companies such as Canal Plus in Africa. And this is one of the reasons why I decided 4 years ago to create LAFAC. So basically, LAFAC is a blended learning platform adapted to the needs and the use of the learners in Africa. Why it is adapted? First, because it's based on a mobile application that is a free app that you can all download today in Google and Apple stores. You can access it very easily, and even if you don't have internet, once you have downloaded our content, you can always have access to it and follow all the trainings we have. And also, it is adapted to the country because we are learning
So Olivier,
yeah.
can you hear me? I can't actually hear you. Oh yeah. So I think he's having some connection issues with his internet. So give him some time to see if he's going to get connected back. Otherwise, we just go straight into the conversations and then we can take. Okay, he's back.
Yeah, I can hear you myself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Can you go back to the last slide before this?
That one?
Yes, the previous
So basically,
slide.
on that one, I was just explaining the fact that we are bundling several ways of learning. The first one is through a mobile application that has been designed for Africa in the sense that it's free to download in the stores. It is easy to access, and all our content is also accessible offline. That is to say, once you have downloaded the content, you can consume it and review it anytime, anywhere. And also, all our content is produced with local partners to make sure that it is fit for our audience. And we complement this app with virtual classes and practical sessions with our partners locally. And currently, typically, we are having sessions in Nigeria on script writing. We do cover all of the creative industry, from audiovisual to cinema to music, fashion. And one of the key aspects of LAFAC is that we focus on entrepreneurship in the creative industry in order to support the people of that industries to monetize their talent. I skipped how we train people via our library. We do benefit from strategic partnerships with most of the best schools in Europe and in Africa to be able to offer training in in the book industry, in the music industry, in the fashion industry. Typically for cinema, we have a partnership with La Femis. For audiovisual, we have a partnership with IMA. On music with EMIC, on fashion with S-Mode. And locally, we have partnerships with key brands and key players in different countries. And our key partner in Nigeria is the Wazobia Group. And I guess that Tatiana, that is sitting next to you, Jeremiah, will talk about it. Today, we have a library of about 100 hours of training. And we are building these trainings every week, knowing that we are raising funds currently to make sure that we can produce more and more content going forward. In terms of partnerships, we are also supported by large companies and large organizations such as UNESCO, such as La Francophonie, and we have a strong network with different embassies. And typically the Nigerian embassy has supported La FAC in Nigeria on different projects. One on script writing that we are just finishing right now. We have a program on fashion that we will be deploying in January next year. And we are also having a big project in Edo, in the state of Edo, with Edo Jobs, where we are going to train from January next year 3,000 people in the creative industry together with Wazobia. And the trainings will be on shooting and editing a movie, on entrepreneurship in the creative industry, and entrepreneurship in the music industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Olivier. Thank you, Denise Payak. At this time, I will go straight to introduce our panelists. We have virtual speakers. We have 4 of them from France joining us. You already met Denise Payak, CEO of SomeView, and then also Olivier Pascal from LAFAC. We have Francis Nebo from I Find Pictures. And then we have Benjamin Bird from Viventi Africa Group. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to please welcome our virtual speakers again to this session that is focusing on France and Nigerian business. And then to my left here, I have the CEO of Wazobia Group. I'm sure maybe most of you may not have met her, but this is the person behind Wazobia. Her name is Tatiana. Tatiana, it's so good to have you. Thank you. And then I also have, to my right, Juliet is SVP Africa, right? International Director for Hiventi Africa. It's so good to have every one of you here. Thank you for flying all the way to join us for physically for this event. I mean, for almost a year, our industry is one of the most hit by the pandemic. You know, we have not been traveling like we used to. I've met her severally in the city of Cannes, the south of France, where we always bump into each other. Everybody's busy, and we just grab a drink, and everybody moves on. So it's really nice to, you know, have everyone here. And the reason why we are having these conversations is because, you know, France has been very deliberate in making sure that the cultural and the audiovisual industries are being developed. They've been very, very deliberate in their approach. I've worked with them for over the past, 3 years thereabouts, and we have seen a lot happening within the space. So I'm just going to start. I'm going to start from Benjamin. You're going to tell us a bit more about the business of Viventi in Africa with the establishment of the theater in Abuja. I think Lagos is also coming up. I'm not so sure, but just give us a general overview of what Viventi Group has been doing in Nigeria and how it has impacted the film industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So Vivendi Group has a brand called Canal Olympia. Canal Olympia is the name of the network of 18 cinema venues across 12 countries. We're currently mostly in Francophone Africa, and we only recently opened our first Anglophone venue in Nigeria a bit less than a year ago, and then right after in Rwanda. So the Canal Olympia concept is quite unique in the sense that it combines cinema with live shows thanks to an outdoor stage that can accommodate concerts of thousands of people. So it has not been easy to adapt from largely unstructured Francophone markets to the Nigerian market that is highly structured and much more dynamic. But we are working on that. Our programming is in both international and Nigerian films. And as you said, our first venue in Nigeria is in the neighborhood of Mararaba, an hour away from Abuja. We also have a venue that is still under construction in Lagos. As just any exhibitor in the world, we have been hardly hit by COVID, so we have had to put a break on our investments. But we are really looking forward to the recovery and to developing our business in Nigeria and developing our footprint in the Nigerian market.
Thank you. Just to get more perspective of the Canal Olympia brand and what they have been doing, especially in distributing Nollywood film in Francophone Africa. Do you want to throw a bit more light on that? I know that you've worked with Mr. Francis Nebo. I'm going to come to you shortly after Benjamin. But Benjamin, in terms of helping Nollywood films get into French-speaking Africa territories, I know that Canal Olympia has been very, very instrumental to that. Can you just tell us a bit about, those activities around distribution and exhibition of Nollywood films dubbed into French in, Francophone Africa?
So one of the aims of Canal Olympia is to promote African cinema in general, and as I said, the Nigerian film industry being one of the most structured, it makes a lot of sense to promote Nigerian films in the markets where we already operate. And we have been doing so from the very start. Right now, the up-and-coming movie that we are thinking of is called Juju Stories. And I'm very glad that Francis is there because he will be able to tell you a bit more about that.
All right, so Francis, you have the floor now. So you're going to tell us how you have been working with the distribution of Nollywood films. You've done quite extensively. Well, by the way, he was the first person to release a Nollywood film in Paris. I think that was in 2017 or 2018 in the cinemas commercially. And after that, he has been quite passionate in pushing Nollywood films, dubbing them into French in Paris, and then pushing them across different African countries. So, Francis, the floor is over to you. Just give us a bit overview of what you have been doing with Nollywood films dubbed into French. Thank you.
Thank you, Ijeoma. It's a pleasure. Sorry for not being here, but we'll make it up very shortly next time. Indeed, it has been quite an adventure since we first met with Ijeoma. And the first, we did a try how to go about releasing a movie in a Western world from, let's say, Nigeria. It was quite a challenge because in the CNC, the regulatory bodies are very heavy in France, and they want to make sure that the title of rights are very well followed. This means that from the industry point of view in Nigeria, you have to make sure that there is a proper author or screenwriter agreement, a film director agreement with a producer, and then the producer to the international selection. This is very important, otherwise you don't get a visa in France. However, I put my hand into the mud, and I learned the hard way. I have to be frank, it was not a success. I learned how to provide and get a visa, so any more movie coming to France will be more than welcome. However, to gather an audience in France for, let's say, a very peculiar niche market, like African cinema, some other tried, it's not so easy. You have to gather the community. So what I have learned is that, yes, it can work. It can work target the right audience with the right diaspora. It's going more than a festival. A festival, it's easy to fill up the room, but when you want to build up an audience, it's another ball game. So this being said, I said, okay, we're not going to wait and to stay at that. And this is where, with Canal Olympia springing all the different movie halls in Africa, I said, this is an opportunity. Why don't we try and promote an enlarged audience of Nigerian movies outside the English-speaking environment? And for that, you have two prerequisites. The first one was to get a proper dubbing. And when I mean a proper dubbing, and I see Juliette is there, she knows what I'm speaking about, it's not just a dubbing with, Canal Olympia is spread all over Africa, from north to south, east to west. So it has to be a French neutral voices, because you can get, yes, indeed, cheap dubbing in Africa, in Ivory Coast, but then you will hear the African accent somewhere, the Ivorian accent. So we went into that and we found a partner, and I have a partner, Charlie Dubbing in France, who has done a tremendous job, and we started to try to have at least a release every month or every 2 months. Then the problem started. It has been a success as far as the audience now, and I can think Benjamin can vouch for it, the audience now are expecting, whenever there is a big movie, big blockbuster coming up in Nigeria, they would like to see it into their own cinema hall, dubbed into French, or even subtitled into French. So this is what we are trying to get. And this is where the problem is, because to get into the dubbing, then you have to go for the full monetization. And I was happy as a distributor to have been venturing and to make the full value monetization of the French dub. The French dub goes first into cinemas, because the film has to be made for cinema first on a big screen. Then you've got a lot of releases, and then you try to sell it at the end to the streamers. But this is where there is an issue, because at the end of the day, the producers, and I heard this morning debate, they are at the very beginning, or whatever you call it, which side you want to look at it, of the chain value. And it's true that the producer wants it too much. Maybe we'll get 10% or whatever a cinema is running. I don't want to do the math here. So basically, Netflix came into the picture, English speaking, so the distribution is becoming tougher. It is true. But now, today, I would like to say, maybe all the movies are not going to be selected to be on a big screen. That's one. But the one we are going to be, there is a possibility and there is an opening road. Canal Plus is taking it for their broadcasting in Africa, Orange on their TVOD platform, and small different streaming platform in Africa are also coming to it. Maybe it won't make the big numbers that a Netflix would come, but it will raise the interest further. That will be springing your movies all over the theaters runs in Africa. That's one, outside the English-speaking environment. And secondly, you've got a chance to have a major group like Vivendi or Orange who are interested to co-produce in the next movie that you could be having together. So I believe what we have been doing on our humble level is first make sure that the audience is expecting, and now we have enlarged your audience, that's for sure. And Benjamin is here to say, I'm sure that it is yes. There are people are waiting, saying, well, we want to see Omogoto, we want to see this. But now, I would like to say one thing. This is a French focus panel. There is a life beyond Netflix. And I think here, all the actors today at this table can vouch for it. We can not only get your movie straight to a platform, but get first your movie onto a screen, then get your movie later on at the end of the road, the chain value of the, let's say, window medias, going to a streaming platform. But in between, you will have bound and linked with different producers, like the big ones and like the small one like me, and then we can have a larger audience, and your movie can even travel further in different countries and go to big festivals.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Francis.
One point, I have to say one thing. Sorry, Jim, I forgot, because otherwise I don't know how you... The pandemic has killed a little bit the distribution. It was not so easy, the movie halls after. So what I've done, and thanks to the pandemic, I decided to venture myself into the production. And that was the best benefit I had. I ventured into 3 productions, one with a new talent from your countries, and we've been successful. We've been selected in big festivals like Locarno, where we got a prize for best film, and the movie is going to be released in Maraba and all other Pan-African countries. I enjoy all the distributors or exhibitors in this room. I can send you a screener, and please make sure, because this will talk. This is Urban Legends speaking from Nigeria for Nigerians, and this can spread all over Africa. Secondly, another movie Art House with the collective, CG Obasi from the collective. The two others are Abba Makama and Michael Omonua, talented CG as well. They group into the Serial 16. We made a black and white movie. It is in post-production. We were selected in Venice for final cut. This is the first ever time that there is a Nigerian movie in Venice. And Juju Stories is the first ever French Franco-Nigerian co-production. And certainly, because we like to break boundaries in iFind Pictures, we have been able to be selected for the first South-South co-production between English-speaking, and it is Esther Folusei, we made Akunde, and the most bankable lady, and I know you love ladies in this forum, and we do as well, most bankable lady, filmmaker from Burkina Faso, Apolline Traoré. This is in pre-production. So this pandemic has helped to your audience, Nigerian cinemas, to be reaching another level beyond the blockbusters and the mainstream into the other area of Art House. And hopefully there is another project coming up. Hopefully we're trying to remake in Nigeria a remake of a Burkinabe comedy, and maybe teaming up with the best people, exhibitors, producers and distributors which are around you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I see a very interesting synergy between a French company that is an exhibitor and a French company that is into distribution, working together, collaborating in distribution and exhibition of Nollywood films, across French-speaking Africa. I think that is a wonderful synergy. That is a wonderful collaboration, and we hope that we'll continue to see more and more of such synergies. Now, talking about, from what you just said now, advising filmmakers here to first of all go to the big screen, the reality is that, disruption is here. That's the truth. I mean, in the earlier session with Moses, he was giving us success stories of some movies that went straight to Netflix and they were quite successful. So I think it's more of a business decision that filmmakers need to make. Like, a lot of people have gone to the big screen and they didn't have very good experience, okay? And so I know that there are windows that need to be respected, okay? Yeah. There are windows when you make your movie, you first of all do the theoretical release, and then after that, you go to the first window, you get to the second window, and so on and so forth in the distribution cycle. But then again, we also have to face the fact that disruption is here. What disruption does is, I don't want to use the word disrupt again. It changes the traditional ways of doing things, and that is what we are facing right now. And that is why a lot of people are rethinking their business models, they are rethinking their strategies, and looking at what is the best way to make sure that we get our returns, okay? A couple of filmmakers here have not had, if I were to, say how many people have had a good experience, not to discourage people from going to the cinemas or to do theatrical release, but for some reasons it hasn't worked for some, while for quite a number, not too significant, they've been very, very successful. So, this is the era we find ourselves in. The digital era is here to stay with us, and it will continue to disrupt, it will continue to change the way things are done traditionally. And also, talking about digital, Juliet here is representing Hiventi Africa, and they're one of the major platforms, or rather companies, that deliver content to Netflix. They're already working with Nigerian companies. They understand all the delivery formats, the technical formats. We all know that one of the issues that we have had in distribution or monetizing Nigerian content outside of Nigeria is quality of audio, quality, international version. A lot of filmmakers do not understand that there's something called international version. So I would just want Juliet to just touch a bit on that on her experience working so far on Nigeria. I know they've done extensively. They've done so much around Nigeria. So I just want you to, give us a bit of insight about some of the challenges that you have also faced and the opportunities, the real opportunities, so that those who are here can understand why they need to take the technical requirements very seriously.
Thank you, Wijoma. Yeah, hi everybody. So I'm Juliette. I do represent Hiventi. So we are in the post-production and all the technical work. Initially, so the headquarters is in France, but I don't speak on behalf of France because we are really thinking our business model globally. And our industry now is global, and we have to think that way. So it's not about one country to another. It's about content flying all around. Tomorrow, we're going to have an extensive session. So as per your question, Joma, we will really go into details. Because yes, currently speaking, Ivanti is the first tech partner for Netflix in Africa. And we are facing huge challenges because your content is flying, obviously, when you are acquired by someone like Netflix or any other platform or any other podcasters. You will have to meet some technical requirements to make sure that can be released internationally. And that's pretty challenging. So we would like to touch with you about the fundamental and what you need to think about while you are on your pre-production. Because it's not at the end that you have to think how I'm going to make money out of it. It's from the beginning that you have to think how I'm going to distribute and release my content worldwide. So this is what we're going to go more in details, but definitely our main challenges being in the between, because we are an in-between player. When we are working with content coming from Nigeria, it's mainly the sound issue. Sound is quite crucial. Having said that, so why is this company? Because we have Ivanti Nigeria, we are based in Nigeria, so in Lagos. So we have a studio here in Lagos. We have another one in Nairobi, in Kenya. And definitely it's part of what Francis was saying, or earlier Moses. Nowadays it's a global world. So it means your content should be produced and in a way to address a global audience. But having said that, it doesn't mean that you should do something which is global, because the main, what's at stake, it's to embrace this cultural diversity. And to make that happen, this is where we are in the between regarding the technical part, but the localization part. As Moses said, nowadays, Nollywood productions are flying to Korea, and the Koreans are flying to here, and now content are everywhere. And when you are, when we are interacting with players such as Netflix, what they want is, for instance, everybody knows what biryani rice is about, but nobody knows what ugali is about. So it's how we're going to push forward some cultural diversity and cultural background to the rest of the world, because they want to understand what it's this black culture, Nigerian culture, Pan-African culture. And the only way to make that happen is to make people out there to understand your fundamental and your background. So this is where we are in between. And it's super crucial that your content should fly and be available everywhere. But for doing that, yes, there are some technical challenges that we will address tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So please make sure, thank you. So make sure you keep an eye on that session from Ivanti. It's very important. I've worked in distribution, and I really understand the issues around distribution, around, audio, technical issues. Now, the pictures for our movies are getting fine, right? Do we agree? We are getting, yes, we're getting better picture quality. But what's actually happening to audio? Right? Are we really going to jump that hurdle? I've had the conversation with producers, and producers say, you know what? It's not like we don't know we are supposed to get our M&E tracks separately, but it's expensive. So, there's a lot of things to also consider. There are budgetary constraints. If you're making a movie of 5 million, for example, I don't want to call it a low-budget movie, but if you're making a movie of 5-10 million, is it something that can accommodate an audio specialist, right, on your set that is dedicated to just capturing the audio? So this is, I want to believe, we keep having these conversations, building capacity around understanding that as a producer, okay, there are certain things you need to know, there are certain things you need to do, so that if your content is going to go, if you're fine with just putting it on AIT, NTA, you're good. But if you really want to do international business, then you need to pay attention. Very, very important, okay? Because it has huge potentials, not just to make money locally, but also to bring in some foreign currency from outside of Nigeria. You can already see exhibitor in French-speaking Africa, Benjamin from the Vivendi group, right? Canal Olympia, and then Francis also working with them closely. So that tells you that there is an opportunity out there. There is an opportunity that needs to be tapped, okay? But we need to pay attention to all these details. So please make sure that you do not miss out that session on Hiventi tomorrow. They are going to really go into technical details, and I'm looking forward to the success stories coming out to say, I attended the Hiventi session in Nives, and today my productions are better. If I send it to Netflix, they're not rejecting it. If I send it to any other streamers or any other companies outside of Nigeria, they are not rejecting it because it has technical issues. So thank you for that insightful discourse. And then we're going to look at the collaborations between Wazobia and LAFAC as we begin to wrap up on this session. So Tatiana here, I remember 2018 in Paris. Actually, she wasn't in Paris, but Emad was there in Paris, and there in one of those networking sessions connected with Olivier Pascal of LAFAC, and today they're working together. They've worked together to create a Wazobia Academy. So you're going to tell us a bit more about that, right? Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Ijoma. Thanks, everyone. Indeed, as you rightly said, and again, thank you for putting up this summit and in presence, because this is the only way that we can meet and really personally have that connection. We met, my team met with Olivier's team in Paris in 2018. We discussed, we aligned our visions, and we thought, hey, why not? Let's look at a collaboration. So maybe just to get this clear, I'm probably the only diversity in your panel, right? Everyone's French. Just to make it clear to the audience, I'm proper Niger, right? So maybe my skin color is different, but I'm proper Niger. So indeed, as Ijoma said, I'm a co-founder of Wazobia. And for us, we've been in the broadcasting industry for over 20 years. And as you know, we grow the broadcasting from radio to television to production as well. That's one thing that we've started doing. Moses mentioned some case studies, and the movie that was mentioned earlier, One Lagos Night, that was sold only to Netflix, was actually a co-production of ours as well. We've always been approached by a lot of people saying, can you train us? You know, you've been in broadcasting for so long, there's something you're doing that is right. And it has always been in the back of our minds that we need to come up with some form of an academy. But how? Obviously, you know, the resources, you need, you know, a lot of resources to put that together. And I guess COVID really accelerated what we had in mind for the academy. While we moved into a digital space and we realized that everything was going online, and we also know that the financial implications of really putting up a proper academy here for the creative industry would cost a lot of money in terms of, you know, structure, walls, etc. So that's why we thought, you know, aligning our vision with a company like LAFAC and relying on the expertise and the expertise of French companies is really what is needed. We know the amount of productions that are made in Nigeria. Production is one thing. Yes, we have a whole bunch of talents in the country, but the talents unfortunately lacks the skills and the structure really to start. If you just look at, you know, producing a movie, you need to start with a script. You know, you just don't write a story. There's a proper structure behind how to write a story, how to write your script, and how to make your project bankable and sellable for a producer. So we decided to embark on these trainings. We have done a pilot project alongside with the French Embassy as well, which we will talk about later in the session. And we've identified out of, you know, the thousands of script writers that were trained for free on the application, we've identified 8 talents. And, you know, they went through a workshop, a physical workshop, as Olivier described initially. There's a digital phase, and then there is a physical phase. And hopefully we can take their projects to the next step and gradually, you know, develop them. So, I mean, we realize that capacity training is very, very important, while we always look at it from, you know, this entrepreneurial aspect. The rate of unemployment in Lagos is, I mean, even in Nigeria is rising day by day. And if we can associate ourselves with companies that have the know-how and the expertise to really tackle some of these issues in the creative space, then definitely, there should be more collaborations of this sort.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that, because so it's about leveraging on each other's strengths. This partnership between LAFAC and Wazobia, training script writers, equipping them with the right skills, because again, how successful a movie is, I want to believe it starts from the script, right? I mean, producers, yeah. So scripting is very, very important, and that is why they're building this capacity. And they're leveraging, being that, like she said, they've been in broadcasting for quite some time, for over 2 decades, and then working with Olivier. Olivier has this strength. They have this strength that they've been able to build over the years in terms of trainings, doing trainings. I'm sure during his presentation you saw that. So what I'm seeing here is 2 companies with different strengths in different areas. I'm sure Olivier can't just walk into Nigeria and decide to do what he's doing, right? He needed a very strong local partner that can also help to actualize their vision of building capacity around the creative industries across Africa. And that is what we see. We see a very fantastic synergy between a Nigerian company and then a French company coming together. So, Olivier, in just some few words, you can tell us the experience so far. I still remember very vividly the meeting in Paris at the NITV Summit that was also in partnership with the French Embassy. The French Embassy have been very supportive in bringing Nigerian and French companies together. And then from 2018, they started this journey, and they have actually gotten to the point where I think even in your presentation, you mentioned something about Edo jobs, doing something with Edo State as well, yes. Training people in Edo State. So that is how some of these forums you should take it seriously, because, I remember seeing Olivia and Emad having a chat, and I didn't take it seriously. I mean, I've done the summit, I've moved on. But today, we have people benefiting because those two of them sat together in a summit to have a conversation. So, Olivia, over to you now.
Thank you, Gemma. Hopefully my connection will be stable. Well, indeed, when I came to the summit in 2018, I knew about Nigeria, of course, but I didn't know anyone in that country. And I had as a vision to enter your country maybe 5 years after launching my company, because I was initially focusing on French-speaking Africa, and like many French people in Senegal and Ivory Coast. And indeed, by chance, I met with Emad. We talked together. We saw that there was some alignment between the vision of Wazobia and LAFAC. And we did indeed different pilots, including one of the key strengths of Wazobia on radio. And we saw that there was some big matches. So we decided to move forward. Then we had this opportunity to build this fantastic program on script writing with the support of the French Embassy. So basically what it's all about is that we managed to develop a program with La Fémis, the French school, who wrote about 5 programs on how to write a script for a series. So we learn all about the Bible, all about the characters, all about the arena, etc., etc. We train more than 350 people with our mobile application all over Nigeria, not only in Lagos. And then after 3 months, we selected with a call for tender, call for application. People sent us their CVs, they sent us some pitches, and we looked at how they perform on the app. And we selected indeed 10 of them. Only, unfortunately, 8 of them showed the first day of the training. And we couldn't accept the two last after, because they were missing too much of the class. And during 3 months, those 8 people work on different scripts with French and Nigerian scriptwriters. A very famous one from France, and very good one from Nigeria. I think he's here actually, Mr. Ekpan. And They developed at the end 4 scripts. We selected 2 of them, and then they continue working on the 2 by group. And now we train them physically on how to pitch those scripts. And actually, in 1 month, I'll be coming to Lagos on the week of the 18th, and they will pitch that 2 scripts in front of Wazobia, La Femis, La Fac, and potentially some producers as well. And hopefully they will get finance to develop those content. And I really look forward, because I haven't been spoiled. I don't know what the scripts are about. So I really look forward to hear about them in 4 weeks. But Alexander and Vin told me that they were fantastic, so it's a great opportunity. And very quickly on Edo, while following the traction we got with Wazobia, we realized how much need there were for training in the creative industry, and we managed to meet with one fantastic lady, Ukinebo Dare. She's the managing director of Edo Jobs, the employment agency in the state of Edo, and she has actually one target: to train 3,000 people in the creative industry every year. And obviously she cannot do it by herself. She doesn't have, like Tatiana was saying, rooms for everyone. And one way of doing this is through a mobile application. So together with Wazobia, with Sunview and Denis Pagnac, with our partners, Web43 and Teach on Ars, we developed a learning management platform for Edo. And La Fac is populating that platform with 20 trainings. And we will be training next year 3,000 people in the creative industry. And hopefully this platform will then be deployed all over Nigeria and potentially beyond Nigeria.
Wow, that is very interesting. I'm looking forward to when this platform will be deployed across the 36 states of Nigeria. So right now we just started with Edo, training, looking forward to training 3,000 people from Edo State under the Edo Jobs Initiative. So again, we can see that this alignment, this partnership between La Fac and Wazobia is something that has potentials to actually spread across Nigeria. They may be in one state today, but by the time we're meeting again, by God's grace, I'm sure that they would have spread to so many other states, because the creative industry is a very, very critical industry in terms of when you're looking at job creation, when you're looking at empowerment. So it's something that state governments needs to actually pay attention to what they are doing, because I believe that there is huge potentials, and made so easy with a mobile application. So irrespective of wherever they are, they can actually be part of what they are trying to do. So I want to say thank you. And then before I leave La Fac and Wazobia, Tatiana mentioned that some of the 8 script writers, some of you are here. Can you just wave your hands? The 8 script writers that, please, can we put our hands together for them? Yes, and some of them are here. Some of them are also in the other theater. So, yes. And in fact, I've actually seen some coming to greet me. I'm like, are you from Wazobia? I say, yes. They are so excited. And giving them this exposure is also very good. So it will be nice to keep connecting them with producers, the training that they are going through, the capacity that is being built. I'm sure a lot of producers sitting in this room can actually leverage on that. So, and that is the whole essence of bringing up the next gen. I know before now, it was not, you don't see young people coming to NAVES because it's always a top level. But we're trying to also accommodate the next generation to see how we can support them and help them to realize and actualize their goals. Okay, so thank you. I'm just going to ask Mr. Denis Pagnac. Mr. Denis has been working, he's a very techie person, building apps for different Nigerian companies. So Denis, if you're still there, maybe you just give us an overview of also what you have been doing in Nigeria, and then we'll go into question and answer. Thank you.
Okay, so many thanks, Ijeoma. So the session is very interesting because we are covering the whole value chain of the content. So from the script writing up to the distribution. And, we at Sunview, we are very proud to work in this industry since many years. And we have started to work in Nigeria, as I mentioned, in 2013, and we are distributing content over mobile. We have seen that with with the mobile, it's the way to reach a lot of people because, of course, it is not exclusive mobile versus physical, digital versus physical. Both are important. In Nigeria, it's a matter of fact that we have a lack of cinema theaters, so people are willing to have more. But in parallel, we have also a large production that has to be distributed, and this is where SomeView is really fitting, because we are more in the field of the technology. So to receive the content, to distribute the content technically from one place to another. So that's why we are partnering and working with LAFAC for Edo Job project. We are working with SuperNet for the Super TV project. We have worked with Ebony Life in the past. So basically, we are an enabler. We are more an enabler than I would say producer of content. We are really in the field of all what relates to technology. We can answer.
Okay, maybe you forgot to mention that you're also into delivering of channels. So, for example, on Super TV, we have 30 channels. This Denise Banyak is actually our technology partner for delivering all those 30 channels from France and from wherever they are across different satellites, you know, for you to be able to get it on a mobile application. So that is also a very critical aspect of his business. Do you want to talk about your channel delivery for broadcasters, how you help them to deliver their channels across different across different territories?
Yeah, sure. So for a project like Super TV project, we have gathered content coming from received from France through satellite, received from Nigeria through satellite, received from IP from internet, received from different locations. So first of all, we had to gather all this content, arriving, as you can imagine, with different formats. Some content have very large bandwidth, like some TV channels. Some others have less. We had to harmonize all this content and to carry out all this content up to Nigeria. Thanks to our location in Nigeria, we are located into a data center in Nigeria. We are able to be interconnected directly, physically, to Super TV, relying on MTN network. So then we have a direct connection, which enable this distribution. But this is clear that to deliver 30 channels today, it's not that easy, because in fact we have a lot of constraints in terms of bandwidth, in terms of latency. So many things that are, I would say, the day-to-day of techie guy, but not what the channels are willing. So they want to have their content distributed. They don't care about what is the complexity behind. So this is what we do. And with Super TV, we start with 30 channels from different countries. So from UK, from France, from Czech Republic, from Nigeria, from many countries. And then we hopefully grow to another 20. And hopefully in the long run, I heard that it was targeting 300 TV channels.
Thank you. Yes, we're looking forward to where we can be able to deliver 300 channels to different subscribers on the service. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I hope it's been a very insightful session. I hope it's been quite engaging and educative for you as well to understand, why we have to be deliberate in doing certain things. And thanks to the French embassy, they've actually worked, deliberately in bringing these conversations, making these conversations, these partnerships, these collaborations happen. So I want to say again, thank you. We're going to just take a couple of questions. I don't know if you have questions from the audience, either for our virtual speakers or for our in-person speakers here. Do we have any questions?
Our friend from Hiventy stressed the issue of localizing.
Sorry, please, can we get your name?
My name is Efefiong Akpana from Wazobi Academy. I heard you talk about globalizing local content. A lot of people don't understand what that means in terms of stewing local content with local flavor and selling the same content globally. Please, can you explain that for us so that we all understand? Thank you.
Is the question for me? Sorry.
is how do we actually globalize local content? From my experience, a lot of us seem to want to tell foreign stories without considering the fact that, like she said, we have to create diversity globally. So how do we, please, could you really explain that, please?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Actually, to globalize your content is first to stay who you are, to tell your story, but to make sure that, technically speaking, it can reach out the entire world. So, and this is where we have this French-Nigerian partnership as well, and why we set up here, and maybe we have to talk, Tatiana, to add on a technical component within your academy. But it's, here the French helps because you have these big guys setting up international technical standards, and you are producing on the other side. You need a bridge, you need a link. Keep your content, tell your stories, but from the technical packaging and the technical value added, the way you will treat your image and your sound, that is something which needs now to be globalized. And then you have also this localization component, which is to dub or sub, and to make sure that you can reach out a diverse audience. But why we are so excited, why nowadays, even in China, they are looking at black content. They are excited to embrace something that they don't know. But for the content to reach out this place, it has to meet some requirements, and it's more technical. Story-wise, keep what you are doing so well, so nothing to change.
Yes, I totally agree with that. Again, talking from a distribution background, we have seen a lot of times that our movies are very much in high demand. I think as far as Africa is concerned, you know, in terms of consumption and demand, Nigerian content is the highest, okay? But then, in terms of quality of production and values, that is what we really need to work on so that it can help our commercial values, because the commercial value is there. If you go to Kenya, they don't have so much commercial value for their content. South Africa, not so much, but technically they are very sound, okay? So we just need to raise our game, raise our bars to make sure we get to that point where wherever our films are taken to Netflix, Amazon, and they are all here now, they are all here. Disney is also coming, right? So we have to get prepared, except like I already said, if you're okay with local, then you can actually just stay local. But if you want local for global, then you need to begin to pay attention to some of these things, especially the technical side. You need to really, really begin to build capacity and help producers understand that beyond Nigeria, there is a market. Beyond Nigeria, there are opportunities. So where do you want to play? Do you want to play in Nigeria alone, or do you want to do both Nigeria? Do you want to play both local and global? So it's a decision that you actually need to take, and then it has implications because, of course, there are costs attached to it. So it's a business decision which way, as a producer, you want to go. Are you just okay releasing your movie in the cinema, and after that it goes to the local TV channels, and that's it, or you want to go beyond Nigeria? So I think it's been very interesting. I want to say thank you very much to all our panelists, everyone from France. Oh, questions. Just one more question, please.
Okay. Good evening.
Okay, someone else has the mic and someone else is standing.
Sorry.
Please, can you make it very brief?
Very
please?
Very brief. So my question goes to Mr. Benjamin and Mr. Francis. So in terms of content for Francophone countries, apart from the production value, in terms of what is theater material for Canal Olympia in Francophone countries, because you did mention about production value and all of that, and I know that there have been films like Raz Guide that have been subtitled in French, and some of them that have been dubbed in French. So is there like a specific criteria? Is it more of a financial decision or more of a creative decision as to why some are subtitled and some are dubbed in French? And in general, what's the genre that appeals more to our Francophone audience? We know that in Nigeria, we like a lot of comedy and you know, some drama mixed into it. What is the main genre that our brothers in Cameroon and the rest of the countries enjoy? Thank you.
So would that be Benjamin answering this question? Benjamin?
I think it's actually for both of us, but I'll let Francis start and then I'll complete.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say you are great.
Please, can you make it? Sorry, Francis. Please, can you? We're actually running out of time. I just want you to make your responses very brief. Thank you.
So it's financial. That's it. At the end of the day, yeah, it's financial. If you can really, I want to I'll be very quick, honestly. For all the movies which are going onto Netflix, I think you can get more amount or the same amount or a little bit more, not for the big ones, but the others, the 80% which are feeding the library of Netflix. If you go the full monetization value with the French audience, then it's worth it. It's worth it. For this Ras Guy particularly, and one or two others, it was time constraint and financial constraint, mainly because Ras Guy was not being picked up by Canal Plus TV, so it could be for. You see, you cannot just amortize one movie released in theaters in the French-speaking countries on the dubbing. Simple as that. I'm generous. I love your country. I love your people, but we cannot just support all the industry. That's mainly the reason why. Otherwise, no, the story appeals, and I think Benjamin, they pick up Juju Stories, for instance. He's been traveling, and he's going to be subtitled in Portuguese. He's going to be screened in Brazil, in China, in New Zealand, in Poland, in Belarus. The movies are traveling, and as Juliette said, is the sound. It is a technical which is preventing your movie for traveling. And I think you have all the assets, the good people around you to make it happen. With Canal Olympia, it's just a decision for where, if Canal Olympia is only taking it for theater release and there is no potential for a full monetization with the French broadcasters, yes, definitely dubbing won't work. Definitely. And now you have to look at it also. Very few movies on Netflix are dubbed. Only the Netflix originals. Only the Netflix, which means only King of Boys, the miniseries is being dubbed because it was a Netflix original, and I think Citation. The rest is not dubbed. So don't fool yourself. You can sell your movies to Netflix, no problem. But then I would like to take this opportunity for your next audience. Why? And this is because it is with the French embassy as well, and it is because of you, Ijoma, we have started all this. I think, yes, there is disruption. But then, why don't you have a regulatory body or yourself or some people working to make sure that there is a distribution, a fee which is being paid by this Netflix, Amazon, and everything, which is then being a refund, which is going to fund your industry. This is the way we are doing it in France. The French regulatory body was, before COVID, pocketing nearly €1 billion. This money, because Canal+, Orange, or even Netflix, there is a fight, are obliged to pay a fee. I think this is a way out so that all the producers will be seeing some benefit at the end of the day. They know their movie won't be ending just on the platform, but then also there will be some money. I believe this is a strong angle that you, Ijoma, and the great work you are doing with all the team, you should be really embarking on. I'm sure our friends from the French embassy are ready to help you, but I think this is a way. Make sure that these broadcasters, these streamers, who are so happy to fill up their video library, are still putting money so that your industry is going to survive and to make even more reaching out to the world. I believe so. That's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that there are some people from, thank you for that contribution, getting the streamers to begin to pay some token like they are doing in France. €1 billion is a lot of money.
It's a lot
and
of
I can
money.
imagine the impact it's going to have in the local industry. So yes, we'll continue to have these conversations, and any opportunity we have in government, where government is, for them to listen to this and see what is happening in other clients. I'm sure there could be some, I'm sure there's some regulations that being put in place to begin to see some of these things happening in Nigeria. Maybe not now, but I'm sure very soon it's going to be happening. So thank you also for that insight about what happens in France. Benjamin, do you want to say something before we wrap up?
Yes, I just wanted to add something about the genre that really works regarding, about the question which genre really works in Francophone countries. I think it's quite straightforward. Comedy, either rom-com or just plain comedies work well, and also horror movies. Actually, horror movies is the one I'd like to mention because it's the all-time hit that goes from Burkina Faso to Senegal to Togo to Benin. So, and I think that's not completely intuitive, so that's what I wanted to share.
Wow. It's so interesting to hear that horror movie. Nigerians are already stressed up. Nobody wants to go to cinema to begin to watch horror movies. So I know that it's one genre that hasn't really done well, here. But very, different markets, different tastes, and different appreciations. To see that Francophone Africa actually appreciate and have an appetite for horror movies is very interesting. Maybe that could have informed the Juju Stories initiative. Okay. All right. Thank you. I want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for joining us all the way from Paris. We appreciate all your support, and we're looking forward to having more conversations between Nigeria and France. Thank you, French Embassy, for supporting us. We appreciate all the efforts also, and we want to say we hope that you will continue to make those connections, network, meet Juliet. She's here. She flew all the way in to make sure that she answers some of this question. And of course, with the script writing academy between LAFAC and Wazobia, I'm sure we'll continue to build capacity for our industry. Once again, I want to say thank you for your time, and do enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Au revoir.
Thank you very much.
Les filles. Hey, madame.
So while they do the first session, let's get ready for the next session. It's a presentation of Wazobia Academy, which will be centered on creative hybrid learning. This session, we have Michael Ogochukwu Okwike, who's the coordinator of Wazobia Academy. And then we have Efefiang Akpan, who's the project coordinator of Film Lab Nigeria. Are they here? Can you please come forward if you're here? Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, a hand of applause for them. Thank you. Yeah, can you?
All right, so perhaps, this is what the team is going to present to you today is what I was referring to in the previous session, which is basically our Wazobia Academy, how we went about it, and really what to expect. And this module is particularly just for script writing, but there's a lot more that we're developing within the creative industry, and it's really focused around entrepreneurship in that specific model. So while this is on script writing, there's more to come on music, on fashion, on photography, on broadcasting. So enjoy.
Thank you for the opportunity. 2 years back, I was in a similar podium at the French Cultural Center. I had pertinent questions to ask, the audience. It was about what kind of story should we be telling Nigeria, what story direction should we be following, how do we elevate current dominant storytelling to the kind of scenario where we can sell globally, and how do we pay the screenwriter? How do we upscale skills so that we can write better stories? Fortunately for me, while I was on that podium, my GM, Mr. Imad Ahmad, said, look, you're not going back home because I came in from Cross River. You must come and work with me. So I joined the Wazobia family. And we started with Film Lab Nigeria. And so on and on, through about 6 months, we were looking for synergy, partner, to help us achieve the kind of vision I personally had. Fortunately, we met LAFAC. When LAFAC came in, we started enjoying a sync, that kind of thing that you see the kind of quality aiding or help to enable the writer, advance in terms of skills, in terms of the kind of story he or she tells. Today, thank God, Wazobia Academy, has taken form. So I would say some of those questions that were very pertinent in my head have been answered. So I'll allow the coordinator to talk about Wazobia Academy.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Fefiong Akpan. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so Wazobia Academy, of course, before now, the brand Wazobia FM, Wazobia TV, And you know that the company before now has always been at the forefront of training talent. I think that there's hardly, just very few media houses you walk into now that wouldn't have someone that has gone through some sort of training from Wazobia FM or Wazobia TV. There are lots of talent from the presenters to the back-end workers, back-end staff. You have people who are in production who have done a lot of things with Wazobia before they even left to continue their careers in other places. So Wazobia has always been at the forefront of training talents. And then when we had this birth of Wazobia Academy, when we started, we started, putting together courses from professionals. These courses were aided by professionals in the industry, in the creative industry, in film industry, and so far it has been doing so well. We are presently at the last stage of the app development, and we are imputing a whole lot of technicalities to make it easy for learning, easy for accessibility. Now the courses that we are having there presently are courses that cover almost, at least, major part of the areas you have in the entertainment industry. You have the script writing, you have the radio hosting, you also have the people who do photography, you have gaming as well, and then fashion, visual arts, and a whole lot of them. A lot are coming up, and then we are going to be launching this in January. And once we launch the Wazobia Academy app itself, you are going to have all of these courses easily accessible from your mobile phones. And by the time you take the course to a certain level, you are going to be invited, just like we have done with the people, the learners that we have worked with. You're going to be having them go through some physical class to answer some of the questions that they couldn't ask in the app itself in the course of taking the trainings. And then we have a lot of resource persons, professionals in the industry, real filmmakers who have achieved a lot of success in the course of their careers. So we invite them, we bring them in this training to take the classes, take them one-on-one on each course that they have had to come across in the apps. So Wazobia Academy is here to stay, and it's here to answer a lot of questions that some of the questions like Mr. Akpan came up with at the time he was joining the platform. So a lot of other persons have these questions. Personally, I did also, but now the answers are beginning to, we're beginning to have clarity in most of the vague areas that we have come across in the course of our careers. Now, I remember that in the course of taking the present learners through these trainings, one of the learners mentioned to me how she had come up with some script. But by the time she went through the trainings that we offered on that app, she had to go back. She understood better and had to go back to the script that she wrote earlier to rewrite everything based on the principles that we have had to take them through in the course of the training. So while we have been discussing filmmaking, and all of the distribution and everything, I believe that the starting point is the story development. The starting point is conception of the story. And that is actually the part where Wazobia Academy is trying to deal with, to unravel all of those mysteries, to just create a clear path for anyone stepping into the industry for the first time, both for the persons who want to do whatever you want to do anyway, even if it's the film, you're starting with whatever genre of films, you just have a clear path on how to walk your way all the way till you get through the production to the distribution stage. And that is where summit like this comes up. And I'm glad that they were able to make it from the different locations to this place to be a part of this summit. Thank you.
Well, that was it. I must add that in the course of running the academy, as that for 3 months, we had a 6-day session. The first session saw Alison coming in from France, Paris, to take the students. Then the second session was about actualizing what they learned on the app and what they learned physically. And in the course of the learning, I made it very clear to Alison that we must tell the Nigerian story. We needed technical assistance, and we had it very good, So I insisted. That's why I asked the Hiventi person, how do we globalize local content? I sincerely believe that apart from the technical aspect, what we need to do in Nigeria is to start telling those stories. Somebody talked about doing a biopic, and that biopic became a hit in the West, in Southwest Nigeria. I think we should begin to think about, mining our local content and also adding global flavor. It's very important, because if we do that, a lot of content streamers, a lot of content acquirers are coming into Nigeria to acquire content or to even stream our content. I think it's very important. But my issue is that if you don't take care of the screenwriter or the storyteller, which is what I asked Baba Tokbe, how do you value the storyteller and screenwriter? If you don't value him, if you don't take care of him, who's going to lay the architecture of the story? I believe sincerely that one of the problems we have in Nollywood is proper architecture for stories. So in doing so, Wasbi Academy, from my experience in liaising with Alison from France, has been able to make that very important point very clear, that as we tell the Nigerian story, or as we attempt to tell the American story, like some of us want to do, or the European story, or the Asian story, we should really, really stress on the fact that we must tell the actual Nigerian story. That was why, in one of our stories that we crafted, it is called Broken Pot, sorry. My stress was this: we must tell a story from the Southwest. How do we tell a story from the Southwest? There's one crop that educated a lot of big personalities in the West back in the 60s, when Awolowo used cocoa revenue to sponsor people, offer free education in the West. If you go to Ibadan, there is the Cocoa House. It is still there. What story are we telling about such monumental history? Palm produce, coconut, the coal industry. Or I know a lot of things have been said about the oil and gas industry, but I've never seen actual on-location filming of oil and gas activities. Where are we? So we need to start mining stories. A lot of us have agreed that we've not started telling the Nigerian story yet. So we must go back and value the screenwriter, the storyteller. He or she is a very important link in our global vision and mission to sell Nigeria. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Akwan. So I don't know if you have any questions that we would like to take.
May I add a few words, Kenos? This is Olivier speaking.
There's someone there.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, you asked a question about how do you value. But I think you should have changed it. I would rather say, how does the writer value, how much does he value himself? And how much work does he put into this his work that demands the value he desires?
Okay, I'll answer.
Because if you want to present a story, you should do enough of your research that when I see the work, I will place the value based on the content of what you have brought, not some shallow work, and you want me to place value. So a shallow work demands shallow value until the writer does more, so that Nigerian stories can be better told and properly researched, so that when that theme has been dealt with, no one can touch it. Not that you do one story, there can still be 1,000 versions of it, yet nothing has been done. Thank you.
I agree with him completely. I often say, in any movie story, you have the hero, the heroine, or some would say the hero's journey. But I also insist that we must also consider the story's journey. And I have, personally, I've been writing scripts for some time. I have certain ways I define my stories. That if you say, I can use to create a story. I know the problem with a lot of script writers in Nigeria is that they don't research. They don't research. It's a shame. Somebody will say, I've written a script, I know it's going to sell 1,000, or it's going to bring in $1 million, and you open the script and see there's really nothing in the script. So, and sometimes you could also blame the producer who wants his script delivered in 2-3 weeks. It's not done. The life cycle of an average script, a good script should be 6 months. But if you say 3 months, good. If you say 1 month, but for you to say a writer should produce a script in 2 weeks and you pay him 50,000 naira, it's not done anywhere in the world. If you go to advanced or developed film industries, they value the writer. So if you value the writer, if you know who the writer is, value him and pay him. Before you hire a writer, tell him to bring in some of his past jobs that he's done before. They'll be able to know his value. If you want to pay a writer or value a writer, you ask him, can you first of all give me a definition of the story that you want to tell me? Give me a treatment. Some of us don't even know the meaning of treatment, no hypnosis. So these are the things that we need to teach our writers. And some of the writers are so afraid. When I say afraid, they're so literally afraid to write or to research. By the time you research, and you probably see reality of the story, a real event of the story you're writing about, then you'll be able to, convey all that information and write a better script. So I think our script writers need education. That's what Wazobia Academy is offering script writers. Thank you.
Yeah, let's quickly take a comment from Mr. Olivier.
Yes, thank you, Kemos. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I just wanted to add something on the Wazobia Academy. I'm not going to add anything on the passion of Mr. Akpan on scriptwriters. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank him for having taken part to this journey of all the scriptwriters on the Wazobia Academy app. A couple of things. First, you mentioned the fact that the Wazobia Academy Kemos will be live beginning of next year. If people want to have a first understanding of what it is about, please do download the LAFAC app, because there is inside our app today one section dedicated to the Wazobia Academy, and you will be able to take the class on script writing for free till the end of the year. So do benefit of it, because at the end of the year this may change. And I also wanted to add a couple of things on the philosophy of the Wazobia Academy, which is things that we are together sharing between Wazobia and LAFAC. First, one thing you need to understand is that with our way of teaching and with this mobile application, we want to disrupt the way people learn today. As Tatiana was mentioning earlier, it's very complicated to build schools and recruit all the teachers. It's also extremely costly to bring experts from all over the world to Lagos, to Abuja, to Port Harcourt, or anywhere. So the fact that we can bring all this expertise in our app, like Masterclass is doing, for instance, is really important. But compared to Masterclass or compared to any class you can take on YouTube, what makes the Wazobia Academy very specific is that all the content that you will find in the app will be dedicated for Nigeria and for this region of Sub-Saharan Africa, because every class we build for the Wazobia Academy is built with expertise from Africa, from Europe, from the US, but we make sure that we use the expertise of Wazobia and all the network of Wazobia, all the professionals with whom FilmLab is working, so that those classes are adapted to the reality and to the specificities of Nigeria, which is very important. And also, just to make it clear, the Wazobia Academy is a way for you guys to learn a lot of things and to show off as part of the thousands of people that will be taking the classes. in order to have the opportunity to take more classes physically and online in synchronous mode with virtual classes, because we know that there are thousands of people who want to be a movie maker or a scriptwriter or fashion designer, but unfortunately not everyone can succeed. But the ones that can succeed, they will employ other people. They will employ mechanics. They will employ people for the light, for the makeup, for thousands of jobs that are important in the creation of a movie or an album or whatever. And we want to make sure with the Wazobi Academy that we identify those people who can then, with that kind of virtuous effect, take with them thousands of people and create thousands of jobs that are required in the creative industry. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Olivier.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Bright Wanda. I'm a film producer. I'm a screenwriter too. Okay, so I want to pick up from what Mr. Mefefiong said. The average lifespan of a screenplay should be like 6 months, average. You know, you can do more than that, so about that. Okay, so currently I don't earn much. I don't earn much currently, but at least I know in a month I'm going to earn 500,000. If I'm going to work on a screenplay for 6 months, is there a producer that will comfortably pay you 3 million to write a screenplay? Because that's it's my not earning well worth. I don't think our writers are lazy. Most of the sections we've had today, this whole thing, it's about paradigm of thought. If we think things in a certain way, that's the way we're going to relate to it. What's the value placed on this work? That's the truth. Currently, I started in January. I'm working on a particular project. It's not all projects that require the same level of research. But there are certain things you want to work on, you're going to research. So I actually did 9 months of research before I even lifted my pen to start structuring. Just the research took me 9 months. Trust me, the reason I worked on that project is because it's my project. I'm not just writing, producing, and funding the project or getting funding for it. I know the depth of work that thing needs. So I've given 9 months to it. Who is going to pay me to work on their project for 9 months, for 6 months? You know, and you can pay for it. So I don't want us to conclude that writers are lazy. Is there laziness with writers? Yes. But I can assure you, in Nigeria, you have great, amazing writers. We can't pay them. And you can't give a budget for a short film and you want an Avatar screenplay. It doesn't work that way. So until we begin to change our paradigm of thought and understand, there was a time I used 5-6 years ago, I can write a screenplay in 2 weeks. I can't write it now. 2 weeks, is it for what? Is it for laying my groundwork? So it takes me a lot to make a film, to really screenplay work. And no great script is written. It's rewritten over and over again. So a writer needs to really comfortably put time into making a great screenplay. I can assure you here in Nigeria, you will find writers that will match up what you find in Hollywood. This is not gainsaying. But the truth is, somebody is paid $1 million or $500,000 to work on a screenplay. Why won't that person lost somewhere? Anywhere you're comfortable, go there, lost for 3 months. Bring out a screenplay. You know, but someone is paid not even 0.5% of that. This person has bills to pay. I'm not asking writers to be lazy, but let's deal with reality. It is real. If you know that you're going to be paid 200,000 on a screenplay or 300,000, it can't take you. You can't stay 6 months trying to dedicatively write on that. No, it's not going to work. So we need to change our paradigm. Thank you.
Thank you, Bright. Sorry, before we go ahead, can the owner of AKD 316 DC please go move their car? AKD 316 DC, I think is a Honda City. Thank you.
May I provide a short answer?
Bright has said, I
think he wants to respond to. He wants to respond to that.
Yeah, and then if you maybe you can provide the Nigerian answer, but let me give you the French answer.
That's please, your name, sir. Bright. Yes, you brighten the room now we're going to have a little bit of a... you are a writer. Why are you waiting for me to always tell you, write this? You should be doing 3-4 jobs. In 6 months, you can churn out 3 scripts of different areas and sell them for what it is worth. Why are you always waiting for someone to call you to do his own script? Because whoever comes and says, do my script, will give you timeline. But you writers should bring work. I know that many international writers, they do the work and then offer the work in the marketplace. This job has its value. And if someone comes to you and says, do a job for me, he's likely to direct how you're going to do it. So a lot of the writers, like you said, you earn so much, you should use all of that to do a lot. So that we need we need scripts that have been properly developed. It takes time for that to happen. And if we want to take our productions to the levels that we want to take them to, we are not talking about the cost of script. We are talking about the quality of script. That's where we are now. We've written several stories, but every time we talk about the mother-in-law and the children, we talk about a historical story, there are still many gaps that are left undone. It means that that job is not being fully researched and robustly dealt with. And so writers, Bright and co, don't ask us to take care of the 6 months. Ask us to pay for what you have brought forward as a script. Thank you.
Okay, I would
like to add.
Bright.
If you don't mind, I would like to answer this with the French view.
We have Mr. Olivier trying to make a contribution.
Yeah, thank you, Kemus. From my French perspective on that, it reminds me when 3 years ago someone in the summit told me, I produced a movie, I spent $30,000, can you help me sell it? The answer was no. She had to come to me before spending those $30,000. She had to think about how she wants to sell it, to who she wants to sell it, and then she spends the money if she knows that she will sell it. It's the same thing with the scriptwriters. Don't spend 6 months writing. You spend 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks with your friend. You come with ideas. You develop those ideas for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You have a side job, maybe doing this, and you make your 500,000 naira. And then you pitch those ideas to a producer or to a filmmaker. And if the idea is good, then he pays you to write it for 1 month, 2 months, 6 months. If it is a long movie, maybe 1 year. But don't spend that 1 year in writing something that maybe you will never sell.
So that, Brad, you want to respond again?
Yeah. Okay, so I think he answered. I think he really answered the question. You know, like when he said, go write. We know that you can either write on assignment or you're writing a spec script. Now, most times when you write spec script, truth is when people get to see it, most times they want to change it. It doesn't mean you can write a very good spec that people want to buy. But you know, yeah, timing can be limited. But see, I belong to the Writers Guild. We have conversations every day. You see that great screenplay you've written for across how many months? Somebody is going to offer you 30,000 for it. Somebody's going to offer you 50,000 for it. Now, I believe you should be able to put your worth and all that. It's not just about placing worth. I think my emphasis is this, because there are areas as writers too, we get very lazy, and also we need to consider the budget of films. For instance, if you're writing for a 4TV film, you know a 4TV film cannot exceed a particular budget. Could be highest, maybe 3 million or 3.5, and you want to place, you want a producer to pay you 500K for a 3 million budget film. I'm a producer, I won't pay that. Do you get? So these things vary. But the point I'm also, you know, I just want to emphasize is that the thoughts towards the writer needs to be reconsidered. You know, I know projects differ, but it's not just about spending your time to write the very great thing, because most times, like he said, he answered the question when he said, when you pitch and someone agrees, then you now discuss what you would charge to write that stuff. If they agree, you go ahead and write. But it's not enough to just pack and write and write and write. We are in a space where people do not really, a lot of people, not everybody, don't understand the value You know, it takes the writer to get certain kind of work out. And when you get that kind of work, you need that to be paid for. So it's better you discuss it and then you go. In other words, writers, I would always encourage writers to write more on assignment than spec. Because one, people may not be able to really pay for spec if you spend so much time writing it. That's one. Then secondly, people may change a lot about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All I have to say really is that, I mean, we should reach a point of balance between the writer and the producer. But I want to stress the fact that Bright is very right. The way we value writers in Nigeria begs so many questions. I'm just begging. I'm a writer. I used to be a TV producer. I came into writing full-time. I still write full-time. I still teach and write. So please, the best that can happen to Nigerian movies is to value the writer. And I also have to stress the point of writer-producer collaboration. When I was working for myself, I used to have serious collaboration sessions with my producer. You give me a job, I tell you, look, I'm not going to give you 10 pages by next month or by next week. I'm going to give you the definition, the structural definition of my story, the traveling, the journey of my story before we even start talking about actually writing the screenplay. I must tell you, Bright, you might say that I had working writers in Nigeria, but do you know a lot of people don't know the meaning of synopsis or log line or treatment. People just pick up their computers or papers and start writing scripts. If you don't define your story, research your story, you're not a writer. You're just dribbling on your paper or your computer screen. You're not a writer. We must learn to research. When we research, we define our stories, understand that. So I usually call it story chewing. I chew my stories so that if I pick up my phone to call my producer and I'm talking to her about the idea, the concept she gave to me, and she's like, wow, you finished the movie. And I'll be happy for it. But the situation where the producer tells you that he wants you to write that kind of story that he saw Genevieve Naji appeared in 1998. What do you write? What are you writing? This is 21st century. He tells you, I want you to write that story like Isakaba. In America, they do the same, but then stories have their individual, peculiar journey, and that is based on how much research you put into your story. Very, very important. Research is the most important tool that a writer could have as a weapon to attract anybody. Sell sand in the desert. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I do hope that all our expectations in the film industry, all our expectations to see things change for the better, for the writer, for the producers, and for all the other persons involved in the filmmaking process be actualized and all the questions be answered in this summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're gradually coming to the end of today's session, but we have one more before we go. So we'll just take a little break to call the next speakers, but it will be a keynote speaker conversations. Okay. Moses, are you alone or will you be talking with someone? Virtual. Okay. Our speakers are Jonathan Wolf, the MD American Film Markets, and Moses Babatokwe, MD Film One Entertainment. So Jonathan will be virtual. We can see you. Hello, Jonathan and Hello. Moses. Welcome again.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've had a great session today, great first day. Thank you for joining us on this session or at the summit, and thank you for your attention. Thank you for making your day available to us. I'm connected live with Jonathan, and I believe Jonathan is reaching us from LA, Los Angeles, where they're 8 hours behind. So good morning to you, Jonathan.
And good evening to you, Moses.
Thank you very much. I have to say it's it's a great honor to be able to speak to you today and engage you with a few questions and introduce you to the Nigerian film business sector. We're really honored to have you at this summit this year, and have you to thank for being supportive of this summit as of 4 years ago, where AFM in Santa Monica played host to the Nigerian International Film Summit, and we did it again in 2019. So thank you for everything that you've done. For those that don't know you, do you mind please introducing yourself, what you do, and the organization you work for?
Sure. I'm managing director of the American film market, and of course this is one of the 3 major film markets around the world, along with Cannes and the European film market with the Berlin Festival. I'm also Executive Vice President of the Independent Film and Television Alliance, IFTA. And IFTA is a trade group, an NGO, for motion picture and television exporters. The common bond among our members, we have about 150 members in 20 or so countries. The common bond is that they're all exporters, and the work that we do is to support their export activity. So we have members from Hong Kong to South Africa to France to Germany. And as a trade group, we provide information and resources to enhance export, whether it's challenging restrictions around the world, whether it's removing friction from the process by helping to define terms. And so these are the 2 roles that we have in running the film market and with the trade body.
Thank you very much. I know we don't want to go into a contentious space, but is it right to presume or assume that the AFM is the largest film market in the world? Or you
well,
have to
it depends on how all of us who love numbers always know that we can take numbers and tell any story you like. And so in the trade fair industry, they measure size by the amount of square feet or square meters of exhibition space. And so under this number, yes, we are the largest. If you measure by the number of people who attend, then Cannes is the largest. So Cannes takes its measurement, we take ours, and we both win.
Fantastic. Great answer. So let's get into it to discuss with you. There's no way we're having any conversation in this day and age without talking about the impact of the pandemic, on business, on creativity, on, various facets of life. How would you say the pandemic has affected the film market sector in general? And in terms of interaction, viewing of key assets for films, seminars, on-the-spot decision-making on film buying, would you say the virtual editions are as effective as physical ones? What would be your response to that? It's a bit loaded, but I'm sure you can.
Thank you for the 4-part question, because it allows me to go in many directions at one time. The pandemic has created problems where sales companies and importers, remember, a film market is all about import and export. There's a third piece to that, which is the production community coming together, helping to get films off the ground, finding financing, writers finding producers, producers finding financiers. In terms of the import-export, initially, many companies felt, well, this isn't too bad. I can get on a Zoom call, I don't have to travel, I know my buyer, I know my seller. We can see film on a screen, it just happens to be smaller instead of inside the cinema at the market. And everyone adjusted a little bit. But the biggest problem for the buyers and the sellers is the ability to discover. And that's not discover so much films, but discover new colleagues and new contacts and new sources of content or new buyers around the world. So everyone started in the first market or two that were online, and they all had all their meetings with all the people they knew, And then I would talk to them and said, who did you meet that was unknown to you before? They said, I didn't meet anybody because I don't have a space in Cannes or AFM or Berlin where people can walk by my office, see my posters, see my sign, drop in, see the drop in, the serendipity, the casual meeting that you might have, meeting someone in an elevator, in a bar. These things result in transactions and relationships all the time. And so that's made it difficult, but there's another piece to it, and that's the word trust. When you are a sales company or producer pitching a film that hasn't been made yet, and you're talking about how great the work will be that the actor does and the director does, and the script is wonderful, there is a point where you look across the table at each other's eyes and say, but will the film be good? Will the aspirations and the goals of all those involved actually deliver something that my audience wants to see? And when the buyer asks this and the salesperson looks across the table and says yes to his colleague that he's known for a while, it will be good, there's a sense of trust. So much at the American film market, in the last few years before the pandemic, at least $500 million US every year done on films that haven't been made yet, all in pre-production or in development. And so this is a huge, important part of what goes on in independent film. And so that ability to build relationships, find new contacts, develop trust, communicate trust, that's gone missing, and why the industry is so eager to get back to face-to-face.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for taking time to expand on that. I wanted to just get this. So you think that in-person interactions are intrinsically linked to trust, would you say, or can't that be done virtually as well?
Well, I suppose some people have gone on to dating apps and developed relationships and then flown halfway across the world for the first meeting, but it doesn't happen very, very often. Your trust takes time, and that's a key part of this. Is, well, I met you at one market, I bought a small film from you, let's see how it does, we'll see how it works at the next market. But also, let's not forget that we work in a collaborative industry.
Absolutely.
Where writers and directors and set designers and producers, we seek out this industry because we collaborate not only as artists but as business people as well. And this isn't like just going onto a website and ordering an item you see because you saw 3 or 4 others and which one you wanted. This is a collaborative industry. I should mention something else about film markets in person. Efficient marketplaces drive down prices. If you look at how we as consumers shop, it's become very efficient. We can always find the lowest price for something we're looking at. The opposite of that is also true. Inefficient markets drive up prices. It's the desire of the distributor and of the producer to drive up prices for their film. So they seek out an inefficient marketplace to sell their film. And there is nothing more inefficient than requiring the world's buyers from 100 countries to fly all over the world to come to AFM or Cannes or Berlin for the privilege of spending money to look at films and to buy them. It is the most inefficient process in the world. But what it does is it creates an auction environment and a sense of urgency that drives up prices. So there's no desire among producers and sales companies to move all the selling process online because it will reduce or eliminate urgency. You won't have a sense of where's my competitor? Are they on the screen right now watching as well? In the cinema, I can see that they're next aisle over from me also watching the film, and I need to get in and make my offer quickly. There's no auction environment, no urgency, and ultimately lower prices. So the physical market helps drive up prices, which drives ultimately more money for production.
Wow, thank you for that. Still sticking to the AFM and the film market sector, because I think this is also an education for us in this part of the world, and we're hopeful that the NIFS will become, one of the go-to markets on the continent, if not the go-to one. Any reason why you took the decision to be a virtual-only event this November?
Well, yes, we didn't do it randomly. The biggest problem we had is the U.S. borders are still closed. And if you're going to have an international market with participants from a minimum of 70 and hopefully 80 countries participate, they all actually have to be able to enter the United States. And the border has been closed for almost every country in the world, except for very narrow exceptions and allowances. And so it was simply that we couldn't host the world. The issues around the pandemic, while we were concerned, we were less concerned. We felt we could have the proper safety protocols and checks in place that everyone would feel comfortable, especially in a building with 1,000 windows by the sea. We didn't feel uncomfortable, and our participants didn't. But the borders ended up closed. The United States has announced a modest opening of the borders in mid-November, but too late for AFM.
Okay.
Very disappointing.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. So we look forward to, I'm sure participants of NIFS look forward to interacting and engaging on the virtual one, which was also a very well organized event last year on the virtual, when the virtual market was held. Just to move now into content, on the content side, with the rate of consumption, and should I say creation of episodic content on the rise due to the competition by major streaming platforms, is AFM looking to broaden its scope in direction of creating such content or making such content available for buying and selling? If yes, or no, why?
No. While there are some companies at the AFM that also produce episodic content, it isn't the focus of the market. And the primary reason is the buyers of episodic are frequently different than the buyers of long form. And there are two major markets right now, the MIP market in April and the MIPCOM market in October, that focus completely on episodic. And with MIPCOM taking place only 4 weeks or 3 weeks before the AFM, we would be redundant if we tried to seek out the buyers and the sellers. Buyers and sellers, they can't travel every week to a different market. There's a general rhythm of when their budgets are open to spend and how much they want to spend and the economics of travel. And in the television world, they have found that the 2 markets a year is sufficient for them. In film and long form, the world is settled mostly on 3 markets of AFM in Berlin and Cannes, with some travel to Hong Kong for their market. And so, no, if we focused on series, we would not get any traction from those who are both buying and selling.
But is it safe to, I don't want to say conclude, to assess that there's been a growth and explosion in series content, in episodics?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, in the United States, there are 500 narrative series being produced this year. 500 series. And so even if you look at a dozen or 15 episodes per series, you're looking at 6,000 or 7,000 episodes of narrative. I'm not talking about reality or news or sport or anything else. The explosion is huge. And in the United States, and I think many countries of the world, for those who work around the production process, actors or set designers, all the crew, this is a wonderful time to be practicing your trade, because there's been such an explosion and such an overbuying of series, primarily by platforms and streamers and cable networks.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, I mean, over the years, series, episodic content and features have existed very, very well, and the consumption patterns have been great. Do you foresee a situation where feature films are eclipsed by this explosion that's probably driven by demand?
Well, when you say eclipsed, maybe you can expand on that for me. Feature films have always been eclipsed by television since television was invented in terms of the number of hours produced and the number of eyeballs watching every day. There are more people in front of the television than in the cinema on any day. So it's because it's simply in your home. So it's eclipsed that way, and it's eclipsed economically half a century ago in terms of just the revenue that comes in and the amount of production. So feature film has always been a smaller play economically, but if you look at the artists involved, this is the goal. This is the goal, is to have your work on the largest screen possible in front of a live audience, which is very, very different to television. So while it may be eclipsed economically and in the number of hours produced, I don't think for most in the industry who work in front or behind a camera, it's eclipsed at all. It is still their goal. It's the pitch that they want to be on.
Thank you very much for that, Jonathan. And it's great to hear that sentiment around the big screen and the live audience. Before the digital disruption, or eventually catalyzed by the pandemic, independent producers seem to record little successes at doing business with major studios and cinemas. Would you say that there are more opportunities for them now, considering the rise of streaming, democratization of content creation, and the flexibility or seeming flexibility of cinema chains?
Well, let's see. Throughout your question, I said no, then I said yes, then I said no. And so let's start with the theaters. The theaters will continue to have little interest in independent, or what I'll call smaller content. Even though they probably have overbuilt, even though they have some extra space, they still need to put, if they have a cinema with 100 seats, they need to put 50 or 60 people in that seat every 2 hours. And the smaller film doesn't promise that. And one of the key reasons is the smaller film doesn't come with the consumer marketing budget. When the exhibitor chain asks what films are coming from a studio, they're more interested in what the studio is spending in marketing than they are in who the cast is or what the story is about, because they will gauge the marketing spend to how many auditoriums they might put forward on for the film. And simply because there is a lack of marketing behind small films, the cinema chains have very, very little interest. Yes, there are always the exceptions. There's a one night for an independent film, or there's the one slot you can have Tuesday evening at 7 o'clock. There's always the community exceptions. But looking at this, as an industry, no, that won't happen. On the streaming side, it's different, and it really depends on the platform and what they're looking for. And if I can back up for a minute and just talk about streamers in this way, because I think all streamers are sort of viewed by many as the same, and they're very much not the same. If you look at platforms like Disney or HBO, and again, I'm not sure the labels of what's available in Nigeria, these are companies that place their own content and their own brands on their platforms. Then if you look at something like Netflix, which doesn't put forward a Netflix brand, but rather has many different things on the platform, Netflix follows a business model that magazines used to follow, and it's very interesting. If you ask magazine publishers about how they put things in their book, in their magazine, they will tell you that if a subscriber likes 2 sections of the magazine, whatever those topics are, every period, week, every month, they will continue to subscribe. Not for the whole book, not for many, many pages, but if there are 2 sections they like, they will not cancel their subscription. Netflix is following the same model. It wants to have just enough of everything that you and I will not cancel our subscription. Whether it's French drama, documentaries, silly Adam Sandler comedies, big budget films, big stars, whatever it is, they are not invested in supporting any type of film or any type of filmmaker. They're most interested in having a sufficient quantity of everything so that we as consumers, no matter what our interest is, we say, I cannot do without it. And so while there is an opportunity on a platform like Netflix for independence, you have to see, did I get in time, or was there a bucket filled for the content that I'm providing for this year and they don't need any more? And it's a very interesting platform to look at that way. But of course, they're also expanding dramatically in local production, which is a whole nother piece. They need to make sure that they have enough local production to also be sure that the consumer in every country says, I will not pass on a subscription, I must have it. So I may have gotten a little off topic with you. I hope I stayed on.
You generally stayed on course and educated us a lot on how the streamers work. And it's great to know that, you're very covered across, the platforms. I wanted to just kind of, again, expand a little bit on the independent film area where, just from my own, studies going on, independent film seems to be going through an era of increased budgets, more financiers happening, more financiers interested. I wonder whether the filmmakers in that circle are also asking for, marketing budgets to get the interest of the cinemas. Because I was reading somewhere where the U.S. Independent distributors are looking at more expanded release now because of the vacuum created by studios all moving towards next year. Well, I just wanted to get your thoughts on that versus the concern.
This has been cyclical over the decades where the studios contract the number of films for the cinemas, and suddenly you see the independents creating theatrical distribution units, sometimes referred to as mini majors. And this happens for a while, then the studios expand a little bit and the mini majors get squeezed, and there's this sort of pendulum that's gone back and forth literally for many, many, many decades. And so, yes, right now, some of the more well-heeled independents, the larger independents, are able to find financing to support marketing budgets of mid-size to larger independent films that they're able to do in-house. And it really comes back to how well they're able to convince financiers, the risk takers. And that's a word that I think we don't use enough in our industry, the word risk. Every time there's a transaction in the film business, somebody is taking risk and somebody is transferring that risk elsewhere. And right now, we're seeing more appetite for risk among the financial community and those who have the liquidity to provide that financing because they see opportunity with streaming platforms, with consumer eyeballs. There's such a focus on our industry, so we see money flowing into it. This will happen for a while, and then eventually 500 television series in the United States and 10 films being released in the theaters every week will become too much, and that pendulum will move the other way. But right now, in many countries, it's an exciting time because they're seeing more opportunity as the majors pivot to their own in-house productions, their own platforms, and turn away a bit from the cinema.
I'm so happy you talked about the risk appetite, and film financiers, and I'm hoping that film financiers tuned into NIFS are listening about the importance, of getting in the game, and also the filmmakers are also listening and getting educated about the fact that risk is a thing in this business, and I don't know whether the higher the risk, the higher the return, but it's something just to be conscious about. I
do want to say, when I was in distribution, in my office, there was a couch, and above the couch I had a sign painted, and the sign said risk on it. And it was very nicely done by an artist. And every time a producer came in, I made sure the producer was sitting on that couch under that sign, under that painting, to remind the producer that I, as distributor, I'm just here to provide a service. I'm getting into the cinemas, I'm getting onto the platforms, and the risk is yours. And so the producer would sit and look up at the wall and clearly understand where their role was.
Fantastic. This must be recorded and replayed. I feel so vindicated. Thank you for this, Jonathan. Just going to the next question, and it's been really informative so far. Thanks so much. And I believe the audience here and online watching are really getting a lot from this. What are your thoughts on the theatrical window in the well, we call it the digital age, and it's been accelerated a lot, and its impact on the independent film scene, where filmmakers are guaranteed instant financial multiples without the complexities of going through the theatrical route? What are your thoughts on the windows?
You're talking about when Netflix might come in and say, we will take the film direct to Netflix and we will pay you a premium and you have no upside, but at least you have a guaranteed profit. And, our industry, we like to think our industry is different than any other, but we have a lot of similarities. And I suppose if you looked at a company that made sweaters and a big department store came along and said, I will buy your entire year's supply, but I want to pay less. And the good news is you're going to have your entire year's supply taken. The difficult part is you're not going to make quite as much, but it's a guarantee. Somebody making sweaters might say, I want to take the deal and my risk is done. Perfect. Others may have more confidence in their sweaters and say, no, just take what you need. I'm going to push the rest out in the marketplace and take my chances. There's no difference in what we're talking about now, where an offer is made by, let's say, Netflix. We're talking about Netflix, where the producer is guaranteed a profit and now has to decide, how confident am I in the film and making more than Netflix has offered me? And this is a discussion among the financiers, their appetite for risk, their confidence in the film, the availability of marketing money. It's a very complex decision that's different than other industries. I look at it somewhat as it's a double-edged sword. The positive is there are now new outlets and new business models for the producer. But there's sort of a hidden cost to this, which is the producer is hopeful of building a library and building an asset and turning those assets in that library into a company. And the producers that I know who've been working over the decades, if they've made 10, 20, 30 films, they're continuing to receive revenue from those films, maybe on late night television, wherever it might be. And the same way actors can receive residuals and extra payments afterwards. Well, when you switch to what we call in the United States a work-for-hire environment, where the producer's work is purchased, all done, and the producer is basically told by the platform, go out and find something else. If you do, come visit us. If not, maybe you take a job in a different industry. There's no future revenue stream. And so the negative side of this is the producer is always out there struggling without any safety net, without the continued revenue from a library the producer may have built up over the years. And that's difficult. And so that's, again, sort of the decision. Do you want all the money now and the safety net of having not taken a loss? Or do you want to try and build a company, own the copyright, own the asset, and be able to flourish years down the road? And so it's a challenge. I'm sure all of us in our personal lives are faced with similar types of decisions, the short-term versus the long-term potential.
Thank you for that great example you used about making sweaters and really linking it up very nicely. I just wanted, I wanted you to just also talk on the theatrical window bit, just in terms of the squeezing in of that window and what your thoughts are. And just before you answer that, because it's again linked to some of the steep terms that streamers, put into their deals, whether it's hold back clauses, or or it has to do with I'm just looking for, or exclusivity clauses for long periods. Just I wanted to speak to the theatrical window, but also some of the terms on the streaming deals.
We're in such a transitory state right now nobody quite knowing what's going to happen. I mean, we watch Disney and Warner Brothers in the United States, and one month they say, here's our plan for Windows, and the next month they actually change it. As a consumer, I'm finding a lot of confusion. I watch the Disney movies, and I find out one is in the theater, the next one I can get right on the Disney platform in my subscription. The next one is a Disney Plus, where I have to pay $20 or $30 to see it on the opening weekend. I think this confusion in the marketplace will settle in a bit. I'm disappointed on a personal level about the shortening of the theatrical window. I remember a time when films stayed in theaters 3 or 4 months, where I didn't have to rush out the first week to see it on the big screen. Now there's a sense of urgency with the consumer, where if you don't see it within 3 or 4 weeks in a theater and you really want to see it on the big screen, you don't have that opportunity. As a consumer, I find that disappointing. From the business standpoint, I get it. The theater operators need to have full seats, and finding that balance with the windows is hopefully what they're able to negotiate. But the key thing is, we are talking about negotiations between giant companies for which none of us should have any sympathy or empathy for any of them. Whether it's Disney or Warner Brothers or AMC Theaters, these are multi-billion-dollar companies wrestling about windows. And the independents traditionally have looked at what the marketplace is that the studios and the majors have created, and then found their opportunities elsewhere. And so for us as independents, we have to sort of wait a little bit and see how this shakes out in the coming year. And then the opportunities, I believe, will become much clearer as we see what happens with those windows. You talked about the exclusivities and the holdbacks of the platforms. This is what I think we can call, and I don't know if the phrase is common in Nigeria, a land grab. This is a desire for scale at any cost, at any price. Everybody wants to be the place that has everything and has it forever. And so the platforms are negotiating as much as they can to get as broad a window as they can. And it comes back to the sweater analogy. Can they get more? Do they accept less? Everyone becomes a negotiation. We're seeing overspending right now, dramatically, across the board, because they're all pushing for eyeballs. And let's remember, they're not looking for the success of a film. The platforms don't really get concerned about whether the film is successful, because their measurement simply is, are you maintaining your subscription? Again, I'm talking about SVOD, subscription video on demand versus transactional. But I view this as some settling of the business models, maybe in a year or two, where there'll become more traditional deals that are done, and they're similar platform by platform. But right now, it's a land grab, and everybody wants everything.
Thank you, Jonathan. We lost you for a few seconds earlier, but I think we'll still go ahead with it. It was on the theatrical window, but you've addressed the clauses on the contracts. We wanted to be able to have a session, a period of time for people in the audience to ask 1 or 2 questions. So I'm going to breeze through a few of the questions here left. There are just 2 or 3. One of them is just to get your thoughts on this. It's a bit of a long-winded question, but I think there's a thread through it, a narrative, and it comes down to our continent and our region. It's for a holistic development of the African film ecosystem or content ecosystem, and a showcase of Africa's social-cultural heritage. Would it be a better strategy for international streaming platforms to focus more on production and exhibition of series and episodic content in the African market, while cinemas continue to expand the experiential side of their business through feature films?
Well, it has to be both. And so in the question, it assumes that the platforms are, if you look at the middle part of your question, I think it assumes that the platforms are interested in expanding on culture in the region. And I don't know that to be the case. I think they're interested in profit, and wherever that profit may come from, they are They will produce locally, not because local culture is important to the shareholders of a giant corporation. What's important to them is subscriptions and eyeballs. And if those subscribers are interested in the culture, then of course they will deliver it. But we can't look at any of the platforms as being interested in anything other than their business needs. And the goal then in any country is to show that there is consumer interest in culturally relevant content. And if they find that there is consumer interest, then they will move forward. So as a filmmaker or a storyteller, I should say, whether it's cinema or television, as a storyteller, the challenge is to find create culturally relevant stories that are engaging enough that the consumer comes to them, and then the platform says, this is a place that we should produce more, and we'll continue to invest more and look at more scripts and more film or television. And so this really comes back to, and it's the panel before me, it's all about the writer. It's all about the story. It's all about being able to convey a narrative that the consumer wants to hear, not that the storyteller wants to tell. And this is frequently, I'm going off topic a little bit, but this is frequently the issue that writers have, which is, this is the story I want to tell. The first thing I would ask any writer is, who's your audience? And you better be very specific with your demographic, age, whatever it is, young girls, older guys, action adventure, whatever it is, who is your story for? And so if the writers are able to have culturally relevant stories that are engaging enough that a consumer wants to watch, then absolutely the platforms will take notice and the funding will arrive.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. How does the global industry see Africa? And by this, I mean the global film or global content industry see Africa. A, is it as possessing real opportunities for untold stories to be made, or the fact that there is no other frontier for growth or limited frontier for growth because there's a lot of competition? And is English language, for example, a factor, for Africa, places like South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, and that?
It's another three-part question I'll try to keep track of. First of all, I don't think we artists, you have consumers, because let's remember the consumer is a stakeholder in our industry. Without them, we frankly don't have an industry. And so when we look broadly, I would say for the most part, the industry is looking for commercial success wherever it comes from and in whatever manner it comes. I mean, I don't enjoy subtitles personally, but I have found myself now watching 2 French series on television because I'm enjoying it, where I've never done that before. And so there are opportunities for films from every country in the world to make their mark if the storytelling is engaging and relevant, whether it's English language or not. The challenge is, whether it's South Africa, Nigeria, or any other country on the continent, or frankly in the world, who's your audience? And let me just use a couple of examples. For the better part of the last century, Hong Kong, it being such a small territory, if they did not produce for the international marketplace, they could not afford their film industry. And so over the decades, they developed an industry that focused on the export marketplace and actually had some stars that were notable outside their country. Then if you look at China or India, both countries have basically ignored the export marketplace. They have countries and audiences that are so big, they can produce very narrowly the storytelling that is relevant to their citizens and not really look at the rest of the world. So within any country, what develops is an industry that is targeting a certain audience, whether it's Hong Kong or frankly the United States focusing on the global marketplace, or China or India focusing only on domestic. The real question becomes in Nigeria and other countries in the continent, what's the goal of the industry? When you look at literally, or what's the goal of the film? Who is the film made for? The filmmaker in India says the film is made for those in India. I have no export business and I'm not even going to any market. And it is very interesting, by the way, we get almost no sales companies in the American film market from India. There's just no interest in the export business. So some look at this from a business standpoint, some look at it from an artistic standpoint, and it really comes back to the storyteller, the investors, the producer. Who is our audience? And is our goal to make the film relevant and interesting to a global market, or is our goal to target mostly a domestic market? And from there, many creative decisions change. Budgetary decisions change. What you spend on an actor versus special effects may be determined based on where your end marketplace is. Production quality versus cast. All these things come into play in thinking about where the marketplace is. And I don't know if I went off topic a little bit. Steer me back if necessary.
No worries, Jonathan. I think it's great to get examples, and it's great for you to expand and and explain in detail to us. And I think you've answered the question. Thank you. I'll be ending this session of the keynote before I open it up to one or two questions to not necessarily put you on the spot, but to hopefully build on this relationship we have with the AFM, the NIFS particularly. Would AFM be willing to do a spotlight on opportunities for the continent, and what would it take to get such attention?
Well, the first answer I have to start with is yes. Then, of course, it's all the...
I think a round of applause.
Then it's all in the details, because when you have a spotlight, you want to make sure you're being seen at your best in that moment that you have the spotlight, because you don't get the spotlight every day. And this is just true in life in general. So that spotlight should occur at a moment, an inflection point, when there is both a historical success to focus on, as well as a future to focus on as well. I would do it at a time when a film or series, or films plural, from Nigeria had a level of success, whether it's economic or critical success outside of the country, and at a time where our focus can be on emerging or new talent, productions, producers, so that you want to have both, and that both will shine and be very exciting under that spotlight. So timing is most important. And then the third piece is, of course, to have some sort of institutional support, whether that it takes to make sure that spotlight is done in a manner that is successful.
Fantastic. So inflection point, timing, and institutional support. And we will be all there for AFM to show us to the world. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for such a great, engaging, educative, informative session. Thank you for giving us your time. I really do mean that. It's been really, really, really beneficial. If you do not mind, I know you're up to start your day. We have just 8-9 minutes for one or two.
Plenty of time. My time is yours.
All right, thank you. So we'll take a few questions, very much related to what we've been asking, or anything to do with the film industry. Do we have any online questions? Okay, we have someone. Please introduce yourself and what you do.
Okay, good afternoon or evening. My name is Bright, High Definition Film Studio. I'm a filmmaker. Okay, so just picking up from our previous section, which also similar thing was said here with respect to making our film for the global space. There's been emphasis about our content, telling our own story. So in the previous section, one of the things mentioned is that we need to look at the technicality, especially as it concerns sound, even though our pictures are getting better, but as it concerns sound. But I remember I've also been in a conference where it's talked about that beginning with the storytelling itself, not just technicality as it concerns production, but from the storytelling itself, even though we're telling our own story. You know, someone says you can be telling your own story, you can be telling a love story, but you need to tell a love story in a way someone in the global space can understand, someone outside my country, someone in the US. Because sometimes if I tell a story, maybe I'm talking about Ojo Legba, for instance, it's my area, okay, here in Nigeria. But is there a way we can tell stories that limits us? There could be good stories that made successes here in Nigeria, okay, but is there a way I can tell that story, but it's limited to a Nigerian audience, even though it was successful in Nigeria? Is there a way we can still tell that same story and it has a global appeal? That's the question I want to ask. Yes.
Well, not being a writer, I can only give you sort of maybe a higher level view that love exists and love stories exist in every corner of the world. Some say that every love story has already been written by Shakespeare, and everything that's come since has just been a derivative of that. The way of storytelling, when I mentioned India before, their love stories are very, on film, are very specific. I think there are always 2 songs that are sung in every film. There's sort of a template. But in general, outside of India, there is no template for how you tell a love story. I wouldn't know where to begin. Who the characters are, what country they are in, what language they're speaking, what backdrop they are in, could be anywhere. It's why we see remakes frequently of stories that are told in one country, remade in another, more for consumer acceptance than with any problem with the film. So I still think it just comes back to that, is it a story that consumers are touched by? We as audiences, are we touched by that story? And whether I'm reading subtitles or watching scenery I've never seen before, frankly, I'd much rather see a backdrop that is not New York or Los Angeles. I've seen way too many of those. Please give me a story set somewhere else.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I think we'll take the last question now. Do we have someone? Okay.
Hello, Mr. Jonathan. Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed from Film One Studios. Now, I want to ask you, if we have a producer who is brave enough and says, I want to get a Dwayne Johnson from America now, for instance. I'm just saying.
Go on, shoot, Mohammed. I love that.
Yeah, we want to bring him down here to Nigeria to feature in a film with us. What are the guarantees, or is there any guarantee that that film, even though it has a powerful story, it has everything going on for it, is there an assurance that it could make success globally? Considering the fact that Nigeria is also trying, I mean the international community is here, you know, they love our content, obviously, so we want more. Will this give us more?
Well, as a producer, I'm sure the first thing you're telling me is that the film will be good. That's the first. When an actor is paid, I'll use US dollars, $20 million, a big actor, to be in a role, it doesn't mean that that actor is 20 times better as an actor who might be paid $1 million, or 2,000 times better than an actor that might be paid much, much less. It's because they bring with them a built-in marketing campaign. This is why studios go after big actors who are well-known, and why studios want to develop global stars, because global stars are more efficient in a marketing campaign than a film that has no stars. If you put Dwayne Johnson in a film, you are going to get 10 times as much publicity. He's doing talk shows, he's doing interview shows, the news covers them. All of these things have economic value where an unknown talent would not have access to any of it. So you have a lot of ifs. If he was interested in the film, if he comes in, if he does the production and all of this, will it be a success? Likely so, because there's so much economic behind him. that the world will see it. Now, of course, then come the reviews and the consumer response, but at least you will get the initial looks. Everybody will see, ask, what is that film?
Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the session, but before we leave, or say bye-bye to Jonathan, I wondered if you wanted to have any passing remarks or kind of closing remarks after the session.
One thing, and not to end on a negative story, but I think for all filmmakers, something important to think about is the industry was never formed to make any of our dreams come true. It's formed by business people who are looking for profit potential in film. They're looking for stories that will resonate with an audience. They're looking for stories where an audience will commit not just the money, but their time. When you look at how much content is out there right now, our choices are less about what we're spending to see film or television, but it's how much time we're there. And so the effort needs to be always to look at the marketplace, to look at the consumer, to look at stories that engage, and understand when someone says no, they're not saying no to your dreams. They're simply saying no to the story that you might be telling, and then to work hard on finding the next one, because I'm sure it'll be there.
Please, round of applause. What a powerful ending. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for giving us your time. Thank you for an amazing insight, an amazing session. We hope to have you again. We hope to have that spotlight. We hope to bring good news about the Nigerian industry and African industry going places. Thank you so much.
I hope so too, and thank you, Moses. It's been great, and thank you for Ijima for inviting me.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Guys, can we please give this? This is, were you listening? This is, Moses, thank you so much, man. That was really, really, really nice. You really drove it well. Producers, were you listening to this? I'm not a producer, but man, this is really, really gingering me up. So for you, a producer, please find this and make sure you watch again. So the